People join in. Plus, if you want to debate if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, make sure to send a guest request right now. Y'all know I accept the first people who send requests. But what's good, everyone joining up the live? Do tap that screen. What's up, George? What's up, Tiffany? What's up, Ashlyn? What's up, Randall? What's up, Eb? What's up, Simone? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Colton? What's good, Zachary? What's up, Dan? What's up, Macy? What's up, Ann? How you doing? Kirsten, how you doing? What's up, Danielle? What's good, everyone? Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Dean is gone, everyone. I'm by myself again. But we're gonna have a fun time on live today. Uh, good day. How's everyone's day been? Has it been good? Everyone? Yo, Shubster, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're gonna start getting people up here in a second. Yesterday, the following glitch was a little bit present on my account. It was like 30%. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. I would expect that like the first time. Dean's flying, yeah. What's up, Ivan? He's probably literally in a plane right now. Like at this very moment. What's up, everyone? What's up, Tali? What's up, Ellie? How you doing? Yo, Colin, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Didn't even realize this is your main. Yes, I got my main back. See, it's still a little bit glitched in terms of following percentage. Yo, Derek, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. TG, thank you for the ICU. But I think we'll be able to get it to send out and get it working. What's up, Lindsay? How you doing? Oh my god, earliest I've seen you live? I go live earlier typically. Parker came in to see what BS you can come up with. Okay, we'll see. If you're a MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. Request if you are MAGA, yo. What's the power to you?
23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Is there a way you can turn off the background noise?
Give me a second.
Yeah. And why are you voting Trump?
Because the Biden-Harris administration supports the killing of children of abortion.
Why do I hear stuff in the background? Okay. All right, I'm just gonna go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I mean, lifetime. My biggest things like lifetime politicians. They never like amount to nothing basically. Like lifetime politicians. They don't do nothing, man, but law. And Trump, man, don't get me wrong. Trump, he got a bunch of bad stuff in his past. Like so like a bunch of very, you know what I'm saying, questionable stuff, but people's biggest thing be like, oh, Trump racist and all this, but it's just so funny how Trump's so racist when it's like he's helped black people, you know what I'm saying, businessmen, owners and stuff
Like in
like
the
that. Like,
1970s when he wouldn't rent to black people?
no,
Like where they
I'm talking
literally
about,
would send test subjects who were black and who were white, to show that like literally his business, at his orders, again that they indicated the boss gave the orders, which was Trump, uh, that they would mark applicants who are non-white with the letter C to not rent to them, and they would tell black applicants that there are no like openings, but they would tell white applicants there were openings at the very same time.
yeah, I mean that's true. I mean, I said it is said that Trump's like Trump's background is not. It's not like good or nothing like that. He's done a bunch of questionable stuff. You know what I
So like when
mean?
people say that like Trump's racist, I think that we have like good reason to believe that. That's just one example. There are plenty of others, right? He denies
Yeah,
that. He says Kamala Harris turned black. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya, wasn't born in the United States, when we have a birth certificate of him born in the United States, to dispute him being able to be president or run for president.
okay. What about Kamala or Kamala? Like
Kamala.
like yeah, she's trying to she didn't trick the people that don't know. She's not black. She's really a Indian man descent. So why
Can't
do
you
she
be
like
Indian
try to, you
and
know what I'm
black?
saying, cover that? What?
Can't you be Indian and black?
What? Is her father black?
Yes.
Well, I guess so. We'll just say that she's biracial then.
So
Like,
so she can be black and Indian, right?
yes,
Okay. All right. So I mean,
yes. I mean, but I'm
so like,
saying,
why is it
say,
okay
say,
for
say,
Trump to say that
say.
she turned black? Like, did I turn white?
No, what man? What Trump means when Psyche says, man, like, like, like she turned black. She ain't never been worried about the black people until it's like she needed their vote. That's what he mean by that.
Okay, so she acknowledges a part of her like history, right? A part of her how she grew up, right? A part of our identity, and that's somehow like a bad thing? Like I don't see how that can be
Man, she
considered a
uses
bad
that
thing.
to like, you know what I'm saying, benefit to her. You know
Wait,
what
do you
I'm saying?
understand that politicians will reference plenty of things. Everything they do is going to be to get people to, get to like vote for them. But character matters, identity matters, and there's nothing wrong with identifying that at all. Nothing.
Yeah, but think about it, just cause she claims she black, she ain't never, you know what I'm saying, claim like she ain't never took hold of that part of her far as, so you know what I'm saying, nature.
What do you
Until it's,
mean?
you know what I'm
She
saying,
went to a historically black
beneficial.
college and university, Howard University, and was
Everybody
in like
know
a
them historical black colleges. That's just like Spelman. Man, that's named after a white woman. Like, you know what I'm saying, Rockefeller's wife. So
what? Are you saying
man,
she's a white
Spelman,
woman?
that where the yeah, Spelman, look up under Spelman
I'm just not
is
even gonna
not a
take it
black person.
seriously at this point. I'm sorry. Like, I there's no reason to take that seriously, dude. What is up with people, bro? What is going on recently? Um, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, it's a pal to you?
Hey, I'm 25. I'm from Florida.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, but I want to say the last guest was ignorant as fuck. Like, come on, dude. I am black.
Thank you. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. I do just look for people who are voting for Trump. Thank you so much for coming up, though. I really do appreciate you. Yo, it's a pal to you?
38.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Oh, why so?
So, can we go?
Just because in the past, Democrats throw out policies and things like that kind of directly attack me and my lifestyle.
Okay, so can you name me one policy that you like that Donald Trump influenced to get passed?
What was that?
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
As far as a policy, maybe not so much, but definitely when I had to change jobs and whatnot and I couldn't afford health insurance, I had to pay the penalty.
Okay, so
then he got
that
rid
was
of
shut
that.
down by the Supreme Court, and that was also something that Republicans wanted added in the bill. Secondly, as it relates to this, that Trump wants to undermine the ACA, has no plan for health care, and he's 9 years into running for president of the United States. Okay, so like
Oh.
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 I'm sorry, there's so much going on. I can't do it, Chad. There's so much going on, I can't. Like, what the hell is going on, bro? Stop running, Parker. Okay, you want to listen to that? You want to listen to someone whose background noise is so loud? I might have to hit a restart here in a minute. I think I might do that. Yo, it's a pal to you?
Hey, I'm 24.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Okay, so this is my actually first time debating politics. Like, I'm usually not into it, but I'm gonna say based off like my personal experience versus like when Trump was president versus now, like the past 4 years. So I actually was listening to your live like a few days ago, and you were talking about like border control. So I know that Trump is very into that, and that's definitely something I think is good to have border control. Um, and you were kind of arguing about that, so I was curious, like, what you have to say about it.
Yeah, so Trump blocked the border bill. He got people in Congress to not vote for the border bill. Originally, it was passed. It was not passed because he got people to not vote for it. And he said it was because he didn't want Democrats to look good, and because of these different like types of funding. There was a separate bill that passed the funding that got through, and then there was a solo border bill that got knocked down because Trump didn't want it to get passed because he didn't want Democrats to look good.
Okay, so are you pro people crossing the border? Like, do you think that you think we should have a lot of people?
I think that we need to reform our system to make it go faster, right? Which the border bill did do, by the way. The border bill is even in and of itself a conservative immigration policy,
Okay, wait, so the border bill
right?
means that like people should be coming illegal, crossing the border
No, no. So
illegally?
I'm not arguing that like there should be no level of border security. To a certain degree, I do think that there would be in the society that I would want. But what I'm saying right now is it takes so long for people to come into the country that when you specifically are advocating for everyone to be deported, I don't think that's effective for the people here and for this country.
Because
Right.
I feel like a
I
lot
think that's not an
of
effective determination. I think that we need to like literally create conditions where everyone who's in the country, who's here, not committing violent crimes, should be allowed to stay. And we should then, after this point, make the system go faster. And then obviously we can have a border security beyond that point. And let in, I think that immigration is a necessary point for our economy, but I don't think deportation is the answer for people that are here.
I mean, I definitely think people, should be allowed to come in. I just feel like the past 4 years, it's gotten so bad. And honestly, like it is scary. People are coming. They don't have background checks. You really have no idea like what
Yeah,
their
so,
past
so
is
then
like.
you
And then
incentivize
like
them
there's
to
also like so many.
incentivize them to get legal documents.
Right, so they could definitely
That's
do that.
exactly
At
what
the
I'm
same
saying. So
time,
if you want people to be recognized, incentivize them with legal documentation. They're already in the country.
because there are like so many
They're
homeless
already
people
contributing
like
to
in
the
this
American
country.
economy. Lots of people have been working here for years. So again, the point that I would make is that we want people to have rights. We want people to have dignity. I think this is the best way to do it. And also, again, immigration is very important for our economy because we've been below fertility or replacement rates
Okay.
for fertility rate and population. So our population is not going to be like have enough workers to be able to sustain like the older people in terms of Social Security, Medicare, other things like this. So obviously, if we want to be able to maintain those things and be able to deal with the debt, immigration is a vital part of that.
I don't know. I feel like there are so many people in the US that are homeless. They can't find jobs, and like you have to take
And
care
we
of
can
your
work
own
with that
people
too. We have
first.
plenty of money to be able to do these things, but we send money to countries abroad, and what we do is we fund the military industrial complex. We spend $850 billion a year on our military budget. We could cut our military budget in half. Use
Okay.
$450 billion a year. That's 4.5 trillion over a decade, and we'd still have the biggest military in the world by over $100 billion. Okay, so like it's heavily overfunded, right? And it doesn't help people here at home.
So then why has like the
So if we were
homelessness gotten
truly
so much
America,
worse?
if you
Like
were
there's so
actually here, I
many
would say this:
people.
if Trump is
Yeah.
truly America first, he would be in support of reducing the military budget and bringing that back home.
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like the homelessness has gotten so much worse. Like I literally see it. Like there's so many
What's what
people
is
that
Re-
are.
what's Republicans plan? What are they going to do?
I mean, I know I'm not sure about the plan exactly, just because like I'm not like so invested in politics. I just feel like Kamala is
Who's
not the
more
right
likely to
choice.
help people in need?
I feel like Trump would. I feel like
Really?
Kamala
Really? Can you
is.
name me one thing Trump did that helped people in need?
I mean, the economy was much better. Like things have gotten so much more expensive in the past four
But like,
in the
how did he
past four
cause that?
years. How did he cause that? I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know. I don't know policy names. I'm going to say that. I don't know the names of policies. I just know like living was just much easier. So wouldn't that be based off the president?
No, 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 no. So just because the president exists like at the particular time, that doesn't mean that they influence the economy to be good,
So then who influences the economy?
right? Again, what would influence the economy is policy. What would influence the economy? I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. Would be things like the Federal Reserve. Those would be influences to the economy. Those sorts of things would be used to influence it.
And then
It's
also
not,
like
it's not like it's not like the president just does things, right? And we don't know what they are. You know, we got to look into see what they are to say, oh, this is what caused this bad thing to happen, right?
So you don't think Trump had anything to do with the economy going well, like a couple years ago?
No, not really.
So you think he had nothing to do with it?
Yeah,
So then what has Biden?
I think it was
and-
already on the trend prior to him.
Okay, so why are you voting for Kamala and Biden? I mean, sorry, why? I'm assuming you voted for Biden when he was running for president. Why are you voting for Kamala? Like, what exactly do you like about her?
Yeah. So she influenced to get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the $35 cap on insulin, which was something that she put in the bill, and the largest investment in renewable energy ever. So that's going to make us like more energy independent long term, which is like something that Republicans advocate for, but they don't actually fulfill. It also brings and builds up manufacturing jobs in the United States. Right, so those are all good things. The bipartisan infrastructure bill, she fought specifically for the high-speed broadband being brought to like rural areas. There's also in that bill, like they're taking lead out of water pipes for clean drinking water. They were investing in the roads and bridges, expanding EV infrastructure, plenty of things.
So you're saying that that's what she did, or that's what she wants to do?
No, that's what she did. I just told you what she did. Now, given that I've told you what she did, it is also the case that Trump added more debt right under his administration than any other like presidency in 4 years. He added $8.4 trillion to the debt, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, whereas the Biden-Harris administration was 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
Got it.
So also Trump has he's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government, restrict women's access to abortion. He denies science as it relates to the context of climate change.
I mean,
Called
I'm
for a
not saying
complete
that
total
he's
shutdown of
like,
Muslims entering the
I
country.
mean, I'm not saying that he's like a great person. I don't think Kamala is either. Honestly, I wish they found a better candidate to run. I'm not sure like why these were the best candidates that they picked. But I don't know. I just feel like Trump is better if I would have to compare the two. I don't
But
think
due to, like,
either,
what
I don't think
reasons?
either are great.
Wait, how is someone who would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman?
Is there proof of that?
Yes, he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. 9 jurors indicated based on preponderance of evidence that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll, which means he forcefully penetrated her against her will, which is rape.
I mean, I wouldn't. I just don't think that like any of the politicians are good people. I feel like most of them are corrupt and do bad things, and like a lot of times they can kind of hide it under the rug, and you don't know about it. I think
no,
that
but he was held civilly liable. So would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for sexually abusing Eugene Carroll?
I mean, when you word it like that, it sounds really bad because obviously that's a terrible thing to do.
Yeah, like what does Romney says? Romney says he draws a line at sexual assault. Romney, your old Republican nominee, you remember him?
No, I just recently started getting into politics, so I don't know anything fast.
He was the Republican nominee in 2012.
Okay.
He was going against Obama in that election.
Got it. Okay. I was like 12 at the time, so I probably was not into that.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's all I wanted to ask you, those 2 questions. So,
Okay, for sure. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
okay. Bye.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up here. Let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's run up to 150,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Because I think he's a better fit for this country.
Can you name me
And when
one
you say
policy?
he's civil liable for the sexual assault, that's a money lawsuit. That's the same thing as OJ getting off on being guilty of murder, not guilty of murder, but being found guilty of civil suit. It's the same thing. It's not a felony.
You don't think he was guilty?
The court says he's guilty, but it's a civil suit, so the lady got paid.
So can you tell me tell me the name of the victim of Donald Trump?
And what else I wanted to talk about was,
Craig,
you
Craig,
agree
can you answer that? Can you tell me the name of the victim?
of Donald Trump's victim? No, not off the top of my head, no.
You don't know. So then how do you have enough evidence to dispute the case if you don't know E. Jean Carroll's name?
I'm not disputing the case. I'm simply saying that a civil charge is not the same as a felony charge.
So like again, felony charge. Donald Trump also has that. He's 34 felonies. He's been
Yeah, but they're going to
convicted
go
of.
away. They're going to go away when he appeals.
Well,
it.
he's
So
going to be
let's not
sentenced here in
forget that.
September. So good luck with that one, buddy.
And then now you want to vote. You own a home?
I do not know.
You do not. So is it fair for me who owns a home that if the value of my home goes up, I get taxed on that increase?
No, so that's not what's going to happen. Actually,
that's
Just
how
letting
I'm
you know.
reading
No. So the unrealized capital gains
Or if my
is
401k
for.
goes up, I
Do
get
you have
taxed on
100
my
million?
401k money.
Wait. I'm sorry. Is your house 100 million?
It's not 100 million. First of all, it's not 100
Okay. So then
million.
it's not
Let's
going to.
exaggerate your
If you're
amounts.
not worth 100 million, it's not going to apply to you. So why are you shilling for 100 millionaires, bro?
'Cause it
Right.
trickles
We
down
need.
to
We
the
have
middle
kids in this.
class.
We have kids
It
in this
goes down
country.
into the middle class. The
Listen,
middle class
listen,
pays for all
listen
these
to
tax
this.
things.
No, it's not. The unrealized
does.
gains literally does not apply to them. That's dumb. She's actually going to reduce taxes by bringing out the child tax credit, $6,000, which is going to help children eat in this country for the first year of their life. Right, $3,600 until they're 5 years old, and until they're 17 years old, $3,000. That specifically is going to help middle class families in this country decrease their tax bill.
And who's paying for it?
Those unrealized gains on people who have over 100 million and increasing income taxes on people who have
So
over
what's the
$400,000 a year.
The 2%.
So it's for
2%
only
of
over
100
income
million.
over 400,000.
Who's to stop the 2% of that earn over $100 million, or the small percentage that earn over that amount from leaving this country and having to pay that?
If they want to leave this
They
country,
have
other people.
if they have dual citizenship.
Craig.
Okay.
Again, if people want to leave this country, they will leave this country, and other people will fill that demand. Right. So, okay.
Yeah, but there's not enough of that high end.
Do they want to
money.
leave? It doesn't look like they want to leave. They're fighting really hard to stay in power.
Yeah.
They're gonna want to leave. Okay, come on.
Well,
If they
you
leave,
don't own a
someone else will
home,
just
you
fill
don't
their
have
position.
a 401. You don't own a home. You don't have a 401. So none of these policies affect you. You're gaslighting everybody else.
I actually do have an investment retirement account, but
Yeah, you have from the DNC who pays you to
from
do
the
this.
DNC, you think the
Yeah.
DNC pays me in my
Yes, absolutely.
in my IRA?
Yep. I think you're
hilarious,
all
bro.
getting paid who gaslights everybody who says you sit there constantly saying Trump was convicted of a civil trial of rape. It's a civil trial.
I said
You've
he's
never
held
found
civilly
guilty.
liable. I said he
Civil
was held
liable,
civilly
yeah.
liable.
It's like
but
OJ
unanimously by a
being
jury.
found guilty
And you're mad that
on a
I
civil
dunked on you.
trial.
You're mad that I dunked on you. So you said I was paid by the DNC. Do you have any evidence I'm paid by the DNC, or is it just another conspiracy theory like almost everything you believe in? And that's why you followed Donald Trump, even though he's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation,
Civil
fraud, has
liability
34
means
felonies,
nothing.
tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access
That
to
means
abortion.
nothing. Civil
Literally said he dated a
liability
10-year-old
means
girl in
nothing.
10 years.
Yeah. And Biden's family is so much straighter.
Well, we're not voting for Biden. We're voting for Kamala Harris. Are you okay?
Yeah, but the person
Are
that
you
was in
okay?
charge
Are
that
you forgetting
destroyed
something
this
there?
country-
You guys talk about Biden having cognitive decline, but you guys seem to forget the nominee is not Biden, it's Kamala Harris.
Well, why is that?
Matt, thank you for the
Because they
$5
lied
from the
about his
DNC. Thank you so
cognitive-
much.
Because they lied about his cognitive over the last 3 years?
No, because most of the people in the
Come
Democratic
on,
Party
bro.
wanted him to step down, and he
Let's be
decided to step
realistic.
down.
You're going to tell me that man was fit to run? You're going to sit here and
I'm going to
seriously
say,
tell me?
listen, Craig, listen. Hear me out.
Seriously, come on.
Hear me
Let's
out.
go
Listen.
man to man.
Craig,
You're gonna
Craig,
seriously
I
tell
will
me he
mute
was
you if
fit
you
to
don't
run.
hear me out. I'll mute you if you don't hear me out. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I do think that both Biden and Trump can fulfill the necessities for being president of the United States, but they do not meet my standard of what I want from a president. I don't think that either of them are fit to be president to my ideal standards, right? But again, they can fulfill the necessities of being president. So again, yeah, Trump is absolutely unfit. He's a fucking raging lunatic who tried to literally undermine our American democracy, and that's the guy that you're proponing.
Absolutely.
Deanna, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I think
Absolutely, I'm
I don't
absolutely
think-
proponing the guy that is advocating to
I
completely,
don't think Trump is a very as is the
completely
best
undermine
fit
our American
either.
democracy. So
But
good.
you have to take what they're doing. So I don't think Trump
What?
is.
What does
I
that
don't
even
think
mean?
Trump. I don't think Trump is the 100% correct answer. I think he's the better choice, only because Harris, she's clueless, dude. You don't see she's clueless.
Donald
She
Trump
has not
is clueless.
spoken. Has she spoken to the media yet?
Oh my God, you guys use the same fucking talking point. I can show you a video of her talking to the media right now. You want to see it?
Is it the one when they asked her about the border? No, I don't want to see it.
Okay.
The one
So
that
you
she
just
didn't go to
you
Europe
don't
yet
want to
either?
see it if it exists. You're such a clown.
No, I'll see it.
You're such a clown, bro.
I just it is what it is, bro.
You what do you mean you don't know what it is?
I says it is what it is. Neither candidate is good for this country. I but let me look.
Can you give us a sense of what other policies you want to unveil going forward?
Sure. Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of.
I'm not gonna watch it. You can watch it yourself. But
Right,
she's
right.
that's literally her answering questions from the media. So
What
you
was
guys
that?
sit there and you like, oh my God, they're not looking
When
at
was that?
it. They're not
When was
looking
that,
at
though?
it. Nothing.
When
When
was
wa-
that? When was that taped? Or when was that? When did she have that conversation?
Yeah, this was specifically like a week ago.
Oh, we go.
Someone
Okay.
reported on this a week ago.
Yeah, because I didn't see it when I googled the interviews with her. I didn't see it, so I'll look again. Listen, I'm even, dude. I'm fair. Listen, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I have a strong feeling. I think we were lied to the last 3.5 years about his his condition, his health conditions. I really think we were lied to. I think we're still
Alexandria,
being
thank you for the
lied to.
$10.10 from the DNC. Thank you so much.
So let
Thank
me
you
ask
so much.
this.
DNC money's coming in. Thank you.
Let me ask you this: who do you think is running this country right now?
Like president?
Yeah, you think Biden's
Joe
actually running it?
Biden is the president. Yes.
Yeah, he's the president. He's
Are you still
Quote,
mad you
unquote.
lost? Are you still mad you lost?
no, not at all.
Or so do you believe it was stolen just like Trump? Baby
No, I
rage
don't
of the
believe it was
election?
stolen.
Okay, so
No,
if you
I
don't
can
believe
see
it was
it. I
stolen,
can
then
see
why
it.
are you voting for a guy that's undermining our American democracy by millions of people?
conceded the election after they did the it was funny how he was leading at 1:00 in the morning, how he was leading, and 7:00 the next
Dude,
morning.
of course, you're it's so ridiculous, bro. Everyone knew that it was going to be the case that the ballots were going to be counted because there was
Right.
mail-in.
Oh, the mail-in. Yeah,
Donald
the
Trump did mail-in as well.
Yeah, we all did.
And everyone knew it was going to be
went to the
Democrat
polls.
leaning because, again, Trump said vote in person. And again, Democrats are more likely to social distance because it was during the fucking pandemic.
Right.
You know, remember the global pandemic? Dude, you remember that?
No, I worked through it, dude. I worked through the polls.
So Donald Trump lost. It was a free
and
and fair election. He got dunked on, and he's mad. Alicia,
Yeah.
thank you for the $20.32 for some dummy said Trump 32. That's actually crazy. Trump 2032 is unbelievable. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Alicia. Thank you. You there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm listening to you. Congratulate everybody. Give you money.
Oh, you just mad that DNC's giving me payments today?
Yeah, is that who it is?
Well, that's what you believe because you're a fucking conspiracy nut, dude.
Hey, whatever, bro. You said it, not me.
Dude, I'm joking. Clearly,
No,
I get my DNC
everything's
checks
a
from.
joke.
I get my DNC checks directly from Taylor Swift. So, you think
Oh,
I'd
from
be
who?
getting them from Venmo and Cash App? Those aren't real
No,
people.
you can trace them that way.
Those aren't real people. Yeah, I've heard the same shit a million times. You guys are clowns.
Listen, it's you go your way, I'll go mine. It's all good.
If you actually
just-
believe that, I'm sorry. Like you are quite literally the reason why this country like falls to conspiracy so easily. Like literally, I just watched like a clip of like UK reporters talking to like Marjorie Taylor Greene and like asking like, why are US politicians so likely to adopt conspiracy? Well,
No, I'm not into conspiracy theories.
You literally believe I'm paid by the DNC. That's a
No.
conspiracy. That's
I was
actually
joking, bro.
that is
I was joking when I said it.
Okay.
Like you were just joking when you said you get paid from the DNC. Yeah, I was
well,
joking.
I didn't know you were joking. People say that unironically. So
I'm joking. I
Okay.
said it to you because everybody that when I scroll through and I see you, everybody's accusing you of getting paid by the DNC.
yeah, it's
So
really
yeah,
funny.
I'm joking. It is funny, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's funny that people actually believe that. It's kind of sad though. Mary, thank you for the $1 from the DNC. Thank you so much. They can't. Yeah, the DNC actually they can't pay me because I'm AI. Actually, everyone figured that out last night. That I'm actually just AI. So like I don't have to like actually get paid. All these are just fake donations. You know.
So they're all fake donations, so you don't have to file
Yeah.
the taxes on them.
Yeah, no, all fake. I'm AI, so I don't actually exist. So I'm not a real person.
Oh, that's
I know you'll see me in like videos in real life. That's another AI generated clip, you know?
yeah, that's awesome.
Chris, thank you for the $6.66 from the DNC. Thank you so
Hey,
much. Like, you
you
know, the
should roll
times I
with
went
that.
on I went on Jubilee, they actually CGI'd me in. Did you know that?
You should roll with it, so you don't have to pay the taxes on your donations that you're getting, or you're just calling them donations. Just roll your AI. They don't even exist. All the little dollars and $2
No,
you get.
no, I pay taxes. But yo, Sally, thank you for the $5 from the official RNC paycheck. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, actually, no. Why are there not people saying that RNC pays me to cause division? You know?
Well, you're asking who's voting for Trump. You're not asking who's voting for Kamala.
Wait, but like you know, reverse psychology.
Well, yeah, I mean, not everybody's as wise, I guess. I don't know.
I have to be like so insufferable, you know, that people like are just gonna dislike me so much, you know.
Yeah, listen. You got your views. I got my views. I'm not. I don't hate on you for you doing you. Either way it goes, it's not going to change my life. Did I see more money in my paycheck under the Trump administration? Honestly, yes, I did. Did I pay a little more tax?
$2.24 from the DNC fund. Yeah, so I understand there might have been more money.
DNC money?
I get it. I get there might have been more money. That doesn't mean that it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. So what a lot of people are doing is what's called the correlation causation fallacy. Think of the gem gun. Thank you so much.
So
Think of the
what?
Galaxy
Let me
Pepsi
ask you this,
Canada.
because I didn't fact check it and I didn't research it. You tell me if you have yet. The whole grocery thing that Harris wants to do, as far as the government controlling the grocery pricing. Is there any truth to that statement?
So no, they're just enacting price gouging laws on a federal scale that already exist in like 46 states. Okay, so that's what they're doing. It's not like any new.
So I'm not
price
buying my
control.
bread and milk through the Harris company.
No, dude. What? Jeez, bro. People take things way too far. They don't understand the policy. But-
Well, that's what I'm asking you about. I wanted to see what that was about. I had never, like I said, I heard about it. I didn't research it. I'm not gonna just say shit and not back it. I mean, but again, I'm not a hater. If Harris wins, I'll accept that. I'll accept it as my,
Donald
not gonna
Trump
walk
won.
around and be not
Donald-
my president.
Wait, if Donald Trump doesn't accept it again, would you vote for him in 2028 after not accepting the 2024 election as well and saying that was stolen?
Wait, you gotta say that again. If he doesn't,
Yeah,
what?
if he ran again in 2028 and he also said the
Can he?
2024 election,
I don't think he can. He can only do two terms, right?
well, maybe from prison he will. Would you vote for if he was
Well, let me ask you something.
actually there's a real chance that he could be in prison, right? When you are voting for him. If he was behind bars, would you vote for him?
Listen, I don't see Harris's policies.
I'm just asking the question. If he was a
I don't know.
convicted felon
That would have to be
behind
the
bars, would you vote
voting
for
day.
him?
That would have to be the day of voting.
Craig,
decision.
if he was a convicted felon behind bars, would you vote for him?
Probably not.
Okay.
I probably won't even vote.
Okay. So you should vote for Harris. Wait, what state are you in?
I'm in Jersey.
Jersey. You should still vote for Harris.
Yeah, I don't think she's competent enough. I've listened to her talk.
I
and
honestly
she
don't
just
see how you
laughs.
think that. Dude, why
I don't
do
think
people like talk about her laughing? That's just being joyous. Why
It's
is being
being
joyous, a
joyous,
bad thing?
but I mean, time and place, bro. Time and place.
Have you seen Donald Trump?
Yeah, what is that? His dance? Is that like the Elaine dance from Seinfeld?
Jeez, dude, like, don't even get me started, bro. Don't even get me started. Are you trolling?
Well, let me ask you something. If Trump does pull this out and he wins, would you accept that?
Yeah, I would accept a free and fair and democratic election. Absolutely, I would accept. I will accept. I will
feel the
accept.
same
I
way.
will accept the results in 2024.
I will too. Like I says, if Harris becomes our president, I would accept it. Would I like it? No. I think the country would go down. I think our foreign policies would be fucked up. But I would accept it because, I'm an American and I have to roll with it. I'm not going to like it, but I have to roll with it. Again, you would accept Trump being your president?
So you would vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Civil liable, yes.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Civil liable? What do you mean child? Like an infant?
Yeah, it could be an infant. It could be like a what's it called? A toddler, at any age. Any age as a minor. Is it bad at any point? Like, would you not vote?
Yeah,
for
I don't.
that?
I
Insofar
no,
as
I
you not
don't.
vote for
I don't go for that at all.
it. Okay, so you wouldn't vote for someone else civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Well, listen. What's the definition of civil liable? That's a money settlement.
Yeah,
What is
yeah,
the
yeah.
definition of a civil?
That they're held civilly liable is that they're unanimously, a jury of 9 people says that based upon preponderance of evidence that they sexually abused this person.
But all right. So why isn't he in jail for that?
Because again, it's civil, right?
So it's a money case.
Yes, I told you that multiple times.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'm just double checking. It's a money case.
But they can't do it in criminal because of statute of limitation law that exists in New York, which is frankly bullshit.
Yeah, money cases. I don't really. To me, it's people looking for a payout, just like the OJ trial. The guy,
Wait,
obviously.
she's a millionaire, and also she can't do it in a criminal because of statute of limitations. And she was also trying to prove a case of defamation. In order to prove defamation, she had to prove sexual abuse, which she did.
So then, why is the statute of limitations on that if it's a different case?
Wait, what?
You just said you have to prove-
It's past the statute of limitations for criminal courts,
for criminal. Oh, okay, I got you.
not for civil.
I got you. All right, I'm following you. So, but yeah, I mean, civil cases are more money. It's a payout. It's a payout. Civil.
Yeah, I think we've clarified that multiple times here.
Yeah. So I mean,
she won like $88 million.
Yeah, so it's enough to forget, huh?
She's also giving the money to like victims of Donald Trump.
And how many were there?
Well, again, she referenced 26 because there were
did she?
26 women.
And nobody came forward.
Wait, people have come forward. Plenty of them. Those are people that came forward, let alone the people who haven't.
And all 26 came forward, so all 26 got paid. Is because I'm not.
So they were going to give money. Yes, they were going to
Yeah.
split the money.
Okay. All right, that's all I got.
Okay. All right. Only send a guest request if you're MAGA. If you're voting for Trump, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone.
Look at me.
Yeah, what's up, how old are you?
What's going on, buddy?
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, definitely voting Trump.
Why so?
Craig is a moron. He sat up there and let you feed him that word garbage that you was feeding him.
Word garbage? Can you
Yeah, I
tell me
watch
what
your
the garbage
things. All
was?
you do is talk about the same thing. Is you like say, would you vote for somebody if they said?
Here,
said,
I'll run it
would
on you then.
vote
If
for
it's so dumb,
somebody-
let me run it on you. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Dude, civilly liable. That doesn't prove that he raped or raped anybody.
Wait, so would you vote for someone held civilly liable of
I
sexually
would
assaulting a
vote for
child?
Donald Trump to be my president. That's who I would
Okay,
vote
if
for.
Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, would you vote for him?
I would vote for Donald Trump to be my president.
So if he
Over
was held
Kamala Harris
so if he was
any
held
day of the
civilly
week.
liable of sexually assaulting a minor with Jeffrey Epstein, you would still vote for him?
Civilly liable is not meaning that he did anything.
So would you vote for someone held civilly
So,
liable of killing
you
6
would
million
vote for
people?
somebody to keep our inflation up and let
Wait, how did
illegal
they cause
immigrants come
inflation?
over and murder
You're pivoting.
Americans.
You're pivoting. Wait.
Oh, it's the same thing. You don't
You're
want to talk
pivoting.
about real truthful things. You want to talk about things that were so-called alleged. You want to talk about alleged
Alleged?
things.
They give you the
things
hand.
that are
No,
really-
he was held civilly
things-
liable.
Things that are
He
really
was held
happening
civilly
right
liable.
now, like immigrants murdering Americans and bringing fentanyl into our country.
Oh, I have to kick
We don't
you
want
'cause
to
you
talk
can't say
about that.
You can't say that the drug name. Fuck, I was just gonna run an argument on him. Why do you have to do that, bro? I had the perfect planned argument, chat.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It's too tiny. Is it supposed to be big?
I only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
I wanted to ask quickly because I do debates as well. I'm just trying to build my research.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump, y'all. I'm sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump all day, because he's not a fucking retard like you are.
Jesus Christ, already using the R slur, and you're probably driving. Jeez, bro, what is wrong with people? Shelby, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Yes, I can. Just ask for a refund. Nikki, how old are you?
I'm 44.
Are you voting Trump?
No, I'm actually not in the US. I'm from Croatia, but
Nice. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, Vern, I will cut you off. I mean, I have to do that in order to run the show. I'm sorry, y'all. That's how this works. If you want to connect with me, I go in Discord sometimes. That is the best place to do so. The most respectful way to do so. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Right now, I'm leaning towards Trump.
Why so?
Well, first of all, dude, I keep hearing you talk about this jury thing and about the woman. I think it's bullshit.
Okay, why? Can you
First
tell me
of
the
all,
victim's name?
Eugene Carroll.
What?
Eugene Carroll or Eugene. I can't pronounce it.
Why not? Eugene Carroll?
It's hard for me to pronounce, but Eugene, I don't know. But I just looked into the case. I think it's BS.
Eugene?
Eugene. There you go.
Okay. Okay. Can you name me one piece of evidence that was submitted in the case?
Yeah. Well, isn't there like a bunch of like therapist notes, and didn't she get her friend up on the stand to talk about it or something?
So if there were medical records, therapist notes from literally decades ago, what makes you think that this is a fake story?
Well, first of all, if she really got raped, why would she say that she's a big fan of his show, The Apprentice, due to its outstanding witty competition? Why would she say that if she got raped by this man? If she's a fan of his show, why would she be a fan of his show?
So does that mean that are you saying that someone who's a fan of someone has never been raped?
No, I'm not saying that.
Like in terms of certain like things, like for example, someone who's like a fan of like a particular artist, right? Do you think that because they were a fan of like their work, that somehow it was the case that they didn't get assaulted?
No, but her show, the Trump show came out in 2004, okay? So that was way after the fact that this happened. So that's just suspicious to me. Also,
I don't see how that's suspicious to say that she wasn't raped, because again, there were literally medical records from prior to this point of her being assaulted. So are you saying that these are fake medical records?
I didn't see anything about medical records when I looked into this.
That's the psychiatrist notes.
Oh, the psychiatrist notes.
Psychologist notes.
Those could like, I don't know. I'd have to.
Adam,
look into
thank you
them
for the
more.
$50 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Adam in the comment section right now? Thank you for the cap as well. Let's get some W's for Adam. Thank you for the $50. Thank you so much.
Like, also, dude, like she was saying weird shit on social media. Like she said, like,
Okay, Donald Trump says literally so much weird
she
shit.
said,
Have you
this is
gone
what
to
she
his
said.
Truth Social?
Listen to me. Listen to me. She said, would you have sex with Donald Trump for $17,000, even if you can A, give the money to charity, B, close your eyes, and he's not allowed to speak? Like, I don't know, dude. Like, just
What?
to
Can
me,
you show me?
yeah, I'll look that. Let me find that for you. If I give you a source.
Yeah, give me a source.
Sure. Let me look that up. In a sec.
Dude, what? What are you even talking
Right here,
about?
NBC News. Look this up. Ready?
Okay.
Trump defense grills E. Jean Carroll about old social media posts and rape allegation trial.
Defense. Trump defense what?
Trump defense grills E. Jean Carroll about old social media posts and rape allegation trial.
About old social media posts. Oh, kind of similarly how we saw Donald Trump say he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask.
See, that's another reason why I think it's suspicious, because I think that.
Wait. So can you answer?
Hmm.
Can you
Answer what? Yeah, he said that. That's messed up. But the other thing is, dude, is that's another reason why I think this court could be suspicious, because the jurors could have took that into consideration, even though that has literally nothing to do with the trial, because Trump is so famous and everyone knows about him. Everyone has an opinion about him. So these jurors
again, here's my question.
Easily be biased towards that.
So you're saying the jury is biased, all 9 people that were selected specifically by his lawyers, right? You're saying
And defense.
Okay. So you look at specifically what E. Jean Carroll has said, but you haven't looked at what Donald Trump has said, right? He has shown specific behaviors that he would engage in this type of behavior. Think of the Marvelous Confetti. He lied about meeting her. He's literally, they had pictures of them together. It is also the case that he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife.
He mistook her with his ex-wife. Like,
yes. Did you see that?
Yeah, but like, there's also like no witness. Like, there's no direct witnesses. You could say that her friend is a witness.
Wait. You don't need. Wait. Do you think that if there's not a direct witness, you wouldn't believe it?
Yeah, with the given evidence, with her being a fan and her acting all weird like this.
Mitchell. So you're okay. So if this was true with your daughter, would you believe it?
If it was my daughter and she told me, yeah, but this is not my.
So why would that meet your criteria?
Because this is a completely random person who's saying shit like, let me find out.
A completely random person. So if you met someone at a school and they came up to you and they said this to you, would you believe them?
If they just came up to me and said that Trump raped them, no, I wouldn't. I just look into
if someone who did. No, I'm not saying it's Trump. Let's say it was someone else. Would you believe them?
If they just, it depends. Like,
so you would, but you just don't because it's Trump. Because you're fucking gross and weird.
It's not because it's listen.
The allegations of being weird.
Listen, it's not just because it's Trump. It's that the person who's accusing of it. No, it's the person who's accusing of him has said a lot of fucking weird shit about Trump.
Wait, so do you want to address what Trump said? He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife.
Mistook her for his wife, but okay, like why? I don't understand like what he said.
Wait, so can you tell? So he would have abused her? So he would have abused her?
Would he sexually abuse his wife? I don't know. I don't understand.
No, listen. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, implying that he would if they were his type, right? And it is the case that he mistook her with his ex-wife. Appreciate Little Crown, thank you so much. So either his ex-wife isn't his type and he still got with her, right? Which means that he that's not true with him, right? Or it is the case that and he's also calling Eugene Carroll out. Which is also makes him look even worse and demeaning and stuff, right? Or it is the case that she is his type and he also would have abused her. So literally both ways indicate that he's a fucking liar and you're believing all of his lies.
It's not really his lies, dude. It's like there's so much shit against this Eugene Carroll. Like And then everyone always likes to say, "Oh, with the DNA evidence, right?"
Yeah.
With how she argued, yeah, right. Then Trump submitted the DNA. He offered to submit it. And wait.
That was no. You know it was
Okay.
fucking how disingenuous
I
that
know.
was because
Yeah.
he did it after the time that was allowed for him to doing it, knowing that the judge wouldn't accept it.
Right.
Okay.
But
So it is the
listen.
case. So I like how you guys also say that it's fucking rigged and stuff, but the judge didn't accept it here. That's
Yes.
ironic that you
Right.
say that.
Right.
So also again, he had 2 years before that to submit it, and he didn't do it.
But you know what the judge said?
If you had 2 years to submit a homework assignment, and all you had to do was swab your DNA, and you
Wait, respectfully,
submitted
can I
it
just finish my point?
20 days late, 18 days late, or however many days late, do you think that would be disingenuous? Or
Yeah, but let me listen. First,
Can you answer
didn't
the
he
question?
get?
If you had 2 years.
I'm pretty yes, but I'm pretty sure he got like a new lawyer, and the lawyer actually told him to submit the DNA. But I'm not 100%.
And
I-
he got a new
his
lawyer
could give him-
after.
his lawyer before could give him advice not to.
He got a new
submit his
lawyer
DNA.
after it happened.
After what happened?
Jesus Christ! Your response to this is that he got a new lawyer after the homework assignment was due. Like what?
No. Okay. First of all, the homework assignment's not due because he doesn't have to submit
Homework
his DNA.
assignment.
It wasn't due. It was an
due.
optional homework assignment. Okay. It was optional because he
But
didn't have
it
to
would
submit
exonerate him.
And would it though? Because
Yeah, if he were so innocent.
wouldn't.
Oh,
It wouldn't.
because he's
Let me
guilty.
finish.
Yo,
Let me finish.
oh, you just fucking,
No,
you just
because the
conceded,
judge-
bro.
no,
you
no,
literally
no,
just
no, no.
conceded.
Listen, Trump's DNA would not conclusively
Tammy, thank you
prove
for the
whether.
subscription. Thank you so much.
This is what the judge said. He said Trump's DNA would not conclusively prove whether a rape occurred as no sperm was
When he says
detected.
he means 100%, but it would indicate evidence towards that.
No, because it wouldn't.
Yes,
because
it would. Yes, it
then why would
absolutely.
the-
Wait,
why
you
would the
don't
judge
think that?
put him in?
Wait, that puts him at the scene of the crime, does it not? You're saying it doesn't increase the probability when it puts him at the scene of the crime.
Okay, then why would the judge prohibit any mention of DNA evidence at the trial?
Oh, okay. So because it was after. It was literally because it was submitted after.
It was submitted after, but if
Because it was submitted after, it wasn't submitted in the time
Right, right,
necessary.
but if the
there would have been,
evidence is-
it would have been able to do this if it was the case that it was prior to this.
Okay, that's not the first. He had two reasons, and also if the evidence is significant enough, the judge can accept it still. But it
Wait,
wasn't.
can you give me
significant
the
enough.
statute that allows that? Please tell me.
The statute?
Yeah, tell me the statute that allows that, or any type of penal law that indicates that, please.
What's the statute of limitations? Right?
The statute of limitations is the amount of years since the event has occurred. You
No,
have
I know.
What?
Wait. So what is it called when like he submitted past what? The statute of limitations, right?
Yeah,
Right. That's what I'm saying.
for criminal courts.
Is it different for civil? Because you said he submitted it past the. I don't know.
You know,
I'm
you
looking
mean
it up.
the time for. You're saying the time for like when he could give up his DNA. Like, what is that called?
Yeah, yeah. What is that called? Was that the stat? I thought that was called the statute.
I
of
don't know. He
limitations.
just didn't hit the deadline for submission. The DNA. People are
Right.
saying discovery.
But yeah, I'm trying to wait. Oh, this discovery, right? Wait. Well, it states limitations to start when the plaintiff first discovers an injury.
Appreciate that, mustache. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's called the statute of limitations. That's the law called when you're imposes a time limit for bringing a case. But I'm trying to find the statute for you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll give you time to do that. I'll get up another MAGA while you do that.
Wait, okay, but you'll keep me on.
Yeah. Just unmute when you're ready. All right, type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What do you need?
Are you voting Trump?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, he said it too late. That's tough. It's very tough. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
Are you voting for Trump?
Trump.
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
What's that?
Why are you voting for Trump?
Because I'm just tired of I got younger kids, and they go to school and stuff, and I want them to know what real gender they are. You know, I don't want my it being posed on the schools.
Okay.
You know,
Okay,
because
so what are your pronouns?
Trump's son did do a big speech on that where he's tired of.
Josh, what are your pronouns?
What are my pronouns? Like pronouns like I'm just normal American.
You're normal American?
Normal American.
That's your pronouns? That's not a pronoun.
Well, what are you talking here?
You don't know what a pronoun is?
This explain to me. Sorry, you got me lost in that.
So he, him? You don't know what your pronouns are? So you don't know.
Yeah,
so you want them to know what their gender is, but you don't know what your pronouns are?
I'm a male, I'm not a female. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, that's biological sex. So again, your gender would be a man. So you said you don't want them to know your gender, but you just said your gender was your
I want them
biological
to know
sex.
they're real. I don't want them to go. It's like they got Furbies and stuff now in school. You know,
What?
come on. The people thinking they're Furbies.
Josh, what are you talking about?
It's like kids. They're bringing on the little kids that gays. You know, fair. You know what I'm saying? Which they should not.
Why is it wrong to be gay?
Because it's like the Bible. They took the Bible out of school.
Bible? Yeah.
So why is it wrong?
So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask this question.
Okay, go ahead.
So have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
So no.
It says, "Now put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys." God commands Saul and his men to wipe out the Amalekites, to kill infants, children, men and women. So it's okay to do that because God commanded it, but people who are GAY being in a loving adult relationship, that's somehow wrong?
You didn't go through my whole thing here. I said these words. I said that you're saying it's right to speak gay in school, right?
Yeah, it's okay to acknowledge people who are gay and to be like, yeah,
why take God out of the schools?
Because I don't want religion in the schools. Religion isn't effective in the schools unless you want like a total religious studies course. If you only want one religion, then no. If you want all religions in a religious studies course, I have no issue with that. Like major religions, I'm totally fine with that.
Oh, dude,
Thank you so much.
Kind of. So, yeah, dude, there's an exception to the statute of limitations. There's tolling, fraudulent concealment, discovery of harm, disability, and statutory discovery rule. And you could definitely make the case for fraudulent concealment, which is when
is that for criminal courts?
Yeah, because it says the statute of limitations is the legal time for filing a lawsuit.
If you're talking about, are you talking about submitting the case or submitting the DNA?
The DNA.
Yeah, that would be for civil courts in New York.
Right. Yeah.
So go find the penal law for New York in civil courts. You're looking at criminal courts in the U.S.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at this.
You just said you were looking at criminal courts.
Here,
it's
wait.
not the statute of limitations.
No, I just said lawsuit. That's civil.
What? What are you talking about? You just said criminal.
Did I? I
Yes.
meant civil. But I don't know if I could find the exact penal code. But this is just a.
Go ahead and look. Keep looking. All right, Josh. Invite or unmute. Oh, chat. Josh might not know how to unmute. I sent them the invite. There he goes.
Got it. I'm unmuted.
Okay. So what were you saying?
So another thing, I hear you're bringing up the Trump thing, like how Trump supposedly raped this chick. So I thought the chick also said something that was like it was like a fantasy or something after it all happened or something.
No, not at all. That's just no, she didn't say that. No, she didn't say that, Josh. That's gross for you to say that. She said that other people think grape is sexy, which is a bad thing, and it promotes grape culture. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand this. Trump had tons of money, and women just go wild over money.
What? Dude, no. So he thinks that he's this big shot, that he can grab women by the vagina, he doesn't have to ask. Now, that's what led to this particularly happening.
Oh, I'm sure he can walk down Vegas and he can grab up a lot of girls that
That's
fucking
so
love it.
fucking gross, Josh.
They would fucking love it. I
Josh,
swear to
you're
God.
disgusting as fuck.
It's true.
You're
Look at me.
disgusting as fuck. You're predisposing people
You know
towards being
what?
sexually assaulted.
You don't understand America, what's actually
No, you're
going on.
predisposing people towards being sexually. You're predisposing people towards being sexually assaulted. You are gross. That is so fucking vile.
You don't understand that.
No, that's so vile. You to say that they're gonna like it is disgusting as fuck when that's normalizing sexual assault. Okay, that's disgusting as fuck. Okay, don't fucking sit up here and say that shit. That you're never passing the fucking idea of MAGA being weird. Literally, you guys are fucking weird as hell. Why are you so fucking weird? What the hell is wrong? Jesus Christ. Please do not teach this to your children. God damn it, dude. That is so fucking terrible. So weird, bro.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't even find the New York penal codes, but I found a pretty reliable website.
Yeah, you just making it up. Kyle, are you voting Trump?
What's up? What's up? Yes, I am.
Why so?
I just think he's a better pick than Kamala Harris. Communist.
Kamala.
Harris.
What? A communist? Can you define communism?
Kamala.
Can you define communism?
No.
No? So then why did you say she was communist? You don't know what word you're using?
I don't know what's the $25,000 new home buyer deal supposed to do.
Maria, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. No,
Oh, dude,
so
that shit's
you're
so
running away
stupid.
from not defining communism, but that's for new homes to incentivize the building of new homes.
You know why that's stupid?
It's to incentivize
No, is it
the
for
buying of new homes. It's not
first time home buyers
It is,
or
I'll tell you
first
why.
generation home buyers?
It's first generation.
What's that
I'm
mean?
not communist, but the 25K is dumb because it's just gonna. So, you know what? You know that the DTI.
Like I just mean the first time you buy it,
Right.
it's first time.
Right. Yeah. So debt to income. You know what that is?
Debt to income.
It's pretty simple, right? So there's going to be a bunch of people who are not going to really care about their debt to income when they're buying a home, and they care more about the down payment. So you're basically taking off the down payment by putting this $25,000 subsidy on buying new homes, and to me, that's just dumb. Like, what's going to happen is that there's going to be inflation when you do that.
No, it's helping it become more affordable. It does not pay for everything, but it helps it become more affordable.
No, it doesn't.
Now, I'd love to. So it does, but I would like. They still have to be qualified. You understand that, right? Like,
They still have to be qualified, but you have to understand also that a lot of people don't get homes because of the huge down payment on houses, which is like, I think it's like, what, 20%
They
or
still
something?
have to be qualified.
Correct.
So it
They
helps
still have
them
to be
afford it,
qualified.
even though they're qualified.
It helps them afford it, right? Correct. I agree with you. It definitely helps them afford it, but a lot of people
How are you
don't
talking?
care much about their debt to interest, and they don't get houses because of the down payment. So now more people are going to buy houses, and that's just going to drive demand up, and prices of houses could increase very high.
Wait, this is again just for new homes. You understand
I know.
that, right?
I understand.
So new homes would go up in price, not other types of homes.
Or not debt to interest, debt to income. Sorry.
Okay, no, because it's all built on whether or not they qualify. It just helps them afford it, even though they qualify.
Right, but exactly. But how
is a
hard is it to
first-generation
qualify for a
homebuyer?
home? You could be at the minimum and buy a house way more expensive because you're basically getting rid of the down payment for first-time home
But they
buyers.
still have to qualify. Yeah.
Right, that's great that they still have to qualify. But like, how big are the qualifications?
Wait, I'm not going to know
Come
the
over to their
qualifications
parents'
for
house.
each bank, bro.
Right, I know, but I'm just
What?
saying, you can't deny what I'm saying though. That it's going to cause a lot of inflation because people who wouldn't buy a
No,
house because
what's
of the
going to
down
cause
payment.
inflation is tariffs. That's what's going to cause inflation.
Tariffs are not that that it would. Is
Mitchell,
it
can you
though?
tell me what a tariff is?
Yeah, it's a tax on imported goods.
Okay, so that would mean price goes up for the good, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So that's what? Inflation.
on the aggregate demand, like on the whole scale, how much are prices really going up when Trump was president? Because didn't he put in a shit ton of tariffs?
So do you know the inflation rate year after year right now? 2.9%.
2.9?
Do you know what it was in 2018?
What?
2.9%.
Right. So his tariffs clearly didn't have that much inflationary causes. If he had tariffs, did he have tariffs back then?
Yeah, so he didn't have the tariffs that he wants to bring now. He wants to bring larger
okay.
tariffs now. He wants to bring 60 to 100% tariffs on China and 10% on every good coming to the country. And that's not even going to pay for all of his policies. So he'd have to increase taxes even more or debt spend.
But here's the other
Sounds
thing.
like he's going to debt spend.
So was Kamala. here's the other thing.
Kamala Harris and the Biden administration, they debt spent less
And the
than
Biden. I'm
Donald
not.
Trump.
This is Kamala
So
Harris is a lot more
8.4
progressive
trillion.
than Biden. We're not voting for Biden. We're voting for Kamala. You know that. You say it all the time.
I understand, but what I'm referencing is the policies that they passed and what they influenced. She influenced to get past the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan infrastructure bill. She was a part of a lot of these different things of policy. So she's not a part of Joe Biden's character in the past or what Joe Biden has done in the past, but she is a part of what Joe Biden's done as it relates to the administration. Why can't we understand the difference?
No, I do understand the difference. I'm just saying though that you can't deny that Kamala. I'm not saying she didn't. Sorry, Kamala. She
Jeez,
definitely.
I don't know why people have such a difficult time. It's really not hard.
I'm not good with names, as you can see. But what was I saying? Yeah, like I'm not saying that she didn't
Just call her
influence
like
acts.
VP Harris.
VP Harris. And I'm not saying that she didn't influence different acts, but I am saying that she has a lot more progressive policies than Biden. From
And
what
that's a
I've
good thing.
read.
I don't.
Name what progressive policy that's bad.
The 25,000 tax cut.
That's
It's
not
horrible.
that's not bad. We just went over how that's.
I just went over how it's gonna drive up prices a lot because all
No,
these
no, no,
first-time
no, no.
home
But
buyers-
you're not. What you're not understanding is it's only in specific markets, and that's for a particular reasoning. That's to incentivize the building of new homes, but also it helps with affordability.
It helps with down payments.
It's gonna be more affordable, even though it is the case that there will be a slightly higher price in the long run. Because
And-
again, that's meant to incentivize people to build more houses.
And also, dude, I disagree, but also because
Wait, so what are you gonna do to decrease prices of houses in the United States?
what would I do?
Yeah, tell me.
You could increase the supply level by building a shit ton more houses, and if there's more supply, then prices will go down.
Yeah. So wait, sorry. Say that one more time. Sorry.
Yeah, increase the supply of houses, so build more
How do
houses.
you increase build more houses? That's
Right.
what they're doing here. How do you build more houses?
How do you build more houses? No, they're increasing demand for houses. They're not increasing supply. I don't think it's a
that
smart
increasing
move
demand does increase the supply, right?
Does it?
Yes. Yes. That's what happens. That's how supply and demand works. Given a higher level of demand,
Well,
there's more of an
short- maybe
incentive for
long-term, but
given a
short-term-
given a higher level of demand, there's more of an incentive for suppliers to produce.
Yeah,
You agree?
I agree that does give it. If you put it like that way, I guess that would give an incentive for more suppliers to produce. But with the $25,000, like with the construction workers, because they would get more money for the houses.
That builds
Yes, that's a fair
construction
point.
jobs in the United States. So now it's bad to build construction jobs in the United States. It's bad to make it more affordable for people to get housing, new housing, who are first-time home buyers. And it's bad to build more supply. And you've given no solution to that. So I'd wonder what you're doing.
Nah, dude, I didn't even think of it like that. With the to be honest with you, with the supply side, that the supply could incentivize
That the
people
higher
to
price
build
actually incentivizes more supply. Yeah.
more people to build houses. I didn't think of it like that. However, I will say
Which in the
that-
long run would decrease pricing, actually. Just letting you know.
But if you- but
Because
you
when
are
you take
admitting
off
that-
the incentive and off the demand increase, the demand would decrease, and then there's also already a higher supply.
But if you do admit that the prices are going up, you are admitting that that's
for the
inflationary.
time.
So how can you say that?
But although it's inflationary, it's actually still more affordable.
So
for
how can you
first-time
say?
buyers.
So how can you say that tariffs are bad if that's giving
because those are
U.S.
gonna stay-
businesses incentives?
Yeah,
right.
so
Because you're giving more businesses inside the U.S. Is that bad?
because this actually helps with the affordability of it. So what would be the offset of inflation? Why would inflation be bad as it relates to housing? Well, because it would make it less affordable, right? But if the $25,000 subsidy on for first-time home buyers, if they get that, that makes it more affordable. So although there's a price increase, right, it's helped to be made more affordable.
It's not for first-time home buyers.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
not for first-time
It
home
is.
buyers. First
No, it definitely
generation
is.
home buyers. Your parents cannot own a home before you do to get a $25,000 tax credit.
You can't buy their house. Oh my.
All right. Sorry, dude.
Nobody's trying to buy their house. Your
Okay,
parents
Kyle.
cannot own a house.
Okay, I'm sorry, Kyle.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah. So do you see what I'm saying there with the supply of housing? The only way you're going to incentivize it is by doing that. And again, you can offset the negative impacts because of it's making it more affordable.
I think you could come up with another way, but like you'd
Tell
actually
me,
have
what
to.
is it?
I'd have to think about it for sure. It's not that simple.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I'll
Like
wait,
I
I'll
would not
wait.
be able to come up with it right now, but like I think you could definitely come up with it another way.
Okay.
You feel me? But there's no way I'm gonna be. I'm fucking 18, dude. I can't think of it right now.
I think
But,
this is the best way to do it.
Yeah. Oh well. If I ever come up with another way, definitely I'll come up here and I'll let you know.
I'll be
But
waiting.
yeah. Also, dude, tariffs. I don't see like you. I always you don't like tariffs. Like I don't think they're that bad. I know it increases prices, but you're providing incentives for American businesses to hire jobs, and because more people are going to be buying.
Yeah, but
from
it
American
also
companies,
devalues
right?
our goods. It also devalues American businesses' goods globally. So it actually makes it less likelihood that American
How does
businesses
it
would be able
go?
to work.
So you're saying that
because
we're
other
putting
countries will put
on-
tariffs on us. Yes,
on us, they do.
they do. If we put tariffs on them, they
historically?
put tariffs on us. Yes, that's how it works.
Okay.
Because tariffs are like kind of like a method of trade war, which is not really effective for getting your allies to work with you. So if you put it on everyone, your allies are not going to like it. Cammy, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. I guess if you could put it like that way, I guess if you put tariffs on other countries.
Cynthia, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Cynthia in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And Maria, thank you for the $5. Matt, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much.
But so, well, who's really relying on us, like as a country, as from that exports from us, or that
Who's
we
relying
import
on
to?
us?
Yeah, what country? Like, what would you say? Because I don't know off the top of my head. I feel like
Well,
you
no, I'm
would
just saying
know.
countries around the world buy our products. We import our countries. We export our goods into their
Do you think that? Do you think that these countries could afford to put tariffs on? Like we have so much. Like we could produce so much stuff, right? And we could do all this shit. But these countries that we are exporting from, besides like China, like I don't think they can do what we do. So they can't afford to put a tariff on us. If that makes sense. Like they don't have certain. Obviously have to look into it more. But do you get what I'm saying?
So I don't see why I don't see what you're saying now. I actually don't.
So what I'm saying is like
Because they would put tariffs on us. So
let's say what do we import to Mexico?
I don't know all the imports. I could
I don't
find them
know.
for you if you'd like.
I don't know. So say we import something that Mexico doesn't produce. Why would they put it like how are they going to put a tariff on us if we put a tariff on them with something we can produce? If that makes sense.
Why would they put a tariff on us?
Yeah, if they can't produce it well.
Because again, they're trying to meet the same thing that we did, right? They're trying to
Right, but if they can't produce it, so then why would like how else are they going to get this stuff? Like why would they put a tariff on us if they can't produce it?
Yeah, because we put a tariff on them. It's called a
And-
trade
and
war.
no,
It's
I
it's
understand
they
that.
have some type of ability or some type of like wedge, right? Geopolitically speaking, right? So that we would take off ours.
No, I understand that because they're trying to get us back. But what I'm saying is, like, how would they get them? Like,
Jacob,
they'll put
thank
a
you for the
tariff on us,
subscription.
but
Thank
that's
you
just
so
going
much.
to increase prices for them if they can't produce it.
Oh, okay. So
You get what I'm
again,
saying?
do you realize that that's also gonna hurt us here then? So if you're saying tariffs are gonna hurt them, well, tariffs are gonna hurt us as well. There you go. You just argued against your own position.
Because if tariffs are going to but so they're going to hurt us. They're going to hurt themselves to also hurt us a little bit.
Oh, so now
think
you're
that's what
saying
will
it's gonna
happen?
hurt us. Now you're saying
No, I'm
that
saying
the
if they put a
tariffs hurt us.
tariff, if they put a tariff on our stuff, you think they would hurt themselves
No,
just to
you
hurt
didn't
us?
realize that when you're saying that if they put the tariff on us, that means that them putting a tariff is bad and not impactful for them. So you're actually arguing my position You're not arguing your own position there.
No, I'm
I
saying.
agree. I agree. Tariffs, right? You shouldn't put them.
I think you're confused with what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we put a
No,
tariff,
you are.
I think. No, I know what you're saying. You're saying that tariffs are bad because you don't want other countries to put tariffs back on us. But what I'm saying is that I think that if we
What you think of the dollar?
put a tariff,
Even if you just have your tariffs yourself, even if they didn't replace or put the tariffs on us, they would still be harmful to us. The point I was trying to get you to realize that was that when we put a tariff on a different country, and they're going to do this, you said, "Oh, they're not going to put a tariff because it's going to hurt them if they were to put the tariff, even though the tariff is already impacting their country."
no, I said that because if they can't produce the material that we are exporting, we could produce everything that we put tariffs
If
on.
they
we
can't
should be.
produce it as efficiently as the other country, well,
That's the point
that
of
was
trade.
already determined by the market. That's why
Yeah,
the other country was producing
I
it.
know that.
So again, we are producing it for more expensive here in the United States, and that's why it's not being exported.
Correct.
That's
But
not
I'm
why it's
saying
being
that
produced then.
it also has benefits with the jobs and the businesses, and that's the whole point of it because it
Yeah, you can say
incentivizes
that, but
American jobs.
who actually built up manufacturing jobs in the United States? The Biden-Harris administration. The Chips and Science Act is going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips, right? The Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, right? That builds up American manufacturing in the United States.
What act I'll look into it later. Like I said, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I'm not completely decided on who I'm voting for.
Jared,
but
thank you for the $12. Thank you.
I
so much,
just
Jared.
think from what I've seen with the Harris administration, dude, and like to my knowledge, I didn't think the 25,000 thing was a smart idea, and I just thought the civil case was bogus.
But
from
we went
what I
over those
read.
things, and I showed you
know,
how
I know.
it's not bogus, and I showed you how the $25,000 subsidy is actually the best way to incentivize a greater production of housing, which is important to being able to decrease long-term pricing or make it more affordable.
Right, because I get what you're saying. It's going to incentivize construction workers and everyone to
and
build
then as
it
soon
up.
as it's built, it
Yes.
adds to the supply of houses that already exist, which didn't go up in price as much because it is the case that, again, the subsidy was not for the houses after they were first bought.
Okay, but do you really think also that a $25,000 subsidy is going to that only for first-time home buyers? So it's not guaranteed, but you're not guaranteed to. Actually, that doesn't make sense. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud.
I know I know a lot of people look at it and they're like, "Oh, that doesn't make any sense right off the bat." But then the more that you think about it, it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a little more sense now that I'm really thinking about it, honestly. But what's up? Also, what's up with this? I haven't looked into this as much as the 25,000. But what's up with the I see her. She wants to put price caps on food. Isn't that gonna just cause a shortage or something?
No. The price caps are not for food; they're on pharmaceutical drugs, which Trump also
Oh,
supported
really?
with the $35 cap on insulin. That's actually effective because the only reason the prices are that high is not because of lack of production of the good; it's because of the price gouging. Okay, and as it relates to groceries, she wants to enforce price gouging laws that already exist on a federal level that are already existent in like 46 states. So it's just like four or so states that they need to enforce it in that currently don't enforce
4
it.
states.
Yeah, it's like in emergencies.
Oh, okay. So that's just for emergency. Oh, so it's not like because I was thinking that's going to cause a fucking shortage.
Yeah. So
All
I
right.
mean they already exist, and then you'd be saying that there are already shortages.
No, I didn't know. Well, I was saying that price caps typically cause shortages. So when I read that, I thought that was stupid, but I didn't know that it was only for 4 states.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the other one? I read something else, but I don't even remember. Yeah, that's it, dude. I might have to. I'm obviously gonna look into this more, but
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming up.
yeah.
All right, let's go to the next person. I might try one more person, and then I might hit a restart. I'll see. We'll see how it works. Because it's just I know I'm stuck at 30%, which is what I was at yesterday. So I don't know if I want to check if a restart would help. Yo, it's a power to you.
57.
Hello?
57.
Oh, you're really far away from your mic. Is there a way you can get closer?
Yeah, I'm 57. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't hear you really.
What?
He's got a MAGA mic chat. MAGA mic. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, it's a how old are you?
52.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I got just one thing about the E. Jean Carroll thing. Did you see the Anderson Cooper interview?
Mm-hmm.
She said it wasn't sexual.
No, so what people don't understand is that she was referencing like that it's violent, right? That it's a bad action, that there's power involved, right? That grape is about power.
Well, she said it with her own words. It was not sexual.
No, okay. So again, you're not understanding. So actually, when she described the event, she said she was forcefully penetrated in her vagina against her will. Do you think that's sexual assault?
Oh, I do. Yes, I'm just saying. I'm just saying
so
what she said.
But what I'm telling you is that she was referencing that grape in many instances isn't about the sexual aspect; it's about the power. Okay, appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
and that's backed
I was
up
just
by the
wondering
science.
because I seen that interview, and I was like, well, she's saying that he didn't do it, and then the other stuff she said that he did. So she's just flip flopping it.
She's not saying.
And then I seen her.
No, she's not saying that it didn't happen. You're misunderstanding.
And then I seen her. And then I seen the timing of her book releases and stuff, and it looks really fishy.
I don't see how it's fishy.
Like,
Can you
well,
tell me,
5 months
if it's
before.
so fishy, let me ask you this question. How come we have medical records of her in the 90s indicating to her therapist that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump? Why?
Well, I understand that, but I'm just saying she's trying to make money off it. That's
Okay, so if
that's
she was
all.
trying to make money off of it, why didn't she come out with the story earlier when she could have made more money off of it, right, back then for the time period, right, earlier in her life? Also, she's a millionaire.
I'm just saying that, like,
Not coming out
June
with the
of
story
2000
for long periods of time is actually what we would expect given a victim, right? In most scenarios, it is the case that they either don't ever come out with the story or it takes a long time for people to. Rabbit, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. But again, she was already a millionaire.
I noticed that her book came out in June of 2019, and it flopped. 5 months later, when the trial started, it was a #1 seller. And then
Well, that was only because Trump kept defaming her.
And then now that Trump is being sentenced on September 18th.
Yo, Georgia
her
Gal,
book-
thank you for the flying jets. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Georgia Gal. Thank you so much.
And Trump's his sentence in September 18th. Her new book comes out October 3rd.
I
Did that
see how
don't sound
any of this-
fishy?
I don't see how any of this disputes the fact that she was assaulted. So Donald Trump has lied on multiple occasions relating to this.
Well, I
Donald
don't
Trump,
know. I mean, she could. And one other thing is, when was the last time you seen a millionaire rape somebody in a department store?
Dude, you are actually like, just because you haven't seen that doesn't mean that it doesn't occur, right? I don't see how just because. Wait, what? That is like one of- that is like saying, when's the last time you saw someone get murdered in a department store? I've never in my life seen someone get murdered in a department store, but it happens.
When was the last time Trump was in a Walmart?
When was the last time Walmart? I don't know.
Any department store, period.
This isn't a Walmart. Jane, thank you for the $11.05. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Christian, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, you think Bergdorf's is Walmart? They have multiple floors. In the 90s, him being in a department store isn't like out of the ordinary, I would expect. It's not like he's running around with just Secret Service at that time. Okay, alright, this guy just like basically left. Okay, we're gonna go to the next person. I might just hit a restart, everyone. I'm thinking about it.
Not going to buy a home and getting $25K.
If their parents buy the home, right?
No, if your
And you're
parents
buying
already
your
own
parents'
a
home,
home,
you don't get it.
if your
Because it
parents
applies
already, I'm
to
not
new
trying to buy
homes that
my
are
parents'
bought.
house. I'm not trying to buy my parents' house, okay? Nobody wants to buy their parents' house.
Yeah,
If
people
your
do.
parents own a house,
People
if
do.
your parents own a house, and you go and try to buy a house on your own, and you think you're going to get that 25K, and your parents already own a home, you're not getting 25K. That's for immigrants only.
Can you show me a source that indicates that? Because I don't see
Let's
that at
go.
all.
Let's go over the policy. Read it word for word.
Yeah,
Let's hear it.
yeah, it says $25,000 boost for first-time buyers.
What's that on?
You're saying it's immigrants only? You can find this from CNBC. You can find this from AP News. You can find this from CBS, Bloomberg, BBC,
Oh,
the New York
That's not what
Times.
I remember. That's not what I remember reading. But I mean, I'm sure she could have switched it up again. You know.
No, this is what was
Flip
reported
flop.
on when she
Flip
said
flop.
it.
Yeah.
This was reported on 10 days ago.
I may have to look into it again, but I'm pretty sure that it targets, immigrants.
Brandon,
as
thank you for the
first-time-
$10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes, because they are first-time home buyers. Do you understand that?
They would
if
be
immigrants
They would be
are first-time
home buyer.
Yeah, but they're also first-time home buyers.
Their
That's why it
family
applies
has
to them.
not been here to buy
You're
a
not
home
understanding.
before
It's
them.
first-time home buyers, right? So that means that if people are coming to the country and they're immigrants, it is their first time buying, so it will apply to them. It also would be my first time buying, so it would apply to me. Any
I don't think it's gonna apply to
first-time
you,
home buyers would get access to the $25,000 subsidy for new homes.
So why do you want to vote for Kamala so bad?
Kamala. Is it hard to say Kamala?
What if you're pronouncing it wrong? You do
Kyle.
realize she's Indian. I doubt that they pronounce it.
Kyle, I promise you it's Kamala. Okay? So can you say Kamala?
No, I'm gonna have to listen to her mom say it, and then I'll know what is the right term.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna hit a restart. Everyone, come right back. I'm gonna hit a restart. Give me like literally 1 second. I'll be right back. Jess, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I just want to test this, everyone. I'm sorry. I'm really curious to see. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, everyone. Love y'all so much. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, give it a second, everyone. All right, we're gonna get some people up here in a second. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. We're gonna add people up right now.
Hello.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I have a really good point that you and Dean seem to. You have
Party,
like a
thank you
double
for the subscriptions.
standard.
Thank you so much for the 20 subscriptions. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So
What time is it right now?
16:35, West Coast.
16:35.
Yeah.
Appreciate the head massage. Thank you so much.
Yeah. You and Dean have like this double standard when it comes to Kamala. I don't get it.
What's the double standard?
You you always say you always claim this point where Trump was held civilly liable for the rape and essay of a woman, which is immoral. You agree, right? That's immoral.
Mm-hmm.
And even though he's obviously not going to support that in office, it's not justified to vote for someone like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So I already know what you're going to say straight away,
You're
but
voting Trump, right?
yeah, but we'll get to that in a second.
Yes
but
or
the
no?
Yes.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. So why would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Cool. Well, yeah, this is where the double standard comes in.
Can you answer
and
my question?
Yeah, Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
So why would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? If
Okay.
you think it's immoral, why would you?
Yeah, it is. About can I make my point? Because you and Dean do the same thing. Can I make my point?
No, I'm asking why would you vote for them?
I can make that point, but then it's going to lead to a different conversation. It's going to lead to a different, but it's going to deflect from the point that I want to make that you and Dean and Harry can't answer. Can I make my point? So then you can.
Are you just gonna like? I feel like you're not voting Trump. I'm getting that vibe right now.
Why?
Because you're not answering my question.
Okay, cool. But can I make the point? I've already answered, but
No, what was the answer? Why are you voting for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Okay, I can give you the answer, but then can I make my point and then can we talk about my? Okay, sure. I just believe that his policies are better than Kamala's.
Okay, so what policies?
Okay, see, but can I make my original point?
So wait, when you say I believe his policies better, you'd have to be specific with what policies you're referencing.
Sure, but
else it's just else it's a vacuous statement.
I listen. I completely understand that, but you did just say that. If I explain why, we can get to the policies. I have no problem with that. But you did just say if I make that point, then I can tell you the reason because I have just
you didn't make the point. Right,
Okay, cool.
you said something that was vacuous. I then tried to clarify your statement. You're not clarifying the statement. I don't know why you're being so difficult for no reason.
All right, cool. Well, I'm not being difficult, but you did kind of deflect from the point that I originally wanted to make when I joined the live. So I'll make the point now, and then you can answer it. So since you say that it's immoral and not justified to vote for someone that's being held civilly liable for,
you're still not answering my question.
Yeah,
what policy?
Oh my gosh, bro.
What policy?
Okay, can I make the point?
You're not voting Trump, are you?
I am. What? Can I make the point? So then, because you and Dean do.
Yeah. I'll let you make the point after you answer the damn fucking question. If you don't answer the damn fucking question, well then I will continue to go talk to someone who will.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Oh my god, bro.
Candy, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Why do you hold the same standard for Trump and not the same standard for Kamala?
I do. If Kamala Harris was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, the other side is not, I would not vote for her.
Okay,
I would vote for the other side that has not been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
All right, cool. So then, when she openly supports the hostage holding of 5,300 of them,
I knew you were going to say this. So again, I think that I knew you were going to say this. So you're going to sit there and you're going to argue this, right? Again, you understand if it's true for both sides, it's not something that you would engage as a relevant difference. If anything, you'd see a better scenario with the Democrats comparative to the Republicans. Right? Do you agree with me?
Yeah, but you can't.
So if it's true for both sides, how is it a relevant difference?
Because if you want to talk about policies, if you want to talk about anything, foreign policy, whatever.
How is it a relevant difference?
Because I can tell you, because I can completely get behind that. But why do you use
Does Harris give more support for Israel?
Sorry, say that again.
Does Harris give more support for Israel than Trump? Because right now, when you're not voting for Harris, you're actually proponing a greater likelihood for Trump to be the candidate, which makes it more likely that there's going to be a more pro-Israel individual.
Yeah, but the thing is,
someone who's actually right now undermining the ceasefire. He's undermining the ceasefire because it's politically advantageous to him. Okay? So if you think that he's going to be better for anyone, I really don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but the thing is,
also, you're not voting for Trump. You're literally not.
Why do you keep saying that? I feel like
because you're not telling me the policy. I asked you for a policy earlier. I answered your question. I went through it. Now tell me the policy.
Hold on. You're just doing it again. You're deflecting, so you don't have to.
Can you tell me the policy? Wait, you're projecting as fuck because I asked you for the policy and you still listen. I asked you for the policy. You still have not answered the policy. That's what makes me think you don't have the policy. What's the policy?
Okay. Why do you deflect so hard from the question?
Can you answer the damn question or I'm kicking you from my stream? What's the fucking policy?
Because you know it's immoral and you can't justify voting for her. You can't.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm doing it because it is the case that it's going to lead to less harm overall. Not only for people who are in the context of Palestine, but for the people who are in Yemen, where Donald Trump literally vetoed, right? Oh, literally a stopping of arms. Okay.
Okay. All right,
you understand that he vetoed a stopping of the arms when quite literally Biden and Harris were advocating to stop them from from committing genocide by the arms. So the same type of thing you're advocating for, appreciate the gift of the hand art, is going to be extended multiple times over. And not only that, women will lose more rights in this country. It will be the case that he denies science. We do nothing about climate change. He has no healthcare policy. We're doing nothing about that. He's not providing anything for people here in America. He's undermined our American democracy. You have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay, I don't have a clue what I'm talking about. Do you believe that a president of the United States has significantly more influence over any other person in the United States? Yes, obviously.
No. Jerome Powell has more influence over the economy.
Okay, do you believe that they have a significant influence, though? They obviously have a significant.
Yes, they have a significant influence.
Okay,
yes.
cool. So when she openly says, "I support the state of Israel," which is illegally occupying West Bank areas A, B, and C, why do you support that?
Cammy, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. They said that they're not going to stop the weapons, like the arms going, which I disagree with. It's something I vehemently want them to stop. I do not want them to do that.
Because it's morally wrong,
Be very
right?
clear. I do think it's morally wrong for them to do that. I'm not saying that she's morally perfect. I never made that claim. What I'm saying is it's significantly better with Kamala Harris than it is with Donald Trump. And if you do not vote for Kamala Harris, I promise you Donald Trump will be the person who is in the Oval Office. I promise you. You can sit there and you can act like you have a different option. You fucking don't. There is no other option. It is Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. That is the reality. Okay, so are you actually voting for Donald Trump? Because you said that you care about Palestinians, right? He does not care about Palestinians. He actively wants Israel to go wipe out Palestinians, right? He actively wants them to finish this war, which means finish the genocide, if you think that, by the way. Right.
Yeah.
So he wants them to finish it, and he doesn't want to advocate for a ceasefire. He's undermining a ceasefire. So more Palestinians will die. More people across the world will die, like they did. More people would have died in Yemen, right? More people will die in the United States. How many women will die in this country because of limited access to abortion laws? There will be tens of thousands of women because of their limited access to abortion laws that will die in this country. Tens of thousands of people die in this country every year due to lack of lack of access to health insurance. That's going to be limited under a Harris administration with expansions to the ACA. Appreciate the thank you so much. How many tens of thousands of people have to die by you voting in by getting voting in Donald Trump?
By both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris both supporting the Israeli state.
Well, are you not acknowledging that? How many more tens of thousands of people would die? How many more tens of thousands of people would die with a Donald Trump presidency comparative to a Kamala Harris presidency?
I'm not too sure. Probably more by
a lot more by huge margin. So if you acknowledge that it's one or the other, would you rather tens of thousands more die or tens of thousands less die?
Obviously, tens of thousands less die. Of course.
Oh, it would be the moral decision to choose less, right?
Right.
So don't sit up here and act like you have some fucking moral authority when it is the case that we are up here, we are advocating for real incremental change. It's happening and we are changing the party. The Democratic Party is changing on this issue and we can keep changing them on this issue.
Yeah, but are you saying in this country?
I'm saying in this country and around the world.
Okay, cool. But the thing is, you've just done it again. Can you focus on just the Palestinian
You're
country?
not voting for Donald Trump. I do not fucking believe you. Because you just said that you would vote for the person that has less deaths. You said that Kamala Harris produced less deaths. And you're not and you're voting for them, right?
Okay, cool.
Wait, so are you voting Kamala Harris? Be clear, are you voting Kamala Harris?
Cool. So you can.
Are you voting Kamala Harris? Yes or no?
You can provide.
Are you voting Kamala Harris?
You can provide the sources.
If you don't answer my question, I'll kick you from the stream. Are you voting Kamala Harris?
I already answered the question. That's the first thing I answered when I joined the live.
So you're not voting Kamala Harris?
No.
Okay, but you just told me you would vote for the one that produced less deaths, and you agreed Kamala Harris produced less deaths. Produce less deaths. So what you just acknowledged is a contradiction. You're a hypocrite. You said that you would vote for the person. No, you said that you would vote for the person that led to less deaths. I just gave you a scenario in which she leads to less deaths. You're not voting for him because you're you're literally joking. You're a fucking troll, dude. You're a clown.
What are you? if sorry, if you had went to Palestine and you spoke to a child.
Wait. So what's your solution? What's the solution? Wait, Modern. What's the solution? I understand there's a huge issue. I promise you. I fucking believe you. I totally 100% agree. What's the solution? Tell me. What do I do in the United States? Thank you so much. What happens? What do we do?
Okay, cool. Here's a solution. Yeah, she could say
support the guy who's doing it more.
Hold on. Wait.
You said vote for the guy that's doing it more, right?
No, I'm not. No, you were talking about
wait.
more in this country.
Wait. So you're voting? No, not in this country. We're around the world as well.
Yeah, around the world. But the thing is, there's a certain point that I want to get to, but there's no way I can get there without you answering the questions about Kamala first. It literally only takes 2 seconds, but we've been going
I've
around in
answered the
circles the whole
questions
time.
over and over again.
No,
Again,
I know.
What
but
you're
the
not
thing-
understanding is that it's true for one, but not for the other as it relates to the context of sexual abuse, as it relates to what we're referencing with Israel and Palestinians being slaughtered, right? That's true for both. And it's true to a less of a
Both
degree with
morally wrong,
Harris.
so why vote?
Wait. Again, just because I see something is morally wrong doesn't mean I'm not going to vote for them, right?
Okay,
I'm
but
going to
wait.
produce a better set of scenarios. You just agreed that if there are less deaths produced, you would vote for them. So you acknowledge that you agree with me. You're just not willing to say it because you want a fucking moral high ground.
I want a
That's
moral high
unbelievable.
ground.
So do you
Parker,
want women
you
to have
can't
less
say-
rights in this
Parker,
country?
Parker,
Do you
you
want
can't
us not
say-
to address climate change, which
Parker-
will predominantly affect people in countries around the world that are not in the United States, predominantly speaking again, by the way?
Parker, you can't say you have trying to get a moral high ground when every single time someone joins a live, you ask them, so do you think that it's morally right to vote for someone?
Yeah,
that's
because it's
been
a
free?"
relevant difference, dude.
Yeah, but then
you
you're
don't
trying to
understand.
gain a moral
Wait,
high ground. That you can't do.
yes,
so
there
you're
is a
trying to-
moral high ground from the Harris position to the Trump administration. If you're specifically referencing
So
this,
if
you
you
agreed
were-
with me. Listen, you agreed with me because actively there's effective change with one but not the other. There is significantly less bad with Kamala Harris comparative to Donald Trump.
Okay, so how would you expect? How
Morgan,
would
thank you
you
for the
feel-
$5. Thank you so
How
much.
would you feel? How would you feel if you were in Gaza, and someone like you came up to you and be like, "I support you 110%, but I just want you to know that I did vote for Kamala Harris, even though I had the option not to do that."
Wait, what
How
was
would
the
you
option?
feel?
What was the option? Tell me.
I just said,
What's the option?
Well, why not vote? Why not vote at all?
No voting. No voting. What does
Why?
that do for
Because-
Palestinians?
because-
Tell me
because-
what that does
because-
for Palestinians.
Okay,
Think of
first
Lucky's
of all,
Ray.
first of all,
Doesn't that
we
make me
have seen-
complicit?
we have seen. No, it would not. What? It would
How?
do the complete opposite. Okay,
I'm
because
complicit
the more-
in countries around
you
the world
believe- do you
being
believe-
negatively impacted, like Yemen, like literally the genocide of Yemeni people specifically was because Donald Trump was arming them. That
Yeah,
wanted
I
to be
know
cut
about-
off by the
I know about
Biden-Harris
Yemen.
administration.
I know
It was
about
cut
Yemen.
off by the Biden-Harris administration.
I know about Yemen, but the
Oh
point I
wait,
was
so
trying
are
to
we
make-
not going to care
the point
about
I
other
was-
things that are happening
No,
around the world?
No, I'm
What
not,
about
I'm not
that?
saying that. I'm not saying that. But the point I was trying to make is that
Christina, think of the $2.
if because I know that you agree with this because I heard you mention it before. People in the country, as we've seen with the protests, the more pressure you put on the
What does
government,
not voting do?
The more because listen, I'm
It puts
telling you,
pressure on the
more-
government to make
more-
Donald Trump the president?
No, what I'm not saying that, but the more pressure you
Yes, it
put on the
does.
government,
That's what it does. If
Okay.
you don't vote for Kamala Harris, Donald Trump's president. I promise
Okay,
you.
hold on. I'm saying the more pressure you put on. Let's just say, for example, we were to vote for no one.
Wes, thank you for the $5.
We were to vote for no one that's a Zionist, right? Okay. If we were to put pressure on the government, they would have to change their stance because no one would vote. Because we've seen that with protests after October 7th. We've seen that across the entire world. The more pressure we put on governments, the more likely they are to change their stance on a political situation.
I understand the pressure
Such-
can happen in the
such-
primaries. The pressure doesn't happen when it's going to lead to a Donald Trump victory because what pressure you're putting right now is going to actually release worse things to occur. If you want effective change, what you have to do is you have to do this in the primaries. Where was this
How would it
push?
be an
Wait,
effective
actually, here, answer this question. Where was this push in the primaries? Where was it? I never heard this push. I got people on my live who were not Biden. I literally had Marianne Williamson on my live, a different candidate, other people in the primary. Where was that push? Why? Why are you pushing right now? And why were you not pushing then? Please tell me.
You're right. The thing is, we should have pushed before. 100%, we should have pushed before.
Oh, okay. So if we should have pushed before, then why is it the case that we wait until the very last second, which makes it more likely for a guy that's going to do worse?
But
Now,
the thing
please,
is,
that's
just
not
because-
effective
just
change.
because-
What
no,
I'm
because
advocating
just
for
because-
is realistic and effective change. What
Well,
you're
just
advocating for is quite literally not voting, which effectively does nothing. I'm telling you, it does
well,
nothing.
just because it's being just because I'm saying it now does not mean that thousands of other people haven't been thinking the same thing. Do you think
Candy,
every
thank you for the
single
whale
person-
diving.
do
Thank you
think
so
every
much. I
single
appreciate
person-
it.
Do you think every
Regardless
single
of whether or not
person in
that's the
United-
case, I'm telling you the effective reality.
Yeah,
Okay.
but okay,
The
but
effective
do you think-
reality is this: most of the Democratic, most of the Democratic Party can believe this, and it still isn't the case that it's going to change right now. It's going to change in the future by us voting different people in the primaries.
Okay, so what has
That's
Kamala
what
Harris-
gets it to change.
So-
It's gonna
so what-
change by us voting people in local office.
Okay,
That's
so
what's
if
gonna
you're
get it
so
to change.
certain- okay, cool,
It's
so-
not gonna
so-
change by not voting and getting Donald Trump elected.
Okay, cool. So if you're so certain with Kamala Harris having an effective change on Palestine, what is something that she has genuinely said that can effectively change?
Ceasefire.
Oh my God, really? A temporary ceasefire?
Trump is
'Cause we all
undermining
know-
it. No, it's not temporary. She's advocating for a permanent ceasefire, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Donald Trump is actively undermining that ceasefire right
Has
now.
we seen-
So you
has-
want to vote in
have
the
we
guy
seen-
that's undermining the ceasefire, which is going to lead to thousands more Palestinians dead in the
Have
long
we seen?
run.
Have we seen? Because the thing is, every single time before voting happens, every single time across the whole world for every country, they always say the same thing. Oh, we're here for the Palestinian people. Oh, we're here for innocent people living happy and free and rainbows. They always say that, but they never go through. Can you name me one person that has effectively done something for the Palestinian, effectively, someone that's been voted into office and has effectively done something? Because I can tell you right now, Kamala will not do that. I'm not saying that Trump will either, but I'm saying
Rashida
Kamala
Tlaib?
will not do that, which will
Rashida
make it
Tlaib?
immoral.
Rashida Tlaib.
She was voted into office,
Yes.
right?
She actively calls it a genocide. Okay? She actively does engage in that. There are people
No,
in
I'm
office
saying-
that you
I'm
can't vote
saying-
in. What you're not
no.
doing is
Sorry,
you're not
I meant-
advocating for those people to be elected. What
I
you're
meant-
doing is you're causing division in the party, which ultimately leads to a greater likelihood that
meant-
someone like Donald Trump is elected.
Okay, I
Thank you for
meant
that. I see you. Thank you
I
so
meant
much.
someone that, sorry, I didn't mean voted into office. I mean someone that has been the president of the United States and has effectively
Has been
done
president?
something.
No, there's never been a president that's done that.
Exactly.
So then why are you hyper fixating on that as the reason why we should not vote for Kamala Harris when effectively it makes the country better off and it makes the world better off?
No, but do you not remember? What do you mean it makes
Sarah,
the
think
world
of the $5. Thank you so much. It makes the world better off than what if it would be Donald Trump.
Wait, I didn't understand because your voice cut out.
Thank you so much. It makes us better off than it would be if Donald Trump was president.
Yeah, but do you not remember the original point I made?
Dude, you're like unbelievable, right? I don't want to go in
No.
over and over in a circle with you
No,
over
I
the
said
same things I've already
the original-
explained.
no, the
You
original-
understand that there's no relevant difference on that point, that it's going to lead to more harm if Donald Trump's president. You agreed with me already in this conversation that if someone leads to more deaths, you'd vote against the person, right? And for the one that leads to less deaths. That is clearly this scenario. Voting for Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for the friendship.
Okay.
Thank you for the beating.
So you're saying that it's going to effectively change what's happening in Palestine
Around the world,
because
it's going to effectively, because she's advocating for a ceasefire. He's undermining the ceasefire. If you
Ceasefire?
ignore this point one more time, I'm kicking you from the stream.
Okay,
I'm done. I'm done going over the same point 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, okay, I'm not going to ignore the point. So you're saying that it's going to add. So she's advocating for a ceasefire. What's that going to do for the Palestinian people exactly? So there's going to be ceasefire, no more genocide, no more ethnic cleansing. Okay, that's great. How is that going to make the Palestinians specifically in Gaza
Less
and the West
people will
Bank? But
die.
it's
Less
worse than
people will die, and there'll be facilitated
no,
funds
but that
so
wasn't the
that
point I was
people
going
can
to make.
rebuild.
The point I was going to make is that in the West Bank it's bad, but in Gaza it's much worse. How is that going to make them free? How's it going to make them free?
I don't think it totally frees people. Okay?
Right.
I never claimed it totally frees people. Right? What I advocated for is that it's going to lead to less people dying, significantly less people.
Right,
And it
but
will allow for
so-
a facilitating of funding to go in so that less people are starving and less people are dying. That's
Right.
effectively true. I'm telling you it's true. And what you're not acknowledging is that, again, you said that if less people die, you'd vote for the one in which it leads to less people dying.
Right. So okay, cool, great. I'll take that point. Okay, and I'm going to go back to the other point where we're saying okay.
Can
So
you,
she's
can
gonna
you
add-
address that for me, please?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Jasmine, thank you for the $3.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. And I'm going to go back to the point where you said, okay, yeah, cool. She's advocating for a ceasefire. Okay, that's great. But so then you also acknowledge then that she's supporting the open prison, which is Gaza. Then so she openly supports it and the grape of Palestinians. And
I
the
don't
holding
think
of
she said that she openly supports the raping of Palestinians.
But if she supports the Israeli state, then she does.
effectively, if it leads to these particular things, right? You could say that that's a byproduct, right? But she did not individually say that she supports that. That's a ridiculous statement to say that she individually
but she's obviously not going to individually say that. Okay, guys, by the way, I just want you to know that I support the grape of Palestine. She's not going to say that, but by supporting the Israeli state.
So then when you
essentially
make
what she's
that
doing.
claim, you're just making a claim that you can't really substantiate. You can just argue that again, she's supporting the state of Israel and they're committing war crimes, and the ICJ has determined that. I agree, that's a bad thing. I don't like this. What exists is it exists for both sides. Okay, both sides it exists for. We've already gone over the same point a million
You mean on the
times.
Palestinian side? you mean on the Palestinian side? Is that what you meant?
For what?
You mean both sides are committing rape?
No, I meant both sides are committing war crimes, right? Or are effectively leading to war crimes existing. The Harris administration and both the Trump administration effectively both would lead to war crimes happening here, right? But what I'm telling you is there's going to be less if the Harris administration exists comparative to the Trump administration. We've already gone over this multiple times.
Yeah, sure, but then it means that she supports it. She's not going to say it, but that does mean that she supports it. By supporting the Israeli state, it essentially means that you support illegal occupation, rape.
So again, someone could not know those particular things, right? And they wouldn't necessarily support it. But also, she has not explicitly said that she supports those things. That's all I'm saying. Again, what I'm telling you though, Modern, can you please listen? What I'm telling you though is that effectively it's going to lead to less. You agreed with me that you'd vote for the one that leads to less. Do you agree Kamala Harris leads to less?
Like, there's nothing that could.
Yes or no? Answer the question.
But okay, but how can I go based off of it?
Answer my question.
I don't know. How can I know?
You don't know? So you wouldn't. Okay, so 10,000 people die or 20,000 people die. Which one is preferable?
Yeah, but what are you basing that on?
Modern. Would you vote for the person that leads to 10,000 people dying rather than 20,000?
Obviously 10,000. But what are you basing?
So you would, right? But you don't want 10,000 people to be killed.
Of course not. No.
Okay, so again, the point is if it's the same thing is true, but more for one side, clearly you'd want to harm reduce.
Yeah, but I'm asking like where are you getting that from? And the fact is,
so you don't think that Kamala Harris is going to lead to less dying? So the ceasefire isn't going to lead to less dying?
So that's your source, the ceasefire?
You don't think ceasefire leads to less people dying?
Of course, the ceasefire leads to less people dying. But
okay, so you just conceded. Now, given that there's less people dying, you'd vote for the one that leads to less people dying, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but
get off my stream. You just conceded. You just conceded. You just conceded. That's actually ridiculous. He just conceded and he won't acknowledge it. That's unfucking believable. Do you see him? He just conceded. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Unbelievable. I have to argue the same point over and over again. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 39 years old, maybe 40.
Yeah, are you voting for
40?
Trump?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, I am.
Thank you for the confetti, Candy. Yeah,
and he did not concede. He did not concede. He did not concede.
He did.
You freaking.
He said that he would vote for the one that lead to less deaths. He agreed it would lead to less deaths, right? And he said that he wasn't going to vote for them. That's conceding.
No, he did not concede.
That's a concession.
And
What's a concession?
lot of these people do not concede.
Can you tell me what a concession is?
You just kind of ramrod the whole situation.
JP, can you tell me what a concession is?
Concede? To concede? The act of conceding? A concession? Yeah, I know what a concession.
Tell me what it is.
A concession?
Like when someone concedes in an argument, can you tell me what that is?
That's beside the point. He did not concede.
So you don't know. So what does it mean for someone to concede in these particular scenarios?
I know what irrelevance means. I know what relevance means. And
why are people like this? Bro? You don't know. Like, it's clear you don't know.
No, I've been watching you for like three weeks now, and I was kind of disappointed whenever you were not there. Like the last 4 or 5 days, I was like, "Where's Parker? Where's Dean? Where's this other guy?" Like,
I've been live
where
every
are
day.
These guys?
Tugboat, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yes, I have.
Okay, maybe you have, but I haven't been.
JP, I literally go live every single day.
Well, okay, well, I've been missing you, and I've surfed through and scanned through all these, TikTok lives. I've been looking for you because I wanted to know what your guys' opinion were on the whole RFK news.
Okay, are you voting
and
for
the
Trump?
Elon Musk thing?
Why are you
like
voting
all
for
of
Trump?
that coming to fruition with Trump. Hell yeah, I'd vote for Trump. What kind of question is that?
Why?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump. I mean, because I'm an American. And I have the best interest of the states and the people. I don't give so much about what goes on in these other crazy ass countries. That's not what's important. I don't care about world. I mean, I want to know what's going to happen to my kids, because otherwise, why do I even have kids? I want to protect my children and my lineage of people. Other than that, I couldn't care less. But I would rather
Okay,
trust
so your lineage of
have
people
in
it
office.
includes women, right?
Yeah, they include women, and I know where you're going.
So why do you want to
So,
vote for
something
someone?
about great, yeah, somebody that great. But you know what?
So why do you want to vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse? Right? Someone who's said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Someone who says he walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. Right? Who wants to restrict women's access to abortion and restrict their rights? Why do you want to vote for that guy?
MAGA megaphone. What do you call that? MAGA mobile. Yeah. So, yes, there you go. Trying to divert the topic and the point I was trying to make. And I didn't even hear what you said because I was trying to figure out how to turn my MAGA microphone back on. What'd you say?
Your MAGA microphone. Your MAGA microphone. Yeah, what's up, Chris?
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, I didn't know they just did the new update for the microwaves. They added like a mic in your microwave. You
A
can-
microwave? Is it a microwave?
I was making a joke about how it sounds like you're talking through a microwave. That was the joke.
No, I do have some skull candy in my ear. Is that what's is that the problem?
I actually think there's just like there's a software update on your microwave, dude. Let you use the microphone.
Oh, dude, yeah, I am in a pool. I am swimming. I got a pool, my little Grove
I like how
trash
Chris got this
water
up.
feature.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot.
Yeah, hijack. Anyway,
Yeah. So JP, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
have you ever heard of the word grace? Can you define that?
What?
Have you ever made a mistake in your life? Have you made a mistake in your life?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Do you want me to give you an
should be
example?
held accountable?
Appreciate the
No,
manifest.
I want you to
I'll
know
give you
I
an
do not.
example.
Hey, thank
Adding
you
you
for the
on my
$25
live.
on Venmo. Hey,
Adding
thank
you
for
on
the
my live.
$25 on Venmo and PayPal and Cash App. Thank you very much, Paige.
He's so
So
mad.
the word grace. Do you know what grace means
Do I know what grace means?
in the biblical terms?
No, I don't know in the biblical terms.
Way too much. So like in the biblical sense of grace, what does grace mean?
I don't know in biblical terms. I'm not a
Okay.
Christian.
Yeah.
currently.
Well, I know that you're not a Christian.
Yeah. What are the first
So-
two commandments given to you?
Okay.
in the,
So
in the New
have you? I
Testament?
mean, I go back to this question. Have you ever made a mistake in your life?
Yes.
Okay. So have you made a mistake in your life, and do you expect you to be held accountable for that mistake for the rest of your life?
I don't think I've never graped someone. I've never done something excessive.
Okay. I'm not talking about grape. I'm talking
Like
about a
that?
mistake. Hey, we're it's all underneath one umbrella.
So it depends on what
One
you do.
big umbrella.
Like it depends on what you do. Like for example, like if
Okay,
someone
so
does
there's
something
levels
like
of mistakes.
yes.
Okay, so what I perceive as a mistake-
Shut up. I don't think grape is a mistake, right? There are levels to mistakes and things that people have done bad, but grape is not a mistake. That is a fucking disgusting thing to imply, right? It is absolutely intentional. It's excessively bad. You are violently assaulting someone against their will. Let's not demean that. Bro thinks it's a paid actor. Someone in the chat. I'm adding them up. There's no You can unmute JP.
Sorry, it wasn't a Parker candy. It was political candy. Political candy. Thanks so much for the sub. I really appreciate you a lot.
Yeah, JP, you there? All right. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up.
Yo, thank you so much, political. Yeah.
Hey, man, God dang it. Are you there?
Yep, MAGA mobile.
All right. Yeah, my MAGA mobile, my MAGA microphone was being stubborn.
It's like, dude, your mic is.
Dude, why? Dude, that's the thing. You
Dude, your
keep on
microwave.
muting
Dude, I'm
people.
sorry. I can't do this anymore, man. Your microwave is literally running off like Windows 95. Yeah, like two Xbox 360s taped together.
Yeah.
You're talking to.
He's got a potato. Let's go to
I'm
the
sorry,
next
it's driving
person.
me nuts. I don't even mean to be that guy, but like, dude, you can get like any phone running TikTok has a better mic than that. Like, I just don't
That's
understand.
kind
how-
of true.
I don't understand how it's possible.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
He's the better option
Why so?
because I said so. Go MAGA.
Okay. What? Why? Why is he a better option? Okay, are they leaving? Are they attempting to leave? I think they're attempting to leave, but they can't for some reason.
It's always such a fascinating time on TikTok Live, man.
All right, Chris, how was the DNC, bro?
Oh, it was a good time, man. Chicago was great.
That's great. Yo, Casey, how are you voting for Trump?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay, they're just literally the largest echo I've ever heard. Let's get this next person up. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. We finally got the main account back, so follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, it's not accepting people. Do you know where Harry's been? He hasn't been live like at all.
Yeah, Harry. Well, we were both in Chicago for like 4 or 5 days, and like I don't know, it's just like so. I think we're just like super like burnt out, honestly, just like tired, trying to regenerate.
Yo, Ivan, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not voting for either one of them.
Cool.
Nice. Yeah, I think it's like a lot of the days in Chicago were just like so like they had all these like after events too that like they, you know, like different people would put on. So you're always out super late, waking up early. Like it was, but it was fun though. It was fun.
That's fun. That's fun. Let's try to get someone up here. Do give it a second, y'all. Tap that screen. Did you meet anyone that was crazy?
Not really. Like I met like a bunch of like really cool people. A lot of people like came up to me who were super nice. Talked to like Josh Shapiro for a bit.
That's cool.
Yeah, Josh Shapiro, some senators. Did some interviews with like a couple different people that I'm gonna like post. Super cool.
User, how old are you?
Bro, oh my.
Yeah, the pillow guy. I heard about that.
Oh
How's
yeah,
that?
yeah. Like I know Harry did the thing, and then Noah, the 12-year-old. I went up to him once and like screamed, but I only got to post like half my footage because I lost it. That's terrible. Good time. Man.
Oh, by the way, look at the text I just sent you. You can't say that to anyone, but it's like something that's crazy that just happened. But, yo,
No
Dennis,
way.
how old are you?
Wait, is that public right now?
Not yet. It will be
Oh,
soon.
dude, holy
that's why
shit,
I can't say
that is
anything.
so okay. I'll text you.
I know, right? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Dude, that is so nuts. We'll talk about that later. I'll call you later.
Yeah, we got to talk about that.
Insane.
All right, yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because he's better.
How is he better?
He wants to stop immigrants.
Yo, Anthony, what time is it?
1 a.m.
Okay.
I'm a dual national.
Wait, why do you?
So you live in the United States?
I'm a dual national.
So you have U.S. citizenship?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Have
my
you
mum's
voted in a
American.
U.S. election?
No, because I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
23rd of February 2006.
Yes, that checks out. I think.
Can you name me one policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
He built the wall.
How much of the wall did he build? New wall.
Like 54 miles, but they wouldn't pass it
what
in-
percent of the U.S. southern border is that?
I don't know.
3.7%.
Yeah, you can't build a wall that fast.
Can you name a piece of legislation he passed through Congress?
Well, he wanted to build the wall.
But he didn't do that, so he didn't pass that. So how can you name one that
And-
he influenced to get passed through Congress?
And the economy was obviously better.
Well, yeah. So now I think we're just looking for like cause and effect. So like maybe like a big piece of legislation he passed through Congress. There's one of his main economic policies passed through Congress. It's pretty big.
Well, people were better off under
Oh,
Trump.
that's okay. That's okay. I'm not even gonna ask for legislation.
You know, I know he's not. Yeah, I'm pretty certain. All right.
Why do you start asking why do you ask your guests what time it is now?
Well, that was only because I've been getting a lot of British guests that come up that aren't voting, that like are just trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Dude, oh
Yeah,
my
I'm sorry.
fucking-
Bro's in a
I swear to
hurricane.
God, every Trump supporter who wants to join on TikTok is like inside of a tornado. It's unbelievable. Dude.
Dude, it's so brutal. Or their mic is like literally like a Nintendo 64. Like, dude.
It just makes no sense. I'm like, you can any single phone capable of running TikTok, I promise you, has a better microphone than that. Like, I just don't understand how it's that bad.
I'm serious. My Kinect mic from my Xbox as a kid had a better mic.
Literally, it's hard.
Dude.
I worked at AT&T retail for like a while, and I could sell the cheapest phone to you that has like a mic significantly better than that. People are like purposely plugging it into like I don't even know, bro.
All right. Let's get to this next individual. It's not adding people up. And get some Chris on Chris.
Guys,
action.
double tap the screen. If you're voting for Donald Trump, if you're MAGA, you can request up. If you think Parker I are paid by DNC, you can request up. If you go ahead and share the live, if you feel so inclined, follow Parker. It really helps get people in here. You can share it to your MAGA grandma, Zeller, to come debate. Tyler, what's up, man? How old are you?
You voting for Trump, Tyler? Nice. Good job, Tyler. That was the best point I've heard today. Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the $50 on Venmo. And Di, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Di and W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for them in the comments. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
But can I ask you a question first?
Go ahead.
Or are you voting for Biden? Sorry, why are you for Kamala? Sorry, my bad.
Kamala?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it is the case that she hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown on Muslims entering the country. She advocated for effective policy. A $35 cap on insulin added into the Inflation Reduction Act, which she was the tie-breaking vote on, which had the largest investment in renewable energy as well. Also, specifically, she put the high-speed broadband to, investments for rural communities into the bipartisan infrastructure bill and influenced that to get passed. So there's been effective policy she's influenced to get passed, things that Donald Trump was not able to.
I'll add in one more thing. The Biden-Harris administration passed the first gun reform in the last 3 decades, and they opened the first ever office of gun violence prevention at the White House. Kamala Harris was the director of that office, and they set up a FEMA-like task force to go around the country and basically travel when there's mass casualty events. And they also effectively went to around the country several times to several different places to teach people how to store firearms safely, and Kamala Harris again directed that. So I think she was effective in gun policy. Wow.
She left already. All right, nice.
All right.
If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. Let's get this next person up here real quick. This is going to be an interesting convo. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. All right. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. We'll bring you up.
Yeah, for someone in the comments who said I didn't know that, yeah, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, you should do some research about what they do. It's actually really cool.
Yo, Dunn, how old are you?
And shout out to you for being here.
28.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Oh, why so?
I don't understand the 25% unrealized capital gains tax on people with only over $100 million that she'd like to promote, which is in no way going to cover the subsidy of the $25,000 for first-time home buyers.
That, along with the increase in income tax on income over 400,000, will.
Right. Okay, but you're still just going to give away $25,000 free, paid for by the government, and then have to increase taxes or find another source of revenue to be able to make up that loss of money when we're already over 35 trillion in debt. How does that make sense?
So actually, there was more debt added to the economy. To the government for the government under the Trump administration. 8.4 trillion, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related signed into law under the Trump administration. Now for the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
And going back, they really.
You're cutting out, Dunn. You got MAGA Mobile?
Just got jobs that bounce back from it. No, I don't have MAGA Mobile, but I do live in the desert.
Yeah, done. So I just want to point out really quickly that like for a long time, several different times we've had tax credits for first time home buyers. They've not all been the same every single time. This would obviously be like one of the more aggressive ones in being like a subsidy, so you get it instantaneously. But obviously, there's like it's not just giving away $25,000. I mean, there's like massive economic benefits to giving first-time home buyers money to get into homes, because when you have a home, statistically, you're much more likely to be economically stable and start building equity, which means you're way more likely to like have a family and spend money in our economy, which boosts our GDP and boosts job growth. Regardless. And in terms of like unrealized capital gains, yeah, I think that like there's over 100 million. There should be some conversation around how to more effectively tax people who are incredibly wealthy, because most of their money is tied up in investments. They might be taking loans out on their equity, and so they're practically paying 0% in taxes because they're not actually making money.
That's who you're going to get it from.
What?
That's who you're going to get it from is the hedge fund managers, right? But there's also 80% of it needs to be in assets or in real estate. So there's workarounds for those people who are enormously wealthy to not make up the dividend that we're going to pay out to first-time homebuyers, citizens, and immigrants included.
Again, I think those are two separate points. Like I don't think that we're looking to pay for the $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy with.
But we are though.
No, but I don't. I think you're just like, that doesn't have to be correlated. In fact, I would be perfectly comfortable with just enacting a $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy with again just the idea that like it would greatly help our economy over the next like 5 to 10 years to get normal people into homes who currently cannot afford them because they're all bought up by big businesses. But like this idea that like again like I think it's just a misconception that we're going to be adding a bunch of money to the federal deficit. Like we're doing $1 trillion a month right now. I don't think that $25,000 subsidies is going to like that's a rounding error in like Social Security every year. Like it's just not that.
That's true.
No, but I understand too.
Okay, he's lagging so much.
We're
I'm just going to go to the next person.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone.
Yo, shout out Natty Gray. I love you. Appreciate you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 29. How old are you?
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
So, beyond the reasons that I truly agree with and that I've been brought up by my parents and everything like that, I feel that you can't vote for somebody that is that ignorant to all the facts and wants to play the game of making herself the fact that she will try to go in every different direction that she can. Okay, when she was Attorney General or whatnot of California, she had everybody arrested under marijuana. She had.
You can't say that on live. Plus, no, that didn't happen. She had no one arrested for possession. Not a single person was convicted of that under her watch.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
John, get down. Can we talk for a second?
Chat, y'all are thinking non-violent just interactions with those types of substances and drugs, not like just possession. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 49.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
There's a couple reasons. One is the energy policies under the Republican side, led by Trump, are more favorable to our economy. Now, I've heard some of your arguments before in the past. Yes, we produced more oil before, but it's on private land. It's not on federal. So Biden has clearly gone out of his way to block oil. Not only in the pipeline.
We accept more drilling permits on federal lands now, too.
They do now, but I'm telling you, statistically, absolutely not. offshore California, offshore Alaska, the Gulf of Mexico.
You're just saying we don't drill into these certain places. Yeah, that's for those nature reserves.
I didn't say that. And they're not all nature resorts, definitely not offshore. What I'm being very clear is the permits that were regulated under it were slowed down in the processing. This is why we had an oil crunch. This is why the prices of oil went higher.
That's absurdity.
That is actually general fact in the EIA.
No, if you look at the...
I actually know this for a living.
Okay, wait. So you're telling me, wait. You're telling me the EIA, the three-letter agency, it's fact that they said. Please repeat that.
The permit processing for offshore and federal lands. When you break up the EIA data, the EIA data shows federal lands, and you can see the biggest growth comes from places like Permian on private land, Bakken on private land, Eagleford on private land, Marcellus of gas on private land. Texas, being the biggest state producer that does almost half the oil in it, comes not off federal land, it comes off private land. Okay, so when the permits were slowed down, second of all, when you block major pipelines like Keystone XL, that of course delayed and blocked the Canadian oil that would be used to come down to the U.S. Gulf Coast refineries. So one on that. Number two, don't forget
Debbie, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Debbie. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Debbie. Secondly, as it relates to that, let me talk about this. So one, that went over indigenous land. Two, there were ecological concerns. Three, it was taken down by the Supreme Court, not specifically just the President of the United States, right? And then four, as it relates to it, it was only 8% produced. It wasn't even in operation.
So first of all, when you say indigenous lands, when you're talking the Lakota, North Dakota, where they already had existing pipelines from oil and gas through companies like Enterprise, the pipelines have already gone across most indigenous land across the United States. It was actually blocked off the aquifers of Omaha. Now, there's a lot of politics that we're blocking off because that favored the rail line industry significantly. Pacific Union, owned by Warren Buffett or Berkshire Hathaway. So unfortunately, no, the pipelines would actually be more solid and environmentally friendlier than any oil that's delivered on rail cars. So you went against environmental, one.
No. So again, as it relates to indigenous communities, it is the case that they did not want this on their land. So that is a treaty that we already signed with them to do this.
Okay, so
right? To not do that. Two, as it relates to this, can you
true.
give me any source that indicates that there is a lower level of mishap, specifically with that, comparative to other forms of transportation in that area?
Well, you're saying the area. So we're going to use the area of North America. There have been plenty of rail
in that area.
There have been two things. As far as oil pipeline spills in that area, zero. And there's already existing oil pipelines on the land. So nothing.
No, in terms of the rail, comparing it to rail.
In overall rail, okay, rail goes across a lot of the United States. It's a long rail system. There have been many crashes that have gone into lakes. They've blown up towns. They've burned down villages.
No, I'm asking you what the percentage is.
Overall, it's pretty comparative. The amount of accidents where people get killed is statistically, it's just going to be much, much higher because you never hear deaths from pipelines. Have you ever named one?
So, no, what you're not understanding is you were talking about ecological concerns. So are you referencing deaths of people or ecological concerns?
Actually, both.
Okay, so can we talk about the ecological concerns first,
Absolutely,
and then we can talk about that?
Sure.
Because there could be in the building of pipelines and oil spills and it getting into around like the water, right? That can lead to death. So please just give me like a.
There is no modern. You can go back, Google all you want the last 10, 20 years. I don't think you could find one. Not in oil.
What?
Crude oil. Go for it. Look it up. Crude oil.
One what?
Any deaths related to oil pipelines and crude oil, not from leaks.
Okay, wait. Leaks would be one from that, because there was a this is CO2 pipeline. Sorry, I'm giving.
Look it up. CO2 is different. That's actually.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at oil pipelines. Give me a second.
Okay, go for it. I don't know of any. That's why I'm saying it's not common.
No, you just don't think it's common. So again, here we are. Here. One killed in an offshore natural gas pipeline explosion in Louisiana.
Okay, it's an offshore federal land.
That's the same thing. Yeah. So wait. You don't just dispute it whenever I give you an example.
I just said that's one. It's not massive. But you can look at the rail cars and look at the number of deaths on that. Go ahead, Google that next.
So, do you want me to Google like a million things? I'm still Googling.
No,
this.
it's only two.
You still haven't provided me the source
For the rail
for
cars
showing that there's a
crashed
greater
it-
likelihood of there being negative impacts from in ecological terms from that comparative to like what we do now.
Compared to what we do now, it is well known that rail cars have much more leakage on the line.
Bruce, I want a source.
Okay, then I can come back and give you a source if you want it.
Okay, go for it.
just have to Google
Go
it.
find it. Go find it. I'll give you time to go find it, and then you can come back.
All right, fair enough. That's
All right.
fair enough. I'll just find you a source. That's what you want.
All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just trying to get back to how this relates to this guy voting for Trump.
Yeah, me too. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. MAGA, type in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. All right. Yo, it's a pal to you?
Hi, I'm 23.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I'm voting for Trump simply for economic reasons. The reason being
Which
for
economic reasons?
Okay, well, like the last guy was talking about the oil prices.
Oh, my brother in Christ over here. I mean, someone get this.
So did you know that the oil prices are specifically due to like the global supply?
Yes,
Right.
but also
in the
there's
U.S. we're
been
producing more
policies-
oil right now. Plus, we have the largest investment in renewable energy ever, according to the Inflation Reduction Act, right? Which is making us more energy independent now than we were under Trump's administration.
I take that as false because if you think about it, there was much higher oil production during Trump's term.
Absolutely, 100% false. There, we are drilling more oil right now than ever before in human history.
Actually,
Donald
again,
Trump-
like the last
I'm
guy
more-
was saying, with restrictions on private land and
No,
going
no,
federal.
no. Hold on. I'm not.
You
it
can
doesn't
look at
matter.
federal
That-
land.
That doesn't actually matter. According to the EIA, in 2022 we broke Donald Trump's record of, I believe, 13.2 million barrels a day, and then we broke that record again in 20
But that was
something like.
after going into the oil reserves after.
No,
Biden's
that's
already-
that. Okay, again, that's absurd. You don't understand how oil reserves work. We are, regardless. Will you contest that we're drilling more oil right now and producing more oil than we were under Donald Trump's administration?
Absolutely, I'll contest because the reason being is Biden's oil. What was it called? The Oil Reduction Act, or his policies to reduce oil production. With all of these, I mean, just look at the gas prices. The gas prices are at an all-time high.
Yeah, so that's not two things. That's like a really.
That's not true right now.
Yeah, and that's also two things. It's like a bad representation. Number one, because of like just during Trump's administration, during especially after March of 2020, gas prices were very cheap. We're talking about $1.50, $1.25, $1. That's because
COVID.
No, that's because nobody was driving and the entire world was locked down because of COVID, and so there was no demand for oil. And when there's no demand for oil, everybody cuts their supply. So barrels of oil were trading for $10 or $5, sometimes $0 a day because nobody was producing oil because nobody was making any money. And so when Biden got in office and everybody started going out because of vaccine rollouts, the demand for oil or gas really skyrocketed across the world, but supply was still very, very low. And it takes time to get that supply up and running. And so gas got very expensive. That's called inflation when, supply is very low and demand is very high.
I expected that type of inflation when the economy opened back up. I actually expected that.
Yeah.
However,
but
you think that after 2 years of the economy being back open, that the prices would tend to lower.
But you saw this globally. There's been global inflation in Africa and Asia and South America, Central America, everywhere around the world. So for you to specifically act like it's a uniquely American issue, I think is ridiculous. The same trend of inflation globally.
And I also just want to point out one thing very quickly, and I'll let Parker speak. It's really important to compare, especially gas prices. The best way to do this is to compare it to the average income. So the other thing we've seen over the last 2 years is income rise drastically, especially for lower and middle income people. So right now, the average price of a a gallon of gas compared to the average income is pretty much identical. It's actually gas is cheaper than it was in 2018 and 2019. It might be quote unquote be more expensive, but people are making more money because inflation. So I think that's more that's more logical.
Okay. So another thing too, there's just so many things that I'm going off of. Like one being the immigration crisis. You got the world conflicts going on.
Also, right now, by the way, we have more federal production than we did, like on federal lands, than we did under the Trump administration.
Well, because during Trump's administration, it was all on private land, or majority on private land.
Wait, that's different from what Bruce is saying, by the way. So you're disagreeing with Bruce. You want to debate your own teammate?
No, I'll speak up. Majority of it was on private land, periods. Vast majority of the oil is drilled on private land.
That's true. That's true. I totally agree. But the federal was more under the Biden-Harris administration than it's been under the Trump administration.
Which is also true that the federal is on Biden's administration. Another thing.
Yeah, but it's increased. So like again, people were like, "Oh, it's been so terrible," but it's literally increased.
But why should it increase instead of letting the private?
Private also increased.
So when a
She probably
permit
thinks
is
so much.
issued, it takes time to drill. It takes a few years, especially in offshore. So the permits that were given under Trump are the ones that come in effect down the road under Biden.
I understand, but you understand that the exact same thing has been happening as they've been accepting more permits than what they did under Trump's administration.
They haven't processed or completed those permits.
They have accepted more permits.
They accept,
Have they accepted more permits?
I'm going to be clear in this. There's a difference between they may accept, but they haven't approved them. There's a big, big difference.
Oh, no, they have approved them.
No, they have not.
Yes, they have. What do you mean by approved?
That means they've been licensed and approved by the government to go ahead and allow the drilling to begin. Okay?
So I can show you a source right now of them approving more oil drilling on federal lands. You can find this from PolitiFact. Joe Biden has approved more oil drilling. Why? Does it undo his efforts to fight climate change? Okay. You can also like find this from the New York Times. The Biden administration. Let's go. Wait. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. Clicked on the wrong one. Yeah. So I gave you multiple things to indicate that.
Okay. Well, so again, economics is one thing. Another thing, the border crisis. With the border crisis, you have more and more illegal aliens crossing the border.
Okay, so do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Yes.
Okay, so there's actually less border crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration. So if there's a border crisis right now, well, then there was a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration. Why didn't he fix the border crisis?
Well, why didn't Kamala fix the border crisis as the borders are?
What statutory or constitutional authority did she have?
All right, let's see right here. This is from the House. Borders are Kamala Harris.
Bro, if I hear one more person say borders,
Yeah, what?
It's like the cringiest fucking thing.
What statutory or constitutional authority does Kamala Harris have as the quote-unquote border czar?
Well, to enforce regulations on the border.
No, you complete liar.
Works with
The only authority she was
Security.
given was to work with countries in South and Central America to increase conditions, right, for them, get them funding, which she did, I think around $4 billion.
So you mean
was
like
given to those countries.
Trump's remain in Mexico
Can I finish?
policy?
Can I finish? No, she was increasing economic conditions to decrease the likelihood of them coming to the country in the first place. And she did that. She got multiple billions of dollars of funding specifically for that reason.
So, and by that quote unquote funding, you mean letting in those people in without any process by claiming asylum.
So Jaden, she does like again. I think that part of the point here is like the Biden administration as a whole does not have the executive authority to do much about this. So I mean, I think that like we're going to end up talking about this bipartisan border bill that Republicans tanked for PR reasons. They really needed Congress to do something about this, and they didn't. The bipartisan border bill would have been like the strictest border bill we've ever seen. Took weeks and weeks, months and months to negotiate. Republicans asked Democrats to do it, and then last minute tanked it. Joe Biden's now signed an executive order around asylum seeking that we've now seen the levels of the border crossings tank. I actually don't think that executive order is legal. I think it'll get overturned, but that's a different issue.
I say the same thing.
Okay.
Nora, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Elena, thank you so much. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. But that's what they wanted legislation for.
Okay. And then another thing too is the tax on unrealized gains.
Okay, yeah, that's for people who have over 100 million.
Where does it say that?
Look up unrealized tax Kamala Harris, and it will literally tell you 100 million.
Yeah, nobody is obviously taxing unrealized gains is very difficult. It would not affect any of us.
Also, right now, we already have unrealized tax applying to the middle class. Did you know what property tax is? Unrealized tax? Did you know that?
So I know about property taxes, and it's based on the value of your property. And that is up to the states and counties and cities. It's not up to federal jurisdiction.
Wait, say that one more time, sorry?
Property taxes are enforced by the state.
Yeah, but you don't dispute them. They still exist in almost every state.
True. Someone goes and looks at your property, determines the value of it, and then you'll be taxed based on that value.
So how does that relate at all to taxing?
That's an unrealized tax. So like, if you're willing to apply unrealized tax to the middle class, then why are you not willing to apply unrealized tax to people who make over 100 million or who have over 100 million?
Just taxes in general. I don't think we need more of it.
Okay.
So I think I talked to Bruce a little bit about this, but the goal being like if you look at the tax rate, the effective tax rate of most billionaires in this country, it's significantly lower, and that's because than the average American, and that's because most of their money is tied up in investments, and they're taking loans off their stock, etc. And so it's very difficult to tax them. So we need to find a better way for them to pay their fair share. And I don't really know why you would be concerned about it if there's people with a net worth above or making more than $100 million, or having a capital gain above $100 million.
But I feel that they're going to hire lawyers to find loopholes in these. Well,
that's kind of the entire goal of the Biden administration, pumping a bunch of money into the IRS so we can properly fund them and make sure that we write the tax code correctly and have agents to enforce those loopholes. The Republicans want to do the opposite.
Well, Republicans want to do the opposite because we have so many.
Wait, you're contradicting yourself.
How am I contradicting myself? I'm saying that we shouldn't be taxed as much as we are, and these unrealized gains tax.
I have a question. How are you going to pay for? How are you going to pay for? Wait, listen. How are you going to pay for Trump's tax cuts? He wants to extend the Trump tax cuts, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which will cost $3.9 trillion. How are you going to pay for that?
You're not going to pay for it.
You're not. So it's going to be debt spending.
Okay, but
so you want to add $3.9 trillion to the debt?
Well, during Biden's administration, we already added over $8 trillion.
No, we did not add $8 trillion under the Biden-Harris administration. The Biden-Harris administration only added $4.3 trillion. Actually, the Trump administration added $8.4 trillion.
Where's
Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget?
Hold on.
Everyone, if you tap that screen, let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Keep tapping that screen.
This obsession with the deficit is always so fascinating.
I know, and no, it's like, and then they get totally dunked on because then Trump doesn't.
I feel like when I saw a video that I really liked today, it was just about the most common misconceptions about the U.S. economy, and this one is always where money is spent, how it's spent. These little things about like, how do you pay for this? How do you pay for this? They're literal rounding errors, cents on the fucking dollar compared to actual shit we spend money on that no one talks about.
Well, by cents on the dollar, like, we shouldn't really
like
rely
y'all
on the government
deficit
at all.
y'all will deficit hawk on us literally providing free college, free public universities. You'll deficit hawk on us providing food for children in terms of the child tax credit and in terms of free universal school lunches and breakfast, the universal health care. You're gonna deficit hawk on that. But then as it relates to wars abroad, you don't deficit hawk. As it relates to Donald Trump's tax cuts for large corporations and billionaires, you don't deficit hawk. So it's for thee, but not for me. It seems
Exactly, and it's also it's actually astounding how different they are. Like we talk about Section 8 housing, $40 billion, free lunches. If we were to enact something like that federally, 50, 60 billion. You start to add up toward 150 billion, $200 billion for all of those things, including welfare. I cannot say enough. That is a fucking rounding error on Social Security. That is like one fucking digit at the very end. Like that is no money. We were adding $1 trillion to the deficit every single month. These are rounding errors. You need to be, if you're concerned about the deficit, that's fine. You just need to be concerned about it on way different things, way different issues, or way different things we're saying.
Don't be concerned about it as it relates to literally children getting basic needs when we spend literally $850 billion a year on the military every year. There's more than the next 10 nations combined. If we cut it in half, we'd have 100 billion more than the next country that's the largest.
Okay, but we would also have more if we did not give illegal immigrants the money to, quote unquote, start life here.
What illegal immigrants did we give money? What undocumented immigrants did you give money?
Literally all the ones going to states such as California, Illinois, New York.
Wait, that's not federal government money. And also, you're referencing asylum seekers, which are here through a legal process.
But there should still be a limit to how many people we allow asylum.
That's actually what Biden's executive order brought up, and the border bill was trying to, but Trump undermined it. Think of it, the hand heart. There was a border bill with the appropriation funds for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. But then there was literally Trump didn't want that because of the funding and because of it would make Democrats look good. And then that appropriations bill was passed by itself. And then there was a solo border bill, which he then tried to undermine. So it's very clear he didn't actually care about the border. He's just using it as a talking point.
Well, him not caring about the border is, well, one, a complete lie.
No, I just gave you literally evidence that he did. He didn't care at all. He did not try to get the border bill passed. Actually, he undermined it and takes credit for it. Says, blame me if the border bill fails. Even people like Lindsey Graham say he did it. Even people like Mitch McConnell say he did it. And you're not going to believe it? He blocked the bill. He doesn't care about the border.
Let's see. My bad.
All right. Deborah, thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, or Jaden?
As far as another thing, world conflict. As of during the Biden administration, obviously you got Russian-Ukraine war. You got the Israel-Hamas. You got the Houthis attacking shipments in the Red Sea.
There was a 430% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East under Trump's administration. There was an assassination of a top military general in Iran. There was conflict between India and China, which almost provoked World War III. There was the Turkish-Kurdish war, which was caused because we left Kurdistan. There were plenty of things. Okay? So don't act like there was nothing that happened under Trump's administration. There was a proxy war between the U.S. and Russia and Syria.
Okay. All
right.
So yes, I knew about the stuff in Syria. I knew about the Iranian general. But the tensions did not get to the level they are today.
That doesn't mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Even if I were to concede to the idea that there's more tension now, that does not mean the tension was caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Maybe not initially.
Can you give me any evidence the Biden-Harris administration caused this?
Okay. Well, let's see. So Trump originally wanted to remove troops from Afghanistan, which Biden went ahead and removed them. However, Biden left all of his military equipment out in Afghanistan. Did
No,
not-
you don't know. So there were actually generals that came out and indicated that we specifically did not. We either brought it home or we destroyed it on site so that it couldn't be used. Right. The only thing that was left over that was related to the U.S. was stuff we gifted the Afghan government to defend themselves.
which the
That's it.
Taliban took over.
Yeah, of course. Like if they are going to take over that region, it would be the case that they would get that, right? But we expected that they would have been able to defend themselves to a particular degree, which no one really thought they were going to fall that quickly.
Oh, I honestly wasn't surprised they fell that quickly.
Okay, well, you're not like a U.S. intelligence expert.
My boy Jaden here knows more than every top U.S. Western official in the last 15 years. Jaden, you need to go get a job, big dog. Job in the White House.
Yeah, dude.
So, but another thing, it's just like overall, as far as comparing my life then to now, my life was a lot better in Trump's administration.
Yeah, so I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration, therefore I ought to vote for Harris, right?
Oh no, I'm just talking
But
about
my life is better. I met my girlfriend. She's
I'm
amazing.
just talking economically, it felt better.
What? Okay, but like, how was that caused by Trump?
Okay, so one, he created more jobs with lifting.
It's just not true. Whatever you're about
How
to
did he
say.
create? What policy created jobs?
The oil industry. Like, let's see.
My brother. What
Greater level of production now. What
Okay.
policy though?
Let's see, right here. So, coming from the White House Archives official website.
Dude, Jesus Christ, that's literally the White House archives. Oh my God, dude. You understand that's like the most partisan source you could have given. That's
So-
them like lying, basically. Like, to be totally frank, I need like an actual source. I don't want like the most biased partisan source you could possibly give me.
Okay, well then.
Bro looked up Trump accomplishments and then decided to like read down the list. Come on, tell me that isn't a little bit ridiculous.
Well, I just looked up Trump economic policies passed.
Appreciate the hand art.
Yeah, so Jaden, I think one of the reasons that we like the Biden-Harris administration is because in terms of fiscal policy, fiscal legislation, economic legislation, they've passed more than pretty much any administration in the past like 5 decades. So Donald Trump had a less divided Congress, and you're going to find things like he passed a Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, put tariffs on China, a First Step Act, and maybe a couple other smaller things. The Biden-Harris administration, we're talking about more money than ever, almost $1 trillion in climate change, one of the largest expansions of veterans health care, one of the largest investments ever in manufacturing, the first administration to do anything about pharmaceutical prices, the first reform in the last 3 decades, $1.7 trillion American Rescue Plan, blah, 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 blah. I could keep going. There's literally so much economic legislation. And the biggest infrastructure bill since Eisenhower. So I don't think that like economics is when you're going to win. And even if you're going to make some ridiculous claim about how he can't take credit for 15 million jobs, even if you erase all the jobs that were lost, he has still added more jobs, even if COVID didn't exist, than Donald Trump.
Okay. So, again, like I was saying, it's...
Yo, really quick. I'm so sorry. Whoever in the comments just said, oh, wait, never mind. Ignore me.
Oh.
Kamala equals socialism. I just invited that person.
Yo, Shannon, thank you so much for $25 on Venmo. Thank you for all you do. W for Shannon in the chat goes a super long way. I appreciate you so much.
W Shannon. By the way, Skinder, I do think I said thank you, but thank you for the $15 earlier. Thank you so much. Okay, all right. Jaden, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Hey, no problem. You guys have a great one.
You too, man.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all.
Parker, how's life been regardless, man? What you been up to? Just chilling?
Just doing this.
Nice.
That crazy thing
Hey man,
happened
I just
recently.
wanted to say that
Are you voting for Trump?
No, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate what you're doing out here, man.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Warren. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Warren.
Yeah, I went to like this place near me and like debated some Trump supporters. They like rally up and congregate in this particular area.
Jesus.
Dean and I went there and like debated people there.
Dude, that's fire. I gotta
So
talk to
clips
Dean.
for
I
that.
haven't talked to Dean in a minute. I hope he's well.
Yeah, he just flew back today.
Oh, nice.
He's probably going to be on here in about 10 minutes.
Oh,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting for Trump? Yo, Shannon, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for thanking all you do. Thank you so much, Shannon. I really appreciate that.
Yo,
Thank you
Luke-
so much.
Luke, real quick. Yeah, W Shannon. Big W for Shannon. Luke, what state are you voting in, if you don't mind me asking, bro?
Georgia.
Are you? Oh, my, bro. I'm in Georgia. Are you in college? In college?
I am, yeah.
What college you go to, if you don't mind me asking? I go to Kennesaw State.
Okay, that's fine. Alabama.
Wait, what? You said you were voting. Oh, well, I guess you're going back to vote. Okay, all right, whatever. All right.
Yeah. So Luke, why are you voting for Trump?
Okay. All right then. Someone get that guy a Pop-Tart. Yeah, someone get Luke a Pop-Tart. Yo, Lori, I appreciate you so much. It's good to see you, Lori. Atlanta? Yeah, that's where we
What's
are.
up? How old are you?
COVID-19.
Hello?
Dude, holy fucking shit. I swear to God, 75% of MAGA joined from an alien spaceship in the moon, dude. It's so crazy.
Yo, what's up? How old are you, Henry?
Hey, I'm 24. I'm from Bozeman, Montana.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm not. No, I'm voting for him.
Based.
Chris is so brat. I got some new bracelets. Guys, check. Hold up. I'll turn my
I
camera
want to debate Bryce Hall. That's what I want to debate.
Dude, I got some new bracelets.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
We got Brett right there. Sorry.
Hat.
Because Kamala is a woman, and I don't think she's fit for president.
Okay, so because she's a woman?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you think a woman shouldn't be able to be president?
Yo, real quick, before Jonathan, the numbnuts up here talks, I mean, I'm going to lose my mind. That second one says balls to
Brad
the walls.
Brad Summer?
Yeah, we
Crazy.
got balls to the walls, Brat, K-Hive, and then at the DNC, they had this event called Hotties for Harris. It was like an after party event thing. I got
Look at these after parties that
you
you're
might have
going
seen
to.
some social. So I kept on the. Yeah, we're gonna try to add to this.
Oh, what
Sorry,
was Chris doing?
I wasn't doing anything. Nothing.
Oh, they left.
Oh man, I really wanted to hear that numbnuts.
It was the Brat Summer.
That's right. That's right.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
I got you, Nicole.
All right, yo, what's up? How old are you? Harry Parker Dean get paid by Pallet DNC Research.
Dude, why
Ava,
am I-
please send a request. Yo, what's up? How
I'm
old are you?
never. Why am I the one signed to Pallet? But they never mentioned me, man.
I know, bro. Actually, though, I'm not even signed to Pallet, bro.
It's so funny. It's like no one knows who. They're like, who is this kid? I'm like, bro,
And I also didn't even get invited to the DNC. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's. I'm laying low these days, man. Laying low.
it's crazy, bro. DMC, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right, let's get this next individual. Sorry, everyone. Takes a second, y'all.
Guys, double tap the screen, share the live if you haven't. Helps get people in here. Shout out Heather, appreciate you. Did I go see T-Pain? I know he was at an event for setup again. I was invited to, but I ended up going to a different event. There's like multiple each night, so you gotta pick and choose. I appreciate you though.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
So before I say, I mean, what I'm gonna say probably might come off as ignorant. I realize that. I'm not a diehard Trump MAGA guy. I have a split family between Trump and Biden, Kamala, whatever you want to say. I work blue collar. I wake up 4:30. I go to work. I get home at 6 o'clock. I have a couple beers. I have dinner. I get in bed, go to sleep. That's my day, Monday through Friday. I want to have a leader for our country that I'm confident that is going to protect us, going to make the right decisions in hard times, hard moments. And I'm not the one to debate all these facts, policies on this side versus that side. And, if you ask me to answer a question, I'm not
Foggy, I'll just give you an example, right?
Gotcha.
So you got to make, choices for everyone in the country, right? Men and women included.
Yep.
Donald Trump has a history of misogyny. He has a history of violent sexual abuse of women. He has a history of stripping them of their rights. That's Donald Trump's history. Now, is that a history that would include being able to make good determinations for the women of this country?
If again, I mean, if all of that is 100% true, I would agree. I would say no. If that for all the women in this country, that is not the right person to choose. But that's not the way I look at it. I look at it as in a time of, if World War III is between a decision or a discussion of Trump and Putin, Trump and whoever, I think our favor is going to be a lot more positive with that discussion being with Trump rather than Kamala. And so
Kamala. So why?
Kamala, sorry.
And Karima, thank you so much for the
So like I said,
$25 for the future baby bottles. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Karima. Thank you so much.
Like I said, I even have agreements with a lot of the sides, a lot of the things to do with the Democratic Party. And it's just where I'm at right now is I'm going to be voting for Trump. But another thing is, the point of...
Yeah, but like you didn't give any reason that, World War III is more likely to happen. Appreciate the super. Thank you so much. With the Kamala Harris presidency comparative to a Trump administration.
Just because at a table with Kamala, is it Kamala? Is that how you say it?
Kamala, yeah.
Kamala. At a discussion table with Putin and Kamala, or Putin and Trump, or whoever, whether it's a phone call or any interaction, I'm going to take Trump 10 times out of 10. And I just
Why,
want...
though? You're not really giving like a reason. You're just saying...
I don't feel like I need to give a reason. I feel like if you don't...
Why?
If you disagree with that statement, then, I respect it. I'm not going to argue it, but I just...
Yeah, but like, do you not have a reason? Why would you... Like that's just... Why don't you vote for yourself then?
I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, and I respect it. I'm not going to argue it.
I just want to say,
go ahead.
I know that you'd pick Trump 10 times out of 10. I just want to read some quotes from people who work next to Trump every single day. These are all hand-picked people. Just see how they feel about it. His first Secretary of Defense, James Mattis, quote, "Donald Trump is the first president in my lifetime who has not tried to unite the American people, does not even pretend to try. Instead, he tries to divide us." His second Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, quote, "I think he's unfit for office. He puts himself before the country. His actions are all about him and not about the country. And then, of course, I believe he has integrity and character issues as well," unquote. His chairman of the Joint Chiefs, retired General Mark Milley, quote, "We don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we take an oath to the idea that is America, and we're willing to die to protect it." His first Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, quote, "Trump's understanding of global events, his understanding of global history, his understanding of U.S. history was really limited. It's really hard to have a conversation with someone who doesn't even understand the concept for why we're talking about this," unquote. His first ambassador to the United Nations, quote, "He used to be good on foreign policy, and now he has to start to walk it back and get weak in the knees when it comes to Ukraine. A terrible thing happened on January 6th, blah, 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 blah." His presidential transition vice chair, Chris Christie, quote, "Someone who I would argue now is just out for himself." His second national security advisor, H.R. McMaster, quote, "We saw an absence of leadership, really anti-leadership, and what that can do to our country." His third national security advisor, John Bolton, quote, "I believe foreign leaders think he's a laughing fool," unquote. His second chief of staff, John Kelly, quote, "A person that has nothing but contempt for our democratic institutions, our Constitution, and the rule of law. There's nothing more that can be said. God help us," unquote. His former acting chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, quote, "I quit because I think he failed at being the president when we needed him to be that," unquote. One of his comms directors, quote, "He's the domestic terrorist of the 21st century," unquote. Another comms director, quote, "I'm terrified of him running in 2024.
Yo, Chris, when did the DNC send us that?
That's right.
I'm gonna need that one. You're gonna have to send me that one.
His first Secretary of the Navy, Richard Spencer, quote, "The president has very little understanding of what it means to be in the military, to fight ethically, or to be governed by a uniform set of rules and practices," unquote. His first Homeland Security advisor, Tom Bossart, quote, "The president undermined American democracy baselessly for months. As a result, he's culpable for this siege, and he is an utter disgrace," unquote.
I just read you like 20
Yes.
quotes. There's like 80 more. I didn't talk about the foreign policy advisors who said he had no idea what was going on, who said they had to show him more pictures than words. I didn't talk about General Mark Milley and how he said that Donald Trump, he was so scared at the end of Trump's term that he was trying to figure out a way to go around Trump's back to make sure he didn't launch nuclear weapons because he was so terrified. There are so many more quotes. So again, I would actually say 10 times out of 10, I will take Kamala Harris, somebody who's already experienced and has been vice president. And people say is smart and intelligent, as opposed to Trump, whose 40 of his 44 handpicked cabinet members are not endorsing him because they think he's an idiot.
Okay.
Yeah. When did the DNC send you that? I'm gonna need that. The DNC needs to forward me that.
If anyone looks up former Trump aide quotes, there's like 100 articles. I just clicked on the first one and started reading quotes.
All right. Can I speak? Yes, I'm assuming. I don't disagree.
Amber, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much, Amber.
I'm not arguing any of those statements. I don't claim any of them to be wrong. I've never heard them. Then again, I don't research, politics. I don't pay too much attention to this on a daily basis. But if I could choose one situation, it would be to have neither Kamala or Trump as our president.
Yeah, but it's one or the other, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So how is Trump the better alternative?
Then again, I mean, I'm not one to sit here and give you facts, give you specifics. As a leader, as someone who's going to make
Can
the
you name
best
one
decisions,
policy that you like of his?
as someone
One?
who's going to make the best decisions for our country, my gut is going to go with Trump, and I'm not. That's what I said.
Your gut isn't a good reason.
I'm not a politics-centered guy. I don't pay much attention to it at all.
Then that shouldn't be a reason to vote for him. You understand what I'm saying there? You got to think critically about these things that impact so many people in this country. I get you feel like some way, but don't we put the facts over the feelings?
I guess you do, and that's fine.
Do you not?
No, I don't.
You put your feelings over the facts.
It's not my feeling. It's just.
It is your feelings. You quite literally just said like my gut feeling is this.
Listen, I'm not here to argue little specifics. I'm just saying like.
Welcome to a debate.
Yeah, I'm gonna choose Trump over Kamala as the leader of our country.
I also want to point out that if you go look up, because again, I didn't read quotes from his own vice president who's not endorsing him and all these other people. Like these are all people who Trump handpicked. They sacrificed. They spend 4 years in the White House every single day. And then they literally took a blowtorch straight to their career, everything they've built over maybe 30 or 40 or 50 years, and they no longer have a job. They can't work ever again in Republican politics, which is all they've been doing, and they did it to warn you not to do this. And I feel like that's a really good reason.
That is an incredible reason. You got to make a video just on that, Chris. Honestly.
I've made one that did I made a couple, but this is like one. This is the thing that people don't talk about the most. I mean, you go look at some of these quotes; they are insane.
Okay, something I want to touch on is the media. What impact the media has on the overall view that the average American citizen has on our political situation. You say all these things about people in the Trump family that turned one way or another. There's the same thing on both sides.
But there isn't. I just listed people who Trump handpicked to be in the White House.
I saw a video earlier today saying just wait till this releases how many people who were for Kamala who are about to come out and turn over for Trump.
When that happens, you can let me know. I'm just telling you, there's never been a president in history who has this happen to him, who has his entire White House staff from his first term beg people not to vote for him. That's never happened to anybody.
Yeah,
Okay.
the vice president and almost literally
Vice
all of
President,
this
Second
staff.
Attorney General, First Secretary of Defense, Second Secretary of Defense, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, First Secretary of State, First Ambassador to the United Nations, Presidential Transition Vice Chairman, Second National Security Advisor, Third National Security Advisor, Second Chief of Staff, his former Acting Chief of Staff, 1, 2, 3 comms directors, his Secretary of Education, his Secretary of Transportation, his first Secretary of the Navy, his first Homeland Security Advisor, his former personal lawyer, his former White House lawyer, another former comms director, a former deputy press secretary, and a chief of staff.
I believe what you're saying. I'm going to take your word for it. I don't disagree. if I could choose, it wouldn't be Trump. It wouldn't be Kamala. I don't think he's the best fit.
Anastasia, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Anastasia.
I don't think either candidate is the perfect.
But there is
person.
Do you think women should be able to get access to an abortion legally?
Yeah, for sure. I do.
Okay, so then why are you voting for someone that actively is restricting 1/3 of women's rights to abortion in this country?
I mean, I don't. That's the thing. I don't.
Women's rights aren't big enough.
Take all these things. I don't take all the. Say again. Sorry.
Women's rights isn't a big enough of an issue for you.
No, it is. Women's rights are a very big thing.
Okay, so then why aren't you voting for them?
Because I want the best leader of our country. That's who I want to vote for.
You want the best leader of our country. And again, you're not giving me a reason why Donald Trump is the better leader for this country.
Just at the
you just said like vibes, dude. You literally just said vibes.
If you consider every policy and decision and every way that he is for or against,
name one piece of legislation Donald Trump has.
Dude, listen to what I'm saying. You can make it so specific as much as you want. I told you that was my first statement when I got called into here. I said I'm not going to sit here and argue over.
If you don't know any of the policy in his, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Say again.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Abby, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Abby.
I mean, I'm against that, obviously.
But would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I'm going to vote for someone who I think is going to be the best fit for to be the leader of our country.
And is that someone who has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Think of that mustache.
I mean, I guess if he was convicted of that.
Okay, so you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. Would you vote for Trump?
You can make it look however you want to make it look. But
would you vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a minor with Epstein?
Dude, I don't know why. Like, you're going to that point, and have you seen all of the weird ass, sketchy ass videos of
Can you answer my question?
How
Oh my
he's
God!
holding-
What about Biden? Please answer my
of the
question.
ways how he
Biden's
grabs
not our
the
candidate.
thing.
Please,
I'm just saying, like, Biden is a creep.
dude. Can you please answer my question, dude?
No, I would not like to vote for someone who is a weird ass pedophile. No, I would not.
So if you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I wouldn't, if I had a choice, I would not like to vote for someone who did that.
Okay, so you do have a choice. Kamala Harris is the other choice.
Okay, you are 100% right, but this is a conversation about who's going to be the president of our country. So
Yes, dude. You said
Foggy,
if I had another choice.
Foggy, buddy.
I'm aware that I have no idea about all of these details. I'm fully aware.
Don't vote for the rapist.
Listen,
we can agree to disagree here.
Foggy, you have a few months.
I don't agree to disagree on voting for rapists.
Foggy,
right?
you have
Given that the other side has not done this.
Yeah, dude, you have a few months before the election. You have like 2 months. You can just go do some research.
Has Kamala Harris been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Has Kamala Harris tried to overthrow the government? Has Kamala Harris been convicted of 34 felonies? Has Kamala Harris said they want a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country? Did Kamala Harris restrict women's access to abortion and their fundamental rights? Right? Did Kamala Harris do those things? And if Kamala Harris did not do those things, why are you not voting for her?
Those things, whether they're right or wrong, they don't affect me. I want
My brother, can you say something of substance?
I want the best leader for our country. That's all I came here to say. That's really all I came here to say.
So you keep saying you want the best leader. You don't even know what the best leader is. What are you saying, bro?
I mean, that's just what
his final.
I didn't come here to argue or make anyone mad.
No, you didn't come to a debate platform to debate.
I mean, I'm voting for Trump. Harris, why are you voting for Trump? And that's why I answered your question. Why am I voting for Trump?
Because I feel like it. That's literally your point.
No, it's because he is going to be the person.
Donald Trump's final chief of staff's aide, Cassidy Hutchinson, quote, "I think that Donald Trump is the most grave threat we will face to our democracy in our lifetime and potentially in American history," unquote.
Wait, can I
just
actually
go
ask him
read
a
any of these
question?
goddamn quotes? You don't have to know anything about politics. Just be like, oh, I wonder why someone would say that.
Can you name one woman you'd vote for?
One woman I would vote for. I mean, I would vote for Michelle Obama over Kamala.
Okay, so so why? What is the relevant difference between? Wait, who has Michelle Obama endorsed?
Say again.
Who is
has she
Michelle Obama
endorsed?
endorsed?
I'm assuming she endorsed Kamala.
Yeah. So if you'd prefer, right, Michelle Obama over Trump, and Michelle Obama says vote for Kamala Harris, why don't you prefer what she says?
Because that's not the case here. She's not the candidate. I mean, you asked if there was a woman I would vote for. I answered, but that doesn't correlate to
So what is the relevant difference between Michelle Obama and Kamala Harris that you'd vote for one but not the other?
I mean, there's no reason. There's no gender-oriented reason why I'm not
it doesn't
voting
need to
for
be
Kamala.
gender. I'm asking what's the relevant difference between Kamala Harris and Michelle Obama that means you'd vote for one but not the other?
The fact that the other candidate is Trump, and that's who I.
No, if the other candidate was Trump, would you vote for Michelle Obama?
No, I'd still vote for Trump.
Can you name one woman you'd vote for over Donald Trump?
Let me think on that. Give me like 5 seconds. One woman over
My brother
Donald
in
Trump.
Christ over here, man. Oh my God.
I mean,
yo, chat. Foggy needs a Pop-Tart, guys. Can we get a Pop-Tart spam in the comments? He needs a Pop-Tart.
give me. I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's probably a woman I would, but
Dude,
I just can't think of one. Like, come on.
Again.
Dude, oh my God.
Not a single one. Not one. There's not a single woman he could think of that he would vote for
I mean,
over Donald Trump.
What's wrong with that? I
Someone
mean,
who's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for it to complete total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. All of these terrible things. All of those fucking people, a part of his administration, saying he's a threat to democracy, saying he's unfit, saying he has no clue what he's doing, saying he needs to specifically pictures, right, rather than words.
Okay.
He needs a children's book.
Hey, let me say
Why
something.
should he be president? He's a man-child.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I'm a peaceful person. I'm a respectful person. Your live stream overall has been the most respectful that I've came across. All of the other political debates on TikTok that I've came across, the Democratic side has been so disrespectful, and they don't. Y'all don't like think that you are being disrespectful, but it's like eye rolling, sarcasm, everything. And it's like, and I get it. The radical MAGA side is out of control. I admit that, and I'm not that. I'm pretty much as close to the middle as you can get from being a Republican.
There are people on my live that have such insane views and are so
Yes, I agree.
disingenuous that it does push me into circumstances like that.
I
So
can understand that.
I
can
empathize
understand
with
that.
why people respond that way in plenty of scenarios here on TikTok, and I think that people on the right wing do the same thing.
No, I agree. I agree.
But like the point I think that we should recognize here is that we should look at like what the arguments are, not just the emotions people are portraying.
And the uneducation and the ignorance of my arguments, I totally understand. I don't research this stuff. I don't pay attention to it. I don't think about it on a daily basis. So if in 100 years we can look back on this day and age and say, Kamala would have been the better choice, I would own up to it and say, yeah, I was wrong. But unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you want to look at it, I'm going to be voting for Trump. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. So, I don't see any good reason here. But yeah, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go into the next person?
That's all good. I appreciate it.
All right. Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024,
dude.
y'all.
Bro, look at my boy Mike right here. I mean, look at him. Just absolutely inspirational. Mike, bro, why are you voting for Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
are you voting Trump?
Yeah. Yep.
Why's that?
So I think really the only reason I can say right now, I've listened to your lives quite a bit. is the one point that I've seen that's made, and I totally agree with, is the fact that if you look at the past, what did they say? I believe it was 16 years that we've had, somebody as president. 12 of those years have been under Democrats, and look where we are as a country. So I think
Yeah,
that's
can you
the
name
biggest
me one
reason.
thing that Democrats have done that is bad?
Well, I mean, if you're in office for 12 years and we
Can you
keep
just
going
tell me
down-
one policy they've influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
Yeah, but you can always pull the policy card, but it's really just as a whole.
This is so simple. He's looking for cause and effect. Like, you can't say that over 16 years things are shit and look when Democrats are in office. We live on Earth. A bunch of shit happens outside of the United States. So Parker is looking for you to give some cause and effect.
Actually, if you look at the past 3 presidents on both sides, there's been about 50 million jobs created under Democratic administrations and about 1 million under the Republican.
Okay, but it doesn't just boil down to jobs. It boils down to where we are as a country in regards to quality of life and just life in general under presidency. I think the highlight of our past 16 years has been the 4 years Trump was in presidency. I mean, that's my opinion.
Okay,
maybe
but
I'm
no, but
wrong,
can you give me
that's
can you
what
give me
I'm seeing.
one policy that he influenced to get passed that was good?
Yeah, but you're talking about policy. Look at our lives.
give me one?
when he was in presidency.
Yeah, I oh yeah. So look at my life under the Harris administration has been great. I met my beautiful girlfriend. She's amazing.
Okay, but you're
right?
talking about
You know what I mean? Like,
relationships. You're not
therefore,
talking
I gotta vote for Harris, right? Is that a good
No,
reason to
but-
vote for Harris?
No, but I'm saying
No, if that's not a good
relationship
reason to
has
vote for
nothing to do
Harris,
with it.
then you agree that just because two things are associated with each other doesn't mean one caused the other. So just because it happened under the administration does not mean it was caused by the administration. So what did they engage in specifically that caused this?
I mean, I don't have the answer to that. So, I mean, I'm probably not as educated just like that other guy that came in here. But, I mean, just looking at the facts of how life was when he was in presidency, maybe he wasn't the exact influence, but his everybody that's under him, that it's not just the president that controls the country. It's the whole Republican.
Mike, I'm going to ask a very basic question. Okay?
Go ahead.
When Donald Trump left office, he was one of only 2 presidents in American history to lose more jobs than he gained. He lost more jobs than any president ever, minus 3 million. Ended his presidency with a 14% unemployment rate. So,
Okay, but one thing that you have to take into consideration there is COVID.
right, Mike. So congratulations, you completed my test. You're actually admitting, like we just talked about, that there is it's possible to have cause and effect outside of the president. And again, like I just think that like if you cannot label any direct cause and effect correlation with causation, and I feel
Okay,
like
so
you're in some trouble.
here's something else that I have to mention. So you know how Kamala is talking about everything she's going to do the first day that she gets in office. What has she done in the 3.5 years that she's been in influence?
The
in office?
bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
But what has that done for our country?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
like,
go ahead.
You know what I mean? Like what?
Yeah, so
what
the Inflation
exactly
Reduction
is
Act had
better?
the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, which is something she put in the bill specifically. It also had the largest investment in renewable energy ever, an actual fight against climate change. The bipartisan infrastructure bill had funding for roads and bridges. It had funding for getting lead out of water,
And it was
pipes to have clean drinking water, expanding broadband to rural communities, expanding EV infrastructure.
It's also the largest infrastructure bill since Eisenhower. The PACT Act was one of the largest expansions of veterans health care. Park already said the largest investment ever in climate change. The first gun reform in the last 3 decades in the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, which she directed, capped insulin at $35 and like 10 other drugs now on Medicare. In terms of fiscal legislation, the Biden-Harris administration has passed more than most presidents in 50 years.
Okay. So so I guess this is just a general question then. Why does it feel like our country is now worse off than it's been in quite a while as far as like division and just like finances, and like
because
so many different things that
probably number one because of COVID, and number two division. There's a guy up above Parker's left that tried to overturn an election he didn't win with evidence he didn't win it. Is one of the most hateful, dumbest politicians. Is the most hateful, dumbest politician in American history, running around doing ridiculous shit and trying to throw away our democracy. So that causes quite a bit of division. And COVID was also a big deal. But I mean, again, facts over feelings.
most of it is Trump's fault that we are so divided as a country.
Yeah, when you try to overturn an election you didn't win with evidence you didn't win it, that tends to do that.
But like, why would so many people just blindly follow him?
I don't know. I'm not in the.
You guys are doing it right now. Like
Yeah,
you're
I'm not-
literally, you're the person doing it. You should ask yourself that question.
Yeah, but I don't.
I'm not in the court of public opinion. I'm just telling you what the fact is. Like he believes he won an election he didn't win. He's trying to literally dismantle our country. So that tends to cause some division.
Okay, so riddle me this though, right? So
riddling.
Yeah. So this supposed threat to democracy that's running for president again.
Yeah.
After so many times that he could have just been like, you know what, fuck this. Like I don't know if I can swear on this or not, but basically, why would he keep running if he's this rich billionaire that doesn't really need to be the president if he doesn't care about the country? Like he literally
to get away from his crimes.
Okay, so and one more thing, I know you're going to be like, oh my God, here he goes saying it, but the man took a bullet for the country and could have just been like, screw this, I'm done with all the hate.
I can't.
No,
So
think about that, though, you know what I mean? Think about it.
Mike, first of all, people, basic like criminal psychology would tell us, basic psychology would tell us people do things all the time that don't make logical sense. So like very wealthy people commit crimes that they don't have to commit or do things they don't have to because they want to do them for a separate reason. I don't think I need to bring up rich people doing heinous, horrible things. He's running right now to stay out of federal prison because it's really great when you're facing 700 plus years in prison. If you become the president, maybe you can pardon yourself or maybe you can pressure your own Department of Justice to, stop investigating you.
So
Again,
you think that if
if you heard my quotes from the last guest, it's very clear that Donald Trump does this because he wants power, and he's already shown that once. There's a reason he's facing a RICO charge in Georgia for sending fake electors to my state of Georgia to try to overturn the election results. Multiple people have already pled guilty to that, where he has a group of fake people going to Georgia saying we're here to certify the election went to Trump when it went to Biden. They had a fake document with them. Multiple of them have pled guilty to defrauding the United States government. He had the Department of Justice in the Oval Office trying to force them to sign a letter that said there was election fraud when there wasn't, and two DOJ officials resigned over that. He went through every legal and illegal mean to try to overturn the election. He wants power. Why would we vote for him again?
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. And like you said, not a lot of people do things that don't make sense.
Do you understand why Jeffrey Dahmer did what he did?
No.
Yeah,
no.
right, exactly. People do. Do you understand why Jeffrey Epstein did what he did?
Yeah,
No.
I see your point. I see your
Exactly.
point.
So, like, again, I think that people commit crimes all the time that don't make logical sense.
Yeah.
He's a narcissist. He wants power.
I get it. No, I guess that's really all, because like obviously I'm not knowledgeable about policies or anything like that. So everything that I just talked about is really all I had to say, and just wanted to hear your thoughts on it. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Mike,
Let's go to the next person. Only city guest regardless if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, or do you have your Venmo Cash up in the bio?
No, it's the same as username. It's no worries. If you guys want to support me, you can throw it to Parker. He's a good guy over here. Janelle, thanks for $5
make sure to send it to him. Christy Mallory, look it up.
Wrong. Janelle, thanks
thank
for
you for
$5 on
everyone.
Venmo. $5. I appreciate you so much. You guys are awesome. You're awesome, Janelle.
Mary, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it. Abby, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Autumn. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate everyone. Thank you so much, y'all. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next person up here.
Somebody asked for the last word of my phone number for Venmo. My phone number already leaked like a few days ago, honestly, so it's really...
Oh, wait, you don't have to. You can just hit skip.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's like fake people. I need to add it to the bio.
It's 3250, but I didn't say that. No,
You got flagged
I got
for
flagged
civic
for
election integrity.
Are you? Oh my god.
All right, man. Do you have a second account?
No, yeah, just boot me off. You're good. I'll figure it out.
All right. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Well, I don't know why it did that. That's really rough. I just got my main account back too, so I really don't want to risk it. But yeah, so let's get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get up this next person. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. All right. Okay, it's not accepting this person. Let me try the next. Give it 1 second, y'all. Diane, thank you so much for the $20.24 for educating us. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Diane. Thank you so much. And Joseph, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Joseph in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Joseph, for the $50. It's always good to see you. Thank you so much. Paid by the DNC. You didn't go to the DNC. I know, right? I get so many DNC payments that they didn't tell me that they didn't let me go to the DNC. They didn't invite me. Makes so much sense, right? It's really makes sense. Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Hey, Parker.
Are you voting for Trump?
I know you had said this before. You're like, if you are voting for Trump, but like I said, I'm gonna be honest. Like, fuck Trump. Excuse my language.
Based. All right, let's get this next person up here, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30 actually. I just turned 30 this past month.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Yo, Melinda, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Melinda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's so cool. Thank you so much, Melinda. Gerard, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I can't right now, actually. But it's going to be amazing. Thank you for the subscription as well. Thank you so much, by the way. Thank you, Aaron. But yeah, go for it. What's the reason why you're voting Trump?
I've seen mainly, so I approach things at more of a qualitative as opposed to a quantitative sort of approach with a lot of this kind of stuff. What I've seen, at least in the past 10 years, is just that so I'm in the line trade. I do power work and fiber work. With our trade especially, we've seen a lot of suffering in the past few years. I don't quite know why that is, but there was a lot more success in the trades, especially my trade, under the Trump administration. With the Biden administration, I have seen a lot of really good linemen in the union as well. And I know the union is heavily Democratic, or they tend to vote Democratic. But a lot of guys on the union side of things, really good linemen who've been in the trade for 10 or 15 years are.
Okay, can you name me a policy of Donald Trump's that you like? Can you name me a policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
I can't. I just know that there was more success in my trade and more money.
Okay, so then can you name me one thing he did that benefited that?
Do what?
Can you name me one thing he did that benefited your trade?
There was just more opportunity for
that
work.
doesn't mean it was caused by him, right? Was there more opportunity during COVID?
There was a decent amount because we were considered essential workers, so we were going on call outs like crazy. We were working a lot of overtime.
Okay, so but again, this isn't representative of specifically what the president is doing, right?
No.
So Michael, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. So if it's not representative of what they're doing, then why is it relevant to who you're going to vote for?
Generally, a lot of what I've seen in the past, he just he seems like he goes on a path that a lot of other politicians haven't gone down before. And I mean, I
And that is
know
what?
you do what?
And that's what?
He just he doesn't confide, or he doesn't I don't know how to say this. He doesn't align with typical power politics, with trying to elevate, at least from the way he talked. And
Yeah, you can say he doesn't align with typical politics. That doesn't mean he's good. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I mean, I don't condone that at all, but I mean, the way he
Sage, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Sage.
with the way what I saw with his running of the economy when he was in office, it looked, like I said, I approach these things qualitatively. It looked generally better. There were more people with jobs. There was less competition within my trade.
Okay, again, none of these things are related to the president. Again, why do you say the president caused these things? Why do you give that to like him for no reason?
I generally go more towards his party. It's more conservative with
That mustache. Thank you so much.
with spending, and there was less foreign.
They weren't. They actually added more to the debt than under the Trump administration, or than under the Biden-Harris administration.
They very well could have, but it's
No, they did.
It's
Shelly, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for $20 for schooling the MAGA. Thank you so much.
There wasn't as much foreign conflict with our country. We were wanting the other.
How is that caused by the Biden-Harris administration? Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the hat mustache.
What was the question?
How is that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
We do donate a lot of resources and funding towards the Israel conflict and
Again,
conflict in Ukraine.
I don't see how that's different given Trump or Biden, Trump or Harris. So why are you voting for Trump?
More, I mean, generally, if I have to be honest, I mean,
Heather, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Heather.
More job security within my trade, and
okay, I'm sorry, man.
More money coming.
I can't do the same thing over and over again, chat. I'm actually going insane. If like I literally said the same thing to him like 7 times, dude. It's actually unbelievable. I literally cannot believe I had to do that so many times. It's like he retained nothing from the conversation. All right, tap that screen, everyone. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will help get out to more people, y'all. All right, all right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm 23.
Why so?
Yeah, so I want to I based it off of like Harris's character. So I'm currently going to school to be a defense attorney, and as her as a prosecutor, like I get it was her job, but I don't think your job makes you a good person. So she was a tough on law or tough on crime prosecutor. Like one of the toughest on law prosecutors like we've ever seen.
I think. How do you qualify that?
Yeah, so what she did with like drugs and stuff, like her, like she would like throw the hammer at you, like if you had like a petty like what's a TikTok friendly term, flower charge
For possession?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me any source that indicates that, because that's not true at all.
Are you sure?
Not only that, but Trump wants to not keep that legalized, whereas she wants to legalize that.
Yeah, her history does not show that.
Wait, but she wants to legalize it now. That's what she's advocated for.
Well, she's had a lot of time to do that, and she hasn't.
Well, she has now. She actually advocated for
Well, she
that when
wants
she was
to
running
now,
in
right?
2020, and she's advocated for that now.
So she wants to now. She was just
Yeah,
a vice,
yeah.
she was
What
just
is
a vice
Donald Trump wants to put
He was just a
people?
vice president for 4
Donald
years.
Trump wants to put people on death. She was advocating for this before.
And why didn't she get it done?
Again, because she's the
It's a lot
vice
of
president. She
wants.
can't get everything she wants to done. Why didn't Trump get the wall done? Why didn't Trump get it? Why didn't Trump make Mexico pay for it? Why didn't Trump get the infrastructure bill? Why didn't Trump get the $35 cap on insulin enforced? Why didn't Trump do all of these things? Because Congress. Geez, you should know this, right?
Yes, right. But she barely advocated for it, right?
She did advocate for it. What do you mean barely
How did she
advocated
try,
for it?
where did she try to advocate it for? In one of her speeches, maybe? Like she was like, "Yeah, I want to legalize possession."
No,
Like,
she
did she bring it
specifically
to Congress?
she
Did
has
bring it-
she has advocated for it when running for president. I already told you this. She's advocated for this when she was specifically like recently. Like we can literally look up Trump legalization of leafy greens.
Yeah, sure. Maybe his stance on it isn't what I agree with, right?
Her.
But he
All right,
wasn't.
wait,
He
okay.
wasn't a prosecutor who locked people up for.
Did you know that he gave her money to get her elected?
Sure, cool. I don't.
So then why are you arguing like he is somehow like fucking, like Jesus?
I didn't say he was Jesus. I'm
Okay,
going on people's
so
character.
okay, so then if you're not, so then what's the relevance? Because you're saying that's worse than being held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, having 34
Whoa.
felonies, trying to overthrow the government, restricting women's access to abortion, right? Literally calling for the death penalty for people who are drug dealers.
Yeah, not people who. Yeah, specific drug dealers. Not like we know what he's talking about. Specific kind of drug dealers, not just your average like Joe Schmo selling a $5 bag.
Yeah. So again, so what you're not realizing is that you're literally just sitting there and you're saying, "Oh, I'm going to apply these standards to Kamala Harris, but I'm not going to apply them to Donald Trump," and that's what I
I'll
see as
hold them both
hypocritical.
accountable. No, I'll hold them both accountable.
No, you didn't hold them accountable at all.
How did I not? You don't know who.
You quite literally didn't hold him accountable when I said it was applicable to him in this case.
Sure, it could be.
Okay.
Yeah, so based off Kamala's like history, like what part of her history says
Kamala.
that? Sorry, Kamala.
I've told you multiple things at this point. I've literally given you multiple things.
Like what? What does she have to be like? What in her resume says that she is fit to be president? She was one of the most unpopular vice presidents. of all
So
time.
okay, wait, she's currently vice president right now, and she's popular. You understand?
Yes, now,
you understand?
because she's running
JD
for
Vance's wait, what's JD Vance's approval rating?
I don't know. It's I'm sure it's pretty low.
So you think if something, it's way lower. It's like 20
Okay, I
something
actually
percent.
don't like
So
JD
if you think, so if you think that Donald Trump, something happens to him, you think JD Vance should be the one that steps up? You think we should
No,
vote for
I
someone
would've-
that leads to that happening?
I would've
What qualifications does he have? Being funded
would've
by
much-
fucking venture capitalists?
I would have much rather RFK as a vice president, and I'm honestly not a big
Okay,
RFK
that's so cringe.
cringe. He was on your side.
I don't care. That doesn't mean I like him.
Why not? Because
he left the Democratic Party. 1, 2. He literally he's a conspiracy theorist.
You
right?
mean New York kicked him out of the Democrat Party?
No, he left himself. No, I was just telling you he left. That wasn't a reason why I said I didn't like him. By the way, I was just describing the fact that he left.
Yes, because New
Save
York.
the Galaxy. Thank you so much, Icy Pain.
Yes, because New York sued him out of being a Democrat.
No, he left himself.
Why?
Because he didn't want to be dealt with the Democratic Party. Right? He had no shot as it relates to winning in the Democratic Party as it relates to the primaries. He had no shot.
Yes, because New York decided to sue him.
I don't think it's just because New York decided to sue him. I don't know where you get this from.
Yes, that was the turning point where he.
Can you show me anything that indicates that?
The day before, New York came forward and tried and is suing him currently. Right? He tweeted that he would never stand for what Donald Trump stands for. He would never. The day after.
Yeah, now
New
he's
York
voting
comes
for
forward
Donald
with-
Trump.
Yes, New York comes forward with a lawsuit.
Also,
And
you
now-
want to know something crazy? He also literally didn't deny sexually assaulting a woman.
Yes, cool. Okay, I understand.
What do you mean? Yes, cool.
I
That's
agree.
nothing.
No, I'm not. I was trying to make my point, and then you just like throw in that point. We can get to that point in a second. My point was the day before New York comes forward with a lawsuit, he tweets that he will never advocate for Donald Trump.
Amber, think of the $5.
The day the lawsuit comes forward, he now switches to Donald Trump. That is what I mean by when New York sued him. That is the reason he left the that is the reason he left the Democratic Party.
Let's say accept this. I really don't care. Why? Why do I care?
Because I'm saying it's important. Like it was important.
What's important about
That
it?
is the
I don't
reason why he
care.
left.
I don't like RFK at all. I think Kamala Harris is a better candidate than RFK.
Wait, who's a better candidate?
Kamala Harris.
I mean, sure, but he's not running for president right now.
What?
He is not running for president right now.
RFK? He
is not.
still is, but he just took away in like swing
He's
states.
going to cancel his campaign,
No, in swing state. He's not canceling it. He's suspending it.
which means he's going to cancel it.
Temporarily.
Why would he
Appreciate the
suspend
honor,
it
thank you.
a couple months out of it?
Because he's only taking himself out of swing states in which are battlegrounds. He's actually keeping himself. This is what RFK said himself. He's keeping himself up in other states.
Which he's not. Which means he won't win. Those swing states are.
Yeah,
very
I agree. He's not going to win. Oh wait, I never said he's going to win. He wasn't going to win either way.
I agree, but he's going to take himself out of the election and then come fully in these next couple weeks. He would have
whatever you want to say. I don't care. Why do we care about RFK? I don't want to talk about RFK at all.
I'm going to be honest. I don't even remember how we got.
I don't like RFK at all. He's weird.
Okay, so why do you support Kamala Harris? What has she done?
She hasn't been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. She didn't deny climate change as it relates to humans causing it.
Okay, so what policies do you agree with then, other than what she hasn't done?
Yeah, so the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, these are things that she influenced to get passed that I think were beneficial.
But what has she actually done? Cool. There's a lot.
I just told you multiple things. The tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act. She put specifically within the bill the $35 cap on insulin for seniors.
And who started that?
What do you mean? Who started? Who like wrote
Who's
the
the
bill?
first president who advocated for the insulin reduction?
So again, you mean the cap on insulin?
Yeah, the cap on
so
insulin.
Donald Trump did an executive order as it relates to that, but that didn't have any enforceable aspect to it. So it didn't actually apply. She got it passed through Congress.
Yes, but yes, so Donald Trump had came forward. It was some crazy bill. I hate how when bills there's 100 things written in the bill, 100 different laws. But when he came forward with the bill, they denied the cap on insulin to, I forget what the original cap was that he came forward with.
35.
35, yeah.
Yeah, but again, this was an executive order. So the executive order was not enforceable, but what is gone in through the context of a bill. She got it passed through a tie-breaking vote. She determined that bill to be passed.
Yes.
Yes.
Because Trump came forward with the $35 first. Like, it's not like something that she came up with.
No, wait, it's not something that he came up with.
Who came up with it?
I don't know who came up with it, but like you
He
making
did.
the claim.
His
No, he did
administration-
not. Shut the fuck up. He did not come up with it. That is such a ridiculous statement for you to make that he came up with the policy. Be so real.
Then who came up with it? You said no, but then you're
Wait.
who came up
Do
with
I
it?
need to know exactly who came up with it to know it wasn't him? I'll literally find $35 cap on insulin. And you're telling me I'm not going to find anyone?
Go for it.
I'm not going to find a single person.
Before 2017, go for it.
Well, he didn't bring it up in 2017.
I'm sorry. Before whatever year it was, 2018, 2019. Come on. Was it like the Queen of England? Like, who was it?
Why are you acting like that, dude? Why are you being you're fucking weird, dude?
You told me to shut
It's
the F
obviously
up.
not gonna be.
You told me.
Yeah.
And I'm being.
Oh, are you mad? Are you mad? Or do you want a
No.
baby bottle?
You were the first one to say shut the F up. But I'm
because you were making a dumb point.
You denied that Trump was the first one to come up with it.
He didn't. Bernie definitely came up with this before, right? For sure. Bernie's been advocating for caps on pharmaceutical drugs. He's been advocating for universal health care for decades now. For you to just act like Donald Trump is the first one that came up with this, I think is dumb. That's what I was saying.
Then who came up with it?
I just told you someone that came up with it before him. I don't think Bernie came up with it, but it was before him. Why do you have to be such a fucking weirdo, dude?
Why are you so mad?
Because it's irrelevant. You're bringing up an irrelevant point. Again, the point that I'm just making is that he didn't make the policy, because you're trying to credit it only to him. When he's not
fine.
even the one that got it through.
Whatever. Even if I grant to you that, sure, maybe Bernie Sanders came up with it in 2011 or whatever, 1962 or whatever you want to say. Freaking, he was the first one to actually try to pass a bill with it, right? Would you grant that? He was the first. He was that first actual.
That's not a bill. That's an executive order, genius.
Okay, whatever. The first sit-in president to ever bring that forth. Would you?
Sure.
Obama
What is the relevance?
Because you're acting like Kamala.
I told you what she did. You asked what she did. I gave you what she did.
Okay, perfect.
Did I say something wrong?
Yes, but the whole point is you're dismissing that also Trump tried to do that. Yes, because I'm saying because it's versus Trump, right? It's Kamala versus Trump. So you're trying to bring that forth like he never tried to do that.
I never said he didn't try to do that. What I said is it's something that she did. I don't know why you are not acknowledging the fact that I am just telling you that she did it. Okay, they both agree with it. Now that means you have no argument against it. It just means she's the one who got it done and he didn't.
Yes, he tried to and they denied it.
The
Right?
Supreme Court, that has nothing. Wait, that's not so you could say he tried, but the point I'm making is that she got it through Congress by a tie-breaking vote.
Yes.
Okay, so what's your point? You asked
My
something
point-
that she did. I gave you something she did.
Okay, perfect. She did that.
Okay,
Now, is there anything
was it
else
good?
that-
Right? It was good, right?
Yeah, no. I'm sure. Yeah, I support that. I've supported it when Trump tried to do it. Still support it.
Cool. Good.
Is there anything else that she's done?
Yeah.
Or do you want me to go? I can go on stuff that Trump's done.
I
if
already
you-
told you multiple things. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill in particular. She fought for the expanded access of high-speed broadband to rural America.
I don't even know what broadbands. I mean
Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah. So I can talk.
Connectivity to internet.
Okay. Yeah. So you want to talk about what Trump did? No. This will be. Yeah. So we can talk about his tax reductions. We can talk about how the average family income went up by $6,000 in the U.S. during his administration.
That wasn't caused by any of his policy. So you can look at the I can send you a paper. Look up the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform. It actually indicated that the annual increase in GDP was only 0.02% per
Whoa.
year. Okay, so not only that, but it is the case that not
What
only
was the
that,
paper you said?
not only what?
Did you say there was a paper written on it or something? You
Yeah,
said
the
that.
macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform. It's from a liberal and a conservative economist from Harvard.
All right. Thank you. You just said that so fast I couldn't even.
Okay.
Continue.
Yeah, so that shows that there was 0.02% GDP increase per year for 1.9 trillion in debt-related spending, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. So why would you specifically advocate for this when most of the tax cuts went to rich people? It didn't help the economy very much, and it added a bunch to the debt.
It didn't. Now the marriage couple. I think the first $24,000 now is untaxed for a marriage couple. I think that tripled or doubled within the last 3 decades. That had tripled under the Trump administration. Now there's
Wait, what tripled? Say that one time.
So the first $24,000 of a marriage couple or a married couple, sorry, a married couple is untaxed, which
You're
that
talking standard deduction. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah,
yeah, that you're
these
just
are all
yeah.
things
So
that-
again, taking into account the standard deduction, that still is one of the aspects of the TCGA, which is what I just told you. There was a paper on that indicated there was only 0.02% GDP growth from that per year, right? When it added 1.9 trillion dollars to the debt, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Yes, but would you not say like taking the debt, like the debt of our country has nothing to do with people not now having to pay taxes, which is a good thing for the
It
first
does. If you decrease
27,000.
taxes but you don't decrease spending, then it leads to deficit spending.
Yes, within our government.
Yeah. So wait, I
No,
thought you guys were I thought you guys were the deficit hawks, being like, how do you pay for this? Right. Okay. So I'll ask you a question. The $3.9 trillion spending bill as it relates to Trump extending the TCGA. Do you think that? How are you going to pay for that? Sorry.
Yeah, so I could agree that there should be like higher taxes within like certain brackets. Like the more money you make, you should pay much more in taxes. I also believe in like higher luxury taxes, and stuff like that to pay it. I'm sure you would agree with that. Like that's something you like. If you deny, then
say that more time. Sorry.
I believe in luxury taxes, higher luxury taxes. When you get to certain tax brackets, I think you should also
Like a
pay
progressive
more.
tax system.
Yes,
Okay, so then I'm
agree with
confused
that.
how you. Okay, so then why do you want tax cuts for predominantly rich people?
When I specifically mentioned the first $27,000 of a married couple.
Yeah, if you want to just keep that, I'm totally fine with keeping that. But again, that is not the only thing in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Just because I agree with some things doesn't mean I agree with them all.
Okay, so again, if most of the money in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act went to rich people, what I'm hearing is that most of the money is helping rich people, not people who need it.
Yes, sure, that is not a good thing. I never advocated for that. I
Yeah, but that's what the
specifically
Tax Cut and Jobs Act is.
Yes, I agree. There are specific things that are not good. That
She
is
wants
why
the child tax credit, so like she wants a $6,000 a year. For each kid, a child tax credit in the first year of a child's life, and then she wants $3,600 until they're 5 years old, and then $3,000 until they're 17. That's going to decrease middle class taxes.
Yes, Trump also advocated for for that. Or no, he actually did.
No, he didn't. He didn't advocate for this much.
Are you sure? I haven't.
Yes.
Wait, if I go on pause, can you still hear me? Like I can.
No, I won't be able to hear you.
Oh, never mind. I'm not at my computer. But
so he did not advocate for.
Okay, well, then perfect. I don't have my computer with me, so I can't. I don't have my paper to argue with you on that one. So sure, if he didn't, then he didn't. But all I'm advocating for, like my way would be luxury tax and higher tax brackets get paid or get taxed more. And I'm a strong advocate for the married couple one. And the average household income was up by.
If you want to keep those, I don't have an issue with it. But the rest of it adds a bunch to the debt, and then when we pay off the debt, most of it is going to have to come from like the middle class, because it specifically, like for example, when we have a higher net interest payment on our debt, that leads to us having less money to spend on things like social services and things that the middle class would need. Right, middle class and lower class, and like people in poverty would need, people in this country that need help.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so then I don't understand what your point would be then, because like this is going to negatively impact the middle class going into years.
So
upon
all I
years
was
upon
advocating
years.
was for the good that had happened. Obviously, I understand it was bad. I'm not saying
predominantly it was bad.
I don't think he's like a white Jesus over here. Like
Well, it was predominantly bad, and the tax policy specifically from the Kamala Harris administration is meant to benefit people. And did you know that tariffs, like Trump wants to increase tariffs? Do you know what a tariff is?
it has to do with imported goods.
Yeah, it's a tax on an imported good, which would mean that the price of goods in America would cost more.
How can you? I don't know too much about economics.
I have an economics degree.
Can you give me like a 2-minute like just rundown on how that would increase the
Cost of goods.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a tax on goods coming into the country, which means that the cost of good goes up, right, for the producer, right? And most economic data indicates that most of the increase goes to people who are paying it. Like, so it happens to affect the ending price of the good. So
Yeah,
that
so
just
if-
leads to so the whole point that Trump is trying to do it is that he's trying to get people to buy American goods. But there's not enough of a supply of American goods for there to be a low enough of a price. And that's why it's going to lead to inflation in this country.
Yeah. So I don't know. So I don't know too much about economics, but is there any policy that he's trying to run for to bring more companies home? Like get Nike, get all these companies out of like Taiwan, China, and bring them home.
Yeah, so I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Not a long-term sustainable one. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. Other than like the us working with countries globally to increase standards and quality around the world, right? But So like again, what you need to acknowledge is that the United States, as it relates to that type of manufacturing, is kind of over, right? Like we're not going to do that type of manufacturing. Right.
Yeah.
Now,
Not-
if
not
you want to do
on
more
that,
profitable manufacturing, like specialized manufacturing, we can make investments into that to like incentivize people to go into those fields through education. Appreciate the elephant. Thank you so much. That would be great.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
So
But,
I
or
was-
like specific markets like chips. The Chips and Science Act is going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips, which brings back manufacturing jobs to the United States.
Yeah, sure. I would support whatever can bring back jobs to the United States, and we can get these companies out of other countries, right? Like, so I would support the higher, like tax on imported goods, as long as there was a long-term solution.
That leads to again higher prices on goods for American consumers. And you said that you don't want the middle class to be negatively impacted, but their tax bill would be increased due to the tariffs. I hope you understand that.
Yes,
like
but
thousands
I
of
would-
dollars a year.
But what I was trying to say is, I would only agree with that if there was a long-term solution to bring companies back to America.
I'm sorry to break it to you, but that's just not how it works, economically speaking. Think of the confetti. Like tariffs are very negatively impactful. They hurt American business in this country. Did you know that? It makes it less likely that we're going to be able to sell our goods in other countries because they put tariffs on us, which devalues our goods globally. And
Okay,
also,
sure.
everyone, thank you for 1 million likes. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes, y'all.
Yeah, sure, you could be right. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know nothing about economics. Like economics that's all you. That is, like you can have that. I don't know much on economics. Like, are you? You know 100 times more than I do on economics.
Okay. So,
Wait.
is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, I think we can leave it on that.
All right, appreciate you coming up.
Leave it on.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Yes.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, what's up, bro? I'm 26.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote Trump.
And why so?
Well, I really just have to say I can't trust the Democrats that are gonna be working in her administration anymore, and I feel like a lot
Sharp,
of
thank you for the galaxy. Thank you, Sharp.
I feel like a lot of her policies are just gonna lead us closer to communism.
Thank you for the Sharp. Can you define communism for me, please? Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxies. Thank you so much.
I don't have to define communism to prove to you that she's gonna lead us to communism.
Yeah, you do, because I don't think you know what communism is. Because,
Well, if you
like,
want-
what is she advocating for that's communism? You just swiped out. I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app to go look up the definition of communism. Can't hear you right now when you're Googling it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, so what's communism?
Hello.
What's communism?
I can't give you the exact definition, but it's definitely people.
You couldn't read it off Google?
Yeah, I couldn't read it off Google. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society.
Okay.
She's not advocating to get rid of states, the state, the government.
That wasn't
the
my
monopoly
point,
on
though.
violence. She's not
Okay,
arguing to
that
get rid of
wasn't my
class.
point. That
She's
wasn't my
not
point.
arguing to get rid of money.
That wasn't my point. That wasn't my point at
So,
all.
so then how are we getting closer to communism?
She's advocating for communist ideas.
No, she's not. What idea is communist?
She wants to support equal opportunity. That's definitely a communist
So,
idea.
so what she meant was specifically equal opportunity amongst people who are white, people who are black, right?
How do
Because
we not
again,
have
there
equal
shouldn't be
opportunity
negative.
today?
No, listen.
How
She's
do we
saying
not
there
have equal
shouldn't be
opportunity
differences.
today?
She's saying there shouldn't be differences in outcome based upon race, based on whether or not someone's a
Yeah, that's
woman or a
communism.
man.
That's
That's
communism.
not communism.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society
Yes,
in which
but
the
the
means of
idea
production are
is
controlled by the public.
yeah, but those
What you're
things
not
happen.
understanding, listen, what you're
Those
not
things happen in
understanding
a communist
is that
society.
getting rid of racial disparities is not communism.
No, but it leads us to communism.
No,
That's
it
the point.
doesn't.
Yeah,
It does
does.
not. Blah, you have no clue what you're talking about.
That's your opinion. That's just your opinion.
So, again, equal opportunity is not communism.
If you want to stick to that definition, yes, of course, it's not communism. But my point is that she has
So we're
ideas
not
that would
going
lead
towards
us.
communism. That's not communist. Nothing like that is communism. You have no clue what you're talking about. You don't understand communism. You're just saying it to fearmonger people into not wanting to vote for this particular candidate because you don't have any other arguments against it other than Red Scare.
Oh, it's definitely not Red Scare. I would
It
just say
is.
that
It
was
is.
the
You're
first
just saying
thing.
it's communism. It's communism. You know, they've been saying
Yeah,
that
I
with
was saying
Barack
communism,
Obama.
so you would
You know,
bring me
they
up. That
said
was
that with
definitely true.
basically every Democratic candidate in the modern era. They said that with Biden. They said that with Barack Obama. They
I
said
agree.
that with Clinton. They say that with every single one. It's socialism. It's communism. Tell me when the communism and the socialism is going to be instituted. I'll wait.
When it'll probably happen before we're dead, but not for the next 4 years.
Dude, it's not going to happen, bro.
Well, that's fine, dude. That's fine. You can vote for who you want to vote for. All I'm saying is that I don't trust the Democrats that are running behind her. I don't trust them.
But you trust the convicted felon, the proven sexual abuser, the fraudster, the election denier, the guy who tried to overthrow the government,
think,
the guy who restricted women's access to abortion, who called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the
think-
country, who wants to put the Constitution on pause, who dodged the draft 3 times. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much, Sharp. I appreciate it.
Or are you just going to yell?
I'm not yelling right now. Are you okay? Thank you, Sharp. I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you.
So, what I'm
Did
saying...
you actually think I was yelling?
No. You just keep talking and talking and talking.
That's not yelling. Thank you for the little crown.
So, what were you saying?
Do you need a baby bottle? Sounds like you're a little bit sensitive right now.
Oh my God.
You okay?
Mean. I was going to tell you... I totally forgot what I was going to say. I don't trust the Democrats that are running behind her. That's my main point.
Yeah,
That's my
why
main
do you
point.
trust Donald Trump, the frequent
Oh,
flyer
that was
on
that.
Epstein's
Okay,
plane?
so look,
How many frequent flyer
okay,
miles
that's
do you
what-
think he
that's
has on? How many
that's what you
frequent
were saying,
flyer?
that's what you were saying.
How many
So-
how many frequent flyer miles do you think he has on Jeffrey Epstein's plane?
Well, I don't agree with anything that happened with Jeffrey Epstein for sure. But Bill Clinton was on there, so we know people in the Democrats
I don't like Bill
are also
Clinton.
on there as well.
I don't like Bill Clinton.
We know for a fact that there were Democrats involved, just like
Wait,
Republicans.
blah! I never said I like every
She was
Democrat.
probably a CIA plant. You never know. My point is this.
I never said I liked I never said I liked all the Democrats.
Yeah, that's fine. My point is this. There are always going to be people in this world who are good at something that have done bad things. Both sides, you argue that Harris is really good at her job and she's amazing. We have things, even if you don't want to admit it, there are things that she's done that aren't good. And there's things that Trump has done that aren't good. You argue.
Can you
that-
name one thing
you
that
argue-
Kamala Harris has done that's bad? Think of them again.
Well, I think not letting people out of jail so they could serve in prison, so they could do a labor prison camp stuff. I think that's not cool. I don't think that's cool at all.
Can you give me a source?
We didn't give you a source.
What's your source? Amy, thank you for the
You're not gonna let me-
$22.22. Thank you for the
You're not
handout as
gonna let
well.
me go look up my source because
Amy, thank you for the $22.22. Thank you so much.
My source.
No, I'll let you do it. Go find your source. I'll talk to someone.
No,
while you go find
because
it.
I don't have my laptop, and you already.
No,
made
you
fun
can
of
look.
me
You can
for-
look at. You can look it up. I don't mind you googling it.
Yeah, but
go
you already
Google
made fun
it.
of me, so.
No,
So
go Google it.
That's totally fine. We
I'll
don't
mute
have-
you until you find it. Go for it. There you go. Unmute when you're ready. Cynical, thank you for the handouts. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I mean, mainly because I have the same, like, I want the same policies, most, not all, but the same policies he wants. And I just can't vote for somebody that
Can
doesn't.
you name me one policy?
Yeah. I mean, with immigration, I think that that's a big problem, and he has a lot of policies in place for that.
Can you name me one?
Hold on. Okay, so sorry, I
Daria,
can't
thank you for the hint art.
Okay, so he wants to restore his Remain in Mexico program, which is required asylum seekers at the U.S. border to wait in Mexico while their cases are processed. He wants to end the catch and release.
Yeah, so
And-
let's address these, right? So these didn't exist under the Obama administration, yet it is the case that there are significantly less people coming to the country. So how can you say that more people were caused to come in the country based upon this, like being changed?
I mean, because our president now is for open borders, like completely open borders.
No, what policy opened the borders?
I don't know exactly what policy did that, but I mean,
So no, they did not open the borders. That's a complete lie. They actually removed more people from the country than the Trump administration, as per the Cato Institute. Did you actually know that there's less border crossings right now than there was the end of Trump's administration? So if there's a border crisis right now, well then why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis? Why didn't he fix it? Daria, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much.
I mean, he tried to.
He tried to? It seems like he's not good enough. He's just ineffective, right? Why would you want to vote for an ineffective, unfit, raging lunatic who's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, tried to restrict a women's access to abortion, is a racist and misogynist? Oh, and she left. Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. All right, let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Old enough to know better, young enough fuck all the way up. How old are you? Obviously
Are-
not
are you
old
voting
enough
for
to know
Trump?
how economic. Huh? Yeah.
I'm 22 and I have a degree in economics.
You got a degree of difficulty is what you got.
I have a degree in economics. Do you have a degree in economics?
No, I don't, but I'm directly involved in
What's
economics.
price? Hey James, what's price elasticity of demand?
Price elasticity of demand?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's how elastic the price is due to demand.
Yeah, you don't know what price elasticity of demand is. You also
Okay,
don't.
so you-
let me ask
okay.
you.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you
I
something.
appreciate the
Let me
galaxy.
ask
Thank you
you
so much.
something. Hey, let me ask you something. Boy that likes to talk over everybody when you get proved wrong.
Oh,
What
James,
do you
who's
know-
mad
what do you-
already?
what
Can we
do
get some
you-
baby bottles in the chat for James?
What do you know about trading a product? You don't know jack shit because you don't trade shit with bullshit online.
Trading a product? Like you mean bargaining?
Bargaining or whatever you want to call it.
What
You
what
do-
relevance does that have, James?
You know about economics. You got a degree. Tell me something about trading products. Tell me something about that. I trade it. I trade products.
If you increase the price of a particular good, less people are going to want to trade with you.
If you increase the taxes on the good that's being traded, nobody wants to buy the product because the price is going to be too high.
Yeah,
Simple
tariffs. So
economics.
tariffs. Thank you for that, Divine Order. Thank you for the
Simple-
elephant. Thank you so much for
so
Little
you're telling
so
me-
Trump,
hold on.
so
Hold on,
Trump
no, no,
adding
no,
tariffs
no,
would cause an
no.
increase in the prices, and no one will want to buy the good,
Hold
right?
on. That didn't happen. That did not happen.
Well,
so you're
Trump
telling
is
me
advocating
Biden-
for that.
No, so-
Kelly,
no,
thank you for the
look,
dollar
so-
from the DNC.
so
Thank you
you're-
so much. I
hey,
appreciate it.
Hey, loudspeaker, listen to me. So
Paid
you're
job at the
telling
DNC.
me-
No, I'm not paid by the
You're
DNC.
telling me that Biden put a bunch of tariffs on, and that's why prices went up?
No,
Is
Trump
that what
did.
you're telling me?
Trump did.
Oh, he
the
did.
reason.
He
So,
did.
so James.
He done
James.
it. Did
James.
he do it? Did he do it?
Let's calm down, James. So actually, prices have gone up globally. We've seen prices go up in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, in South America, in Central America, everywhere around the world. So it's happened at the same trend as in the United States. Yes, I did mute you. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you, James. You're like screaming into the mic, bro. You need to
Because you
need to
won't
chill.
shut up and listen to another side of the story either.
I
You got
was,
your
and I was
narrative.
answering your question.
You got your narrative. You got your narrative, and you're trying to push it. I know that. I see that. Everybody sees it. There's 9,000 people in this live that see it.
There's 6,900 people in here. There's not 9,000.
Oh,
Where'd you
well,
get that
excuse
number?
me.
William,
guess
thank you
I'm
for the $10.
dyslexic.
Thank you so much.
I guess I'm dyslexic. You gonna pick on somebody for being dyslexic?
Are you actually dyslexic?
No, I'm not.
So then why are you acting like you're dyslexic to say that you
Because I'm
couldn't
a
tell the
smart-
difference
I'm a
between 6 and
smart
9?
ass. I'm a smart ass.
Yeah, but
and
James,
and
you literally,
piss it right on the whole part.
yeah, James, you're ridiculous. How many branches of government are there?
3.
And what are they?
Executive, judicial, and legislative.
Wow, let's go.
Wow, check out the big brain on James. All right, so now you
What's
want
the
to talk
First
about
Amendment,
that? No,
James?
hold on.
James, what's the First Amendment?
First Amendment, freedom of speech.
So Donald Trump wants to undermine that First Amendment by putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. How do you feel about that?
Where does he say that at?
You want to hear him say it right now?
Pull it up. Pull it up.
I got you. I actually have a video. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. Look at
That ought to be
MAGA
an
in their
act of
habitat,
treason.
denying reality.
Burning
Denying
the
reality.
American
MAGA's
flag
in the
that
wild.
is not retired. Burning the American flag that is not retired
You
should
want to
be an
hear
act of
it?
treason.
Listen, you want to hear it? Watch and listen.
It should be an act of treason to burn the American flag that's not retired.
We ought to come up with legislation that if you burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year.
For 1 year. For 1 year. Go to jail for 1 year.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
against the First Amendment.
Hey, let me ask you something about that. Who holds rights in this country?
Women hold less of them than they did a few years ago.
That's a lie.
Thank you, the IC. Thank you so much. Yes,
that is
it
a lie.
Totally
it got
true.
turned over. It got turned over to the states, so we're not even worried.
Which
about the
restricted
women's
1/3 of women's access
No.
to abortion in this country.
Okay, well, guess what Facebook did a few years ago? They restricted free speech, but I don't see you bitching about that. But
In a
anyways,
private, that's in a private company. That's in a private company. That's not the government. You understand? A private company is different. You understand? A private company is different than a government. I also muted you in my live earlier, which would again be against freedom of speech, but it's my own platform, so it's not.
It's not your
It's
own
not protected by the
platform.
government.
It's not your own platform. It's your
Matt,
account.
thank you for the
your own
$5.
law.
Thank you so much. So yeah, that's
Anyways.
my own. That's actually my own platform. This is the platform we're on right here. It's my live, right? So that's why you were just muted, because it's my live and I have total control over it. Did you know that? So yes, it is my platform. I totally agree. I did not create TikTok. That's not what I was saying though. When I say my platform, when I say my platform, I mean my live space. That's what I mean. Okay, Jordan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Jordan. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyways, you still never told me how you know anything about economics since you want to change.
I have a
the
degree in
subject.
economics.
Okay, well, explain grain trade to me.
Explain what?
Grain trade.
That's not necessarily what economics is. You
Yes,
can
it
ask me a
is.
question about economics.
It
Like
is
you
the-
here, I'll give you an example of like an
It
economics
is the
question.
building blocks of economics. If you can't support a nation and feed it, you have nothing economic. There's no economics coming out of it.
You don't know what? Okay, so when I say economics, I'm referencing
When you,
supply.
when you say
Hey,
economics,
hey, listen.
you don't even know the basics of economics.
I do. So can you tell me what the law of supply is?
Law of supply. If you got the supply, people going to demand to have it.
You got the supply.
If you've got the supply, people are going to demand. No, that's not the law of supply.
It's a fundamental
So-
concept
What
in
is-
economics.
Yeah. So
it's a concept, so it's not a fact. Then it's a concept.
so when you ask me,
drives a lot of things.
yeah, when you ask me how does the grain trade occur, right? That's completely differently than asking me like a fundamental basic question like how does the law of demand work, or how does the law of supply work, or what is price elasticity of demand? These are questions you could ask an economics major. Or like for example, right, where does the price cap need to be placed in order for it to have an effect on an equilibrium? Or
That's
where does
correct.
the price floor have
That's
to have to be placed in order to
That's
have an
correct.
effect on the equilibrium?
Soviets done price caps.
So you also advocated for price caps in terms of the $35 cap on insulin. So
I didn't advocate for it. And there should
Donald
be.
Trump did. So do you disagree with Donald Trump trying to do that?
Oh, do you disagree with your president taking credit for what he did? You
No,
disagree
it
with
wasn't
that?
for what he did. It was for what they
disagree
did.
with it? Do you
No,
dis-
no. Listen, because the $35 cap
No,
on insulin.
listen.
This is why I mute you. So the $35 cap on insulin, right? That Trump was trying to get through. That was an executive order that had no ability to be enforced. Okay.
Is that
We
not
got it
significant
passed.
to his character in general?
What?
Is him making that executive order not significant to his character? Do you
No,
don't
it
think
just shows that he
reflects his
supported
character?
it. Wait, blah. I'm actually arguing to this guy that he supported it. He's arguing it's communist.
Who's arguing it's communist? Him? Oh, he said
James.
it's Soviet, right? He said it's Soviet.
Yeah. He's like, it's Soviet.
Well, dude, I just feel like a lot of the things that they do are just very much on the path. Even though you could argue that we're not there yet, and obviously this
You
is
want to
America.
define
We've been
communism?
around- we already defined communism,
Yeah.
bro.
So can you define it again?
I don't have to define it to have this.
I gave you the
argument. It's not-
definition. Can you not define
it's
it?
not. It's not
Hey,
important
get
to
him
the
a baby
argument.
bottle. He's getting all excited.
James, you need some baby bottles. James, do you think I have a job?
See,
I
it's
doubt
kind of
it.
interesting, bro. 'Cause
No, you don't, James.
I very
Why not?
seriously doubt you, dude.
Why not?
Why? Because you're always on TikTok Live. I guess that you think that's your job or what?
That is my job, James.
Really? So it's
Yes.
your job to lie and fucking spew bullshit?
Wait, where did I lie?
Where did you lie? Which time?
What
Which
would you say,
time?
Blah?
Are you allowed to cuss on here?
Yeah. So James, what was the lie?
Which time?
Tell me anytime.
Well, you lied about some shit when you talking about proven sexual offender, this, that, and other.
He is. He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
Go through the whole list that you went through a
Hey,
while
Parker,
ago.
can I ask you a question, Parker?
Yeah, go
Go
ahead.
through the whole list you went through again a while ago.
So yeah, we understand James, and he's he's from that part of the world. He doesn't care what nobody thinks. He just feels a certain way, right? This is what I believe. You argue that Trump is a
think of the
bad
galaxy.
guy. You argue that Trump is a horrible person for the sexual assault, being responsible for that, and lies and trying to start an insurrection, all these things. Correct.
He didn't start it.
Like trying to overthrow the government,
You
restricting
think
women's
he's a
access to
bad? You think
abortion.
he's a bad guy for those reasons, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that he's worse than an entire administration lying to its people, killing political opponents, doing things that are very, very similar to a dictatorship for probably since the 1960s? And we've only had 4 years of Trump.
Let's park the abortion bus. In the
I don't know what
alley
you're
in
arguing.
Tennessee and let 'em get abortions in
The Democratic
alley.
Party is not doing that. Kamala Harris is not doing that. I don't know what the
They did
relevance
do
of that
that.
would be.
For one
do
thing,
that.
today Mark Zuckerberg came out and said that he regrets listening to the Biden-Harris administration for censoring COVID-related information. He said that today.
I would like to see that because wasn't there a source that indicated that there was no mandate? There was just you guys
There's
should
not a
stop
mandate,
this.
of course, but you remember the Twitter files. You remember when all this stuff came
All
out.
they did was recommend that you should limit this.
Yeah, but should a government be doing that? Should a government-
Recommending?
should a-
Yes.
Should a government? No, they weren't just recommending. They weren't just recommending. They were urging and coming after them.
Wait, can you give me an example?
Well, he says it. He says it flat out in his letter to Jim Jordan.
Farrah,
Today.
thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
He said it flat out in his letter to Jim Jordan today. It's all over the internet, everywhere.
Yes. Send me the title for that, and I'll look it up.
Hold on one second.
But James, what were you arguing?
It just came out today, and all I'm saying
job
is
is to protect the rights of the citizens.
And that's why Donald Trump trying to undermine the First Amendment, a right of the citizen, is not supporting what you're saying. That's why Donald Trump trying to undermine the rights of women in terms of abortion is not holding up what you're saying. That's when Donald Trump trying to restrict people from coming to this country who are Muslim is not upholding people's rights.
That's why
So
Mark
today you can go
Zuckerberg
to House
took
Judiciary
$400 something million
GOP.
to
You can go to
influence the
House Judiciary
2020
GOP on
campaign or
Twitter
2020
and see
election.
Mark Zuckerberg.
One at a time. One at a time.
Sorry.
So you want to go first? You want me to go first? Take your pick.
All right, James, you're first.
All right. So Zuckerberg taking $480 million from the government
For what?
to censor people.
Can you give me a source?
That's supporting free speech.
I haven't
It
really
went
heard about
through
that.
Congress, dude. He was under investigation and admitted it.
For 400 million. Give me a source. I'd love to see the source that where he admitted to getting $400 million from the government to censor
$480
things.
million dollars.
Yeah, go ahead. Find that source.
Find that source. Luke, you're the one's got the laptop sitting
$400
beside
million.
you. Look
I
it
don't.
up.
I don't have
I'm
a
not gonna
laptop.
do
You
your-
look
I'm
it
not
up,
doing your- I'm
James.
not doing
James, you
your
look it
job.
up. It's your source. It's your
I'm
source,
not
James.
doing your job.
You should look it up. Do your own job and get it.
Okay, it
Do my
says,
own job. Go ahead, sir.
Well, you can go to House Judiciary GOP on Twitter and see Mark Zuckerberg's letter today, August 26, 2024. The Honorable Jim Jordan, Committee House Judiciary, today.
No, what's the title?
The title is, it's a letter he wrote from Meta to Jim Jordan, 2138 Rayburn House Office Building, Washington, D.C. Chairman Jim Jordan.
So it says
Letter.
Zuckerberg says he regrets not being more outspoken about government pressure.
Yeah.
So what they're
Senior
saying
officials,
specifically,
he says
what they're
senior
saying is
officials
that
from the
they're
Biden
saying is that
administration, the White
so
House,
listen,
Stephen
listen.
Bradford, our team,
Zuckerberg.
Listen, boy.
months.
Hey, shut up. Both of you be quiet, please. Zuckerberg said senior Biden administration officials repeatedly pressured Meta, the parent company of Facebook, Instagram, to censor content in 2021. That's what he said. So it's
I don't
literally
agree with
just
that.
them.
And I think
I
that's,
need both of you to stop talking so I can finish what I'm saying, okay? So I think that's just them saying specifically that they want or that they want them to not do these things because it's negatively impactful towards the human health of our society. I don't think that means that they mandated it. It's just that they told them not to do this.
But should a government be telling a private company what to do in regards to freedom of information to the citizens?
I see no issue with doing that.
If you could say,
Yeah, telling them to censor false information, yes.
well, not
They
false.
didn't force
information.
them. I think they have there's no issue with that.
If it wasn't forceful, I don't think Mark Zuckerberg would be going to this many House Judiciary meetings and talking about it.
They didn't say it was forceful.
I think he's definitely made it clear that it was forceful. I think when
No,
Elon Musk
he
bought
didn't say that.
Twitter-
Tell me where he said
I
that.
think when Elon Musk
Tell me
bought
where he
Twitter-
said that because I just looked this up and I didn't find
we
it.
Can't obviously. I'm not going to be able to say they forced us, but he did say the FBI warned us.
They could
and
say that if it did
and
happen.
that they
So warned
pressured
us and pressured or
repeatedly-
told them to do this.
repeatedly pressured, warnings. You know, their allegations. You can just see time and time again. The average human, the average American, doesn't know how involved their government is in our information and how we receive information. You might listen to one TikTok, someone might listen to Twitter, someone might listen to Instagram, someone might listen to Facebook. And I think it's important for our government to stay out of it and allow people to do their own due diligence and have their own open conversations. I mean, we're all Americans at the end of the day. I don't think
They are allowing to have open conversation. They're allowing it. They were literally just saying stop.
If it gets to the
they were
point, if it
literally
gets to the
they were
point-
literally just saying that they didn't want or what's it called? They were just saying that they would like for them to do this or that they would recommend it. That's it.
Yeah, but I think that shows that their administration is a lot more, leaning to a dictatorship, in my opinion. That makes me feel like, as an average voter.
Trump
as an
advocated
average
that he
voter,
wanted a dictatorship on day one. By the way,
he said he's going to become a dictator.
A dictator on day one, yeah.
And do you think he was being facetious? Do you think he was being?
No, he was being totally serious.
You think he was being totally serious? Explain to me how someone running for president is going to become a dictator. How does
So that's
one-
what he said. I'm not telling you that's what.
But
Hey,
explain to me
that's what
how-
he
how
said.
is that
I never.
gonna
Wait.
How is that
That's
even gonna happen?
that's
Why
what
would
he
run for
said.
president if
That
he
is
wasn't
what he
gonna
said. Not what I. That is
So
what he
why would he-
said.
but you-
Jesus Christ, bro. That is what he said. Not what I'm saying he is going to be able to do. Jeez, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay. So then why does that bother you that he said that if it's not what he's going to do?
Why it bothers me is because he actively is undermining our democratic elections, shows
Okay.
that he doesn't care about.
The Democratic
If you
Party
cut me
is
off one more
actively
time, I'm
undermining-
kicking you from my live. Do it one more time. Now I'll let you speak, but please stop, bro. Like, it's Jesus Christ. It's fucking unbelievable.
We're making the same points. You heard something that Trump said and it made you feel a certain way. I saw something that one of the richest people on earth accused our government of doing, and it makes me feel the same way you feel. So we're justified. We're both justified in our feelings. I saw this. I see this. I see Mark Zuckerberg, one of the most powerful men on earth, saying that our government tried to force him to censor information from the American people. Whether you
You
say,
just lied again. You just lied again. That's fucking unbelievable. We just went over this multiple times. You had no evidence there was force. I asked you force multiple
said-
times. If
I
you
said-
fucking lie
I said
like that one
urge.
more time when we've
I
already
said urge.
established in the conversation that that's not true, I don't
said
want to
urge.
engage with that. You're literally lying.
I'm not lying, dude.
I just told you there was no force involved.
Okay, there's
we
no
just
force.
went over the fact that there was no force involved. You still kept lying and saying that there was force involved when we clarified multiple times there was no force involved.
Okay, we can exclude force from the conversation. Either way, we know for a fact that our government is trying to censor information.
They literally just recommended it in terms of false information.
Okay, and all Trump did was speak facetiously.
Okay, what's your point?
Our point is that you heard something that is probably not that big a deal, and it made you feel like he's actually going to do it. And you feel the same way about this evidence I'm showing you.
Dude, I literally just told you I don't think he's going to be able to do it. What I think is going to happen is that he is going to be a threat to our system. That's what I said. And
The
I've
Economist-
clarified that multiple times at this point.
The
And
Economist
you
just came out
honestly don't care. You keep cutting me off. It's actually unbelievable.
The Economist today just came out and insinuated that Kamala Harris is a threat to our democracy.
What did they say?
I can show you today. Do you watch Meet Kevin?
No.
Well, you should. He's a pretty cool guy.
He doesn't have good arguments that are political.
That's all he does. That's all he talks about now.
No, well, maybe now, but he was like finance before.
Yeah, he ran for governor of California.
I don't care. That's cringe. Virginia, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I knew no one that voted for him, by the way. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I live in
Oh,
California.
yeah, he didn't do very good. Kamala Harris has revealed only the vaguest of policy platforms from The Economist. And these people are very, very much against Trump. This is just an interesting...
Wait, what is it? What did they say?
They said Kamala Harris has revealed only the vaguest of policy platforms. Her record suggests she would be a pragmatist. This is on The Economist.
That's not giving me that. You just said that The Economist. This is a news.
No, this is
publication.
the title. This is the title. This is the
I don't
title.
care about a news publication, right? Jesus Christ, dude. I don't care about a news publication, right? I was specifically asking you, right? You said that they said that she was a threat to democracy. Now, please show me how she's a threat to democracy under that. Tell me what their argument is. That's what I want to hear. You gonna go for it? Hello?
Oh, can you hear me? My bad.
Yeah.
I was looking at my phone. Here we go. Here we go, dog. I was just listening to it on the way home from work today.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, I've been listening to you for a while, man. I've been trying to get on here, bro. I don't think people who are voting for the other side are bad or anything like that. I think we both have our reasons to feel how we feel, and we should just all understand that we're Americans. But at the same time, I still feel like, man, it's not looking the greatest. It could look better. It could look a lot better.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to add or talk about?
No. I want to tell you about what I just saw today. I want to get your opinion on this. So this is really good. He says, Kamala Harris, a danger as president. This is from a left-wing The Economist. So you can find this article. Kamala Harris can beat Donald Trump, but how would she govern? Okay.
No. How does it say she's a threat to democracy?
Okay. Wrongly tactics may also signal more from him. She was over.
Okay. While he reads this, everyone, I'm gonna talk to James real quick. James, unmute your mic, man.
So, what do you think about democracy?
Democracy.
Hold up there. I wasn't through. Being that they pulled your Uncle Joe out and throw Kamala in, and she wasn't duly elected as far as all through the primaries and all that. What do you think about that? You think that's good? You think that's democracy?
So the parties don't work in terms of democracy. We vote in delegates, and the delegates vote based upon like what we want as
You
democratic
think
voters.
that's a democratic process?
God damn, I have to fucking mute everyone on this live every single time I speak because these are fucking ridiculous. Actually unbelievable. Like little children, dude. Literal children. It's unfucking believable. Please, bro. James, I don't want to have to cut you off every single time you speak. I don't want to have to mute you over and over again because it takes you 5 minutes to unmute your microphone. But please, bro, let's actually have a productive dialogue. Totally serious. I want to have a productive dialogue with you, but you're not doing shit to let me do that. Every single time I'm at the beginning of making a point, you cut me off. I would get if we already made a point and we were going over the same thing, but we are not. And I'm giving you the first thing. Okay? So James, please. It's actually unbelievable.
Well, tell me how it's a democratic process.
What were you saying?
No, you was trying to answer. It balls in your court, Playboy.
Okay, so the reason why is it goes up to the delegates. The delegates vote on what we want as a party, right? Most of the party, appreciate Lowell, thank you for the subscription, wants Kamala Harris to be the candidate and wanted Joe Biden to step down. Joe Biden stepped down, right? Kamala Harris steps up. Joe Biden chose to step down. Nothing about that is undemocratic.
Other than you get a candidate that none of the people wanted.
Again, most of the Democratic Party wants Kamala Harris. Thank you for the box.
Really,
Thank you so much.
really.
Yes.
So she got like less than 1% of the vote.
You're talking
back
before she was vice president. Not only are
Yeah.
you talking before she was vice president, but that was also after she got out of the race. So she was polling 7 to 15% whenever she was actually like running.
Really?
Yes.
Damn, she should have kicked Joe's ass then. But
well,
another
she
question.
dropped out before. Like
Another
Iowa.
question. She dropped out when she seen she didn't have a chance.
Okay, that
Another
could be true. Many others also did, and they didn't have a chance at that time. That's totally fine. I don't know what the, I
question
don't know what the
with
issue
your
is.
wealth of knowledge, being that I've done had a million questions, I plumb forgot about half of them. Oh shit, where do I start at?
Here, would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Civilly liable? Did he
Yeah.
get proved guilty
I got
and
the- I got this,
did he get proved
list out for
guilty in a criminal court?
I said civil liability.
Civil liability? But yeah, if it's civil, I mean, hell, that's just he said, she said bullshit. That's kind of like you sitting here, he said, she said, and you won't want me to vote for Kamala because she said this. Well, hell, she's trying to run on Trump's platform.
No, she's not.
Yeah.
So not only is she not running,
no taxes on tips.
that was something that Ron Paul came up with. One, two, as it
Oh, and
relates.
he just give it to Kamala for her to do it.
Okay, so again, it wasn't given to one or the other. These are just policies that have existed that they then decided to support. And secondly, again, as it relates to the no tax on tips, again, if you support it, then what's your issue with her also supporting it?
Well, I mean, you kind of said that $35 insulin cap that your Papa Joe put in place.
Neither of them have gotten this passed. They're just proposing it.
No, it got passed under Trump, and he repealed it, and then
No,
put it in place
you're
to
lying.
increase his poll
You're totally,
numbers. No,
you're
I'm
totally
not.
lying.
No,
So the
I'm not.
$35 cap on insulin, that was an executive order. It was non-enforceable as an executive order. It got passed through the context of of the bill in terms of Congress due to the Inflation
Well,
Reduction
you just
Act,
said
which
it
is
didn't
determined
get
by a
passed.
tie-breaking vote of Kamala Harris.
Well, you just said it didn't get passed, and you also said it got passed.
I said it didn't get passed in
Are
Congress.
you going to contradict
You're not
yourself
listening.
all night, or what?
James, you're not listening. I did not contradict myself, okay? Listen to the
Yeah,
words coming
you
out of my
did.
mouth. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. I said that it was not passed in Congress under Donald Trump's presidency. It was an executive order. Not only wasn't it an executive order under his presidency, but it is the case that it was passed under the Biden-Harris administration through the Inflation Reduction Act.
So I got passed, is what you're saying.
By the Biden-Harris administration. Thank you for the superpower. Thank you.
Actually, you're missing some context there because he repealed it. Your Papa Joe repealed it and then put it back in place with an executive order.
So
Absolutely.
again, because it was non-enforceable, there was no effect of it.
What made it not enforceable? Tell me that.
Yeah, so again, that's because it didn't go through Congress. What going through Congress allows for it to be enforced.
Going through Congress allows it to be.
Yes, it needed to be. It needed to go through Congress.
Absolutely, you can ask this gentleman a question.
Hey, are you going to inherit any money if your parents, I'm assuming they're alive, will you inherit any money?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. How much do you want it to be taxed, and how much do you not want it to be taxed? Good question.
How much do I want to be taxed on that?
Yeah.
It depends on what we get in social services. In terms of social services, if we were to get as much as we possibly need, I'm totally okay with up to 50% in taxation.
Really?
Yeah.
For inheritance?
His parents broke as fuck.
That's pretty fucked up.
I'm not saying that.
So I like how you say that. Right, that's kind of funny. That's like, why is that relevant?
Well, I mean, because hell, how many times can you tax a
It's
quarter?
very relevant. Hang on, Jay. I'm over this guy.
Why would it be relevant whether or not my parents have money?
Taxes makes it relevant.
Well, if you were a generational guy who has...
Yeah, like a person that relied on generational wealth and didn't work for myself. So like you guys tell everyone who's like, you know, working and needs like money for their kids on the table, right? That they need to get a job, that they need to start working harder. But then when it comes to people getting an inheritance who are like fucking like literally children of billionaires, right? Then it's such a big issue that they have to pay 50% taxes on their inheritance. Also, there's not even an inheritance tax that was specifically brought up. Okay.
Well, it's at $11 million. And that's where the inheritance, that's the level. It's $11 million.
They don't have an inheritance tax. They never argued for one.
It's an estate tax.
Yeah, I don't think they even brought up. I don't even think Harris brought up an estate tax.
No one's been talking about that. It's just on capital gains, but
Yeah, it's
that's for
long-term
super
capital
high-
gains,
that's
and
for
then there's
super-
unrealized gains over 100 million.
Also inheritance.
Yeah, definitely. But if you had $100 million in investments, you would definitely be pissed off for sure.
I don't care, right? If people over 100 million, I honestly could give a fuck less. Dean, what the fuck?
Are
You
you,
look
are
so
you a
different.
Marcus? Are you a Marcus?
So let me, I'll say this. Do we
Oh, what's up,
agree
Dean?
that the tax codes need to be changed where billionaires pay more money?
Two dudes on here.
Do we agree with that? I agree with that. 12%. That's about where they're at. Do we
Yeah, so they need to pay more, right?
I agree with you on that.
Okay.
I agree with you 110%. And I'm with you. And they do. But you know who's not changing the tax codes? Who's in office right now? Who's
Biden
been in
and
office?
Harris. The reason they haven't changed the tax codes.
No. 16 of 20 past years have been Democratic presidents. Why have they not pushed Congress to
Candy, thank you
change?
so much for the subscription. Thank you.
What?
Now go ahead. What were you saying?
No, why have they not pushed to change the tax codes? This affects.
If we want to reference specifically Biden and Harris, they kind of had good reason. It's because they wouldn't be able to get
I'm
Congress.
not. No.
Barack Obama.
No.
What question are you asking? Because I'm trying to answer your question here.
No, hang on. I'm not referencing. I'm saying 16 of the past 20 years, we've had Democratic presidents, and we've had, and I don't know this. I'm just telling you off the cuff. I don't know the Congress or whatever, but if you take, and I believe this is correct because this comes from a very good friend of mine. I think the income tax.
Do you mind if I respond to your question?
Have
Like,
they
I've tried to respond to it twice, and you've just interrupted me both times.
Oh, I'm
screaming,
sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're good, man. Don't worry about it. So the reason we didn't see Biden and Harris try to change the tax code is because it would have been literally impossible to get Congress together because of Trump's tax code's expiration date, right? Because those expire in most part in 2025, right? And that would be the next point to get Congress together to change it or to renew the TCGA, and that's why this is something that Harris is campaigning on.
The only things that changed were due to COVID, like the child tax credit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to change 2025. Okay, that's not a bad
It's going to
point.
change 2025.
Right, it's changing in 2025. My point is that let me ask you this. Let's just start off from a guy who's independent. Do you not think that we need term limits? Let me ask you this first. Let's start with this.
On Congress, of course, I agree with term limits.
Yes. Okay. I'm thinking 10, 12 years.
I think honestly, out of everything, I think what's more important is getting like corporate money out of politics.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
no, I
I'd
agree
say
with
there's like
you
a
on that.
list of things that are like important for like
Understand
change
mustache,
that
thank
I'd
you so
want in
much.
Congress. But that's probably the biggest one. I think that we should pass like, anti-corruption legislation. As Parker said, keep corporate money out of politics. I think that we should pass.
Because like
term
think about it
limits.
this way, like one thing I've been thinking about for term limits is like, yeah, generally speaking, I'm okay with it because it like gets more people in new blood. Appreciate Shannon thinking of the dollar, but like we could have really good candidates that are really good that people really support, and they can't get supported after a while, and like that might be like something that we're like we'd have to give up if we go with term limits, but like it's like really like are we willing to give that up? Like some people that are going to be really good candidates that would be able to continue to stay around for longer.
Well, I think it would be a safeguard from like more partisan politics. I think like we could see a trend over the last 60 years of like more partisan politics and people just voting with their party. And I think that we could end up having like a really bad congressman or woman that continually would win an area because it's a partisan area. And
Well, then
like,
my argument for that would just be that you could. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It is
You're
the
good.
case that like you would have more of an incentive to be partisan if you're first trying to get elected than when you've already established a presence.
Okay.
Yeah, but I would say what would come with that is like a genuinely bad congressman or woman who would be continuously reelected because of partisan politics in an area, and we'd see more incentive to push for good legislation, right, with term limits because you'd, it'd open up the race to more people essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need a debate on that, but
So
Wait,
kinda
James,
like
did you answer
Joe
my
Biden.
question? Are you voting for Trump, or why would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexual?
I'm not voting for Trump. I've never voted for Trump.
Wait, James, you're not voting for Trump?
No,
No.
that's somebody
Oh,
else.
okay.
But-
If you're not
let
voting
me-
for,
no, but-
oh, it's a
but
different
let me-
person.
no, let me ask
Okay,
you a
I don't want to.
serious
I don't want to talk to the person who's not voting Trump. Then.
Oh, really? Well, that's cute.
Well, yeah, I'm
but
only.
hold on,
Wait, James, I'm only voting
hold on,
people who are voting Trump.
I'm voting
debating
for
people.
Trump.
Sorry.
I'm voting for Trump. I voted for Trump every time he's ever run.
Yeah,
but
so-
I want to
so-
ask you.
so-
I want to. No, hold on. Now it's my turn to ask a question. You and your boyfriend sit there for a while and talk amongst yourself.
Just the box.
I wanna-
Thank you so much.
I want to ask you
pretty
this.
cringe.
You
It's
talking
like
about
really cringy.
y'all talking about term limits and all that, and how you can have a partisan location and the same person get elected over and over again. What do y'all think about Joe Biden getting elected over and over again, being in the Senate for 50 fucking years and
Yeah, if we're for term limits, we would be for term limits on him.
and articles
Thank
of
you, thank you.
impeachment
And thank you for the manifesting. Thank you so much.
$27 million. What do y'all think about that?
And how do those articles of impeachment go? Violet, thank you for the subscription.
They're going through right now.
No, they're not.
Really? When did it get shot down? So you don't think that it's fair that the guy that you supported on this live over and over again and has been found to have enriched himself over $27 million?
Yeah, again, I'm
What
waiting.
do you think about term limits on him?
I
don't
would
think
I
it's
would
been
support term limits on him if we
So
support term
so
limits.
why did you support him in the first place then?
Because he's a better candidate than Donald Trump. That's the only reason.
Elaborate.
He hasn't been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He doesn't have 34 felonies. He didn't try to overthrow the government. He didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. He didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Plenty of things.
So, what do you think? Let me ask you this. This is James's friend that is really more libertarian than anything. I'll say I believe in a smaller government. I think that the fact that we are looking at presidential elections as something that is an earth-shocking, changing thing. And I think when you get to that point as a country that you have put at that point the president in too much power. I believe that.
So when Trump's advocating for absolute immunity, do you think that gives the president too much power?
Do what now?
Do you think Trump advocating for absolute immunity would give the president too much power? Do you think
Well,
Trump's
he's already got absolute immunity, didn't he, from the Supreme Court?
so again, that's over executive actions. Yes.
Yeah, executive action. So,
But
Yeah.
what
You think that's
happens
wrong?
with
Yeah, I
Kamala
do.
Harris? When
you think that's wrong
Kamala-
for even a Democratic Party,
Yes.
Democratic presidency to have that as well?
Yeah.
Look, can I ask you a question real quick? How old are you?
22.
22. Okay. So
He's got a degree in difficulty.
So when I was 22 years old, I'm 46. Just so you know, I run what's considered a small business revenue, and I'm the CEO, part owner. We do about 10 million a year, and when I'm trying to pay my people in rural Arkansas, and I'm trying to keep everybody, and I'll say this, and I mean this sincerely. In my county where I live, I have the highest average hourly wage than anybody in our county. I only make a bonus as a CEO of a company if we're profitable. I give back. You can look me up. I give back. I always bonus my people. I take care of them.
We're not saying that there aren't any business owners that do the right thing. We're not saying
Well-
there aren't any small businesses that need help. I think that there are, and I totally agree that there are. And I would like to help small businesses over helping large corporations. But the point I'm making is that predominantly speaking, the tax policy is set up not necessarily to benefit small businesses, but to benefit large corporations and to benefit
okay.
big pharmaceutical industries, to benefit fossil fuel companies, right, the military industrial complex, right,
What
all
about-
of these massive conglomerates.
What about the Democratic Party today makes you feel like they're going to end all of that?
I think that they're going to advocate against it more than Republicans, as Republicans are advocating to deregulate it even further. Michaela, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. And they're also taking more of the money.
They're taking more of the money. So
You make a good point. You make a good point.
Speaking about deregulation, I'd actually like to answer your question, James. You said that you were a libertarian, right? You like smaller government.
No, that was me. I'm Chad. But
Chad,
my
okay,
point
Chad.
is,
So, could I ask you a question real quick, Chad?
Sure. Sure.
Would you support less border policy and maybe like federal protections for access to abortion for all 170 million American women and girls, as restrictions on access to abortion and harder restrictions on the border would be more pro big government?
well, first of all, our border needs to be protected. If you have not, I mean, pretty obvious. We have illegal immigrants coming in our country.
Do we have a border crisis right now?
Do I have a what?
Do we have a border crisis right now?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then we actually have less border crossings right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if we have a border crisis right now, then did we have a border crisis at the end of Trump?
What about 6 months ago?
Sandy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You can talk about that. Right, sure, there was more people coming to the country. I'm not disputing that. There was a 40% reduction in border crossings due to Biden's recent executive order. But the point I'm making is that you can't say that there's a border crisis right now, but then not say that there's a border crisis at the end of Trump.
Yeah, then also
I think the
you
border
can't
crisis-
say that you're like pro, or you're anti-government, anti-big government, then turn around and say that you support stricter border patrol. Right? There's two things that you can't say. In fact,
I will say this: at the Democratic National Convention, they put a wall against anybody to come in, infiltrate, or whatever. And
then at Trump's rallies, they don't allow you to come in with a gun.
Yep. Why are they trying to take away your Second Amendment? And if you
Yeah, buddy.
start
Someone
saying
shot
things
at
they don't
him.
like, and if
Someone
you start
definitely
saying
shot
things
at
that they don't like, they kick you out.
Kimberly Cheadle,
That's the same thing as the Democratic
let
Party
Thomas
convention,
Crooks
yeah.
come in with a gun. What you got to say about that?
Wait, so no, again, the point I'm saying is that they're not for gun control, but then they're completely okay with restricting guns in their rallies. They're not for getting rid of freedom of speech, but they're totally okay with that when it relates to their own rallies.
The Joe Biden appointee, Kimberly Cheadle, let Thomas Crooks come in with a gun. What you got to say about that?
He didn't go into an event. That was an outdoor thing.
That's that. It doesn't matter if it's indoors or outdoors, son. It's an event. Look it up in the dictionary.
You understand that being outside an event and inside is two different things. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you. They do not let inside of Trump rallies. They do not let you carry a gun in. I promise.
Have you been?
Yes.
How big?
Yeah,
was the
yeah.
crowd?
We've like literally,
How
we've
big
like
was the
literally
crowd?
been.
Come on, tell me how big the crowds
like
are. I'm waiting
we
for you
couldn't.
live.
We,
It was
we
very
couldn't-
small, and more people were leaving than were there while Trump was speaking.
Yeah, me and
You
Parker
know,
thought that the rally.
Sandy,
had
think of the
ended-
$5.
Me and
Oh.
Parker
Go ahead,
thought
Dean.
that the rally had ended before it actually did because of how many people were leaving. But it turns out Trump was actually still giving his speech, right? So it seems like these supposed Trump supporters, right, aren't willing to go as far for their candidate as we would have assumed.
Some of them might need to go to work.
Well, let me ask you this. You have a woman who is running for president, and she's been part of the
Don't
Biden.
assume her gender. She's Democrat. Though. Chill out.
She's part of the Biden administration.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
the
that's
vice
true. She is her his
He
vice
hasn't
president.
made.
I'm proud y'all know what a woman is now.
And so,
And you don't know what a man is.
So true. Charlie,
We
Kirk,
do. We can define that. You can't. Dean.
look, James, hang tight. Look, this is a very. I like hearing this. You're my daughter's age, so I like to hear what you're saying because it's relevant. It's relevant to hear what these people have to say and how you feel. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that you have this forum going. It's great because together, honestly, the fact that you're involved and you want to be involved in what we're doing as a country, I like that. I appreciate that. So I give you kudos to that. And I appreciate that. And I like that. And we can agree to disagree about a lot of things, but I will say that right now, if you look at the last administration or this administration, let me rephrase that. This last administration, you can see there's been a lot of errors, a lot of follies, name it all. I mean, we could go for days. But let's look toward the future. If you were a business owner, as I am, and I'll just say this, there are a few things that I was very upset with Donald Trump. For the state of Arkansas, he cut our federal funding for highways and interstates in Arkansas.
Biden?
No, Donald Trump.
Do you
Okay,
agree with that?
wait. So James, or no, this person I'm talking to, would you vote for
This
someone
is
who's been
Chad.
held
This is
civil?
Chad.
Yeah, sorry,
This is
Chad.
Chad. This is
Sorry,
Chad.
Chad.
Donald
Sorry, Chad.
Donald
Would you-
Trump cut our funding.
Do you agree with that?
It's not agreeable, but Donald Trump cut our funding.
And he wants
Okay.
to do it again. Not only has he like historically cut
I'm
funding
pi-
to
I'm
like
pissed off
highways
about it.
and infrastructure, right, as you'd be denoting right now, but if he's reelected, he said he wants to cut funding to children in public schools.
I'm more concerned with water, wastewater treatment plants, bridges, and things like that that are falling apart. And here's where I have a problem: is that Joe Biden, and this is where I agree with him. This is where I think Joe Biden, his biggest thing was the infrastructure bill that for $1 trillion, and I was all about. I was like, hey. Good job. It needed to happen. But the 1 trillion that they did, Biden wanted 250 billion of that. He wanted 25% of it, okay, to go towards solar energy. However, the elitist or whatever in the Democratic Party said, no. 55%, which was 550 billion, went to solar energy and da 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 da.
And our roads and
And I'm
Yeah, so I have a question. Chad, would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Do what now?
If you had to.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No, like I said once before.
Okay, so
I've
Donald
never
Trump
voted-
has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
I've never voted for him. I'm not advocating voting for
So you
Donald
wouldn't
Trump.
vote for him right now? Okay.
I'm a third party guy. I'm voting.
For sure. So why do you think your friend would vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child or a woman?
Well, I don't know. He'll have to answer that.
Okay.
My point is,
James, you want to answer that?
Yeah, because when he said he was going to stand up and do something for this country, he stood up and done it.
What?
You know, the infrastructure bill that got passed by Joe Biden about building bridges and roads and all that shit, we still ain't seen that shit in Arkansas. As a matter of fact, in our county, we got a bridge that's done fell down and farmers can't get across it. They got to make an hour and a half trip.
James, I've been to Arkansas and I've literally seen things from the infrastructure bill. Okay, there are things. Yes, there's things in almost every state of the infrastructure bill.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the appropriation of, we've seen the appropriation of about $500 billion so far.
My point is
That's not
that
true. Parker's literally an econ major.
is that Pelosi and Schumer and all these guys, they wanted this. They took the 250 billion. They said, no. It's going to be 550 billion. We're going solar, So you look at the stock market, whatever, and you look at the.
Man, what point are you trying to make here?
One is that the money, that extra 300 billion went to alternative energy sources and.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Also, Chad, I really can't talk that loudly. I'm still staying with my brother, and he's trying to go to bed. So let me know if I'm too quiet.
Oh, so you're not able to host?
No, I am. I just can't like scream or anything.
That mustache. Thank you so much. Just can't scream. Dean can't do his normal. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Joe, thank you so much. I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna be more
that head mustache.
respectful
Thank you
than
so
that.
much, Joe.
Yeah, but maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I need to learn a little bit more
Dean's
respect.
muzzled, chat. Does everyone like a muzzled Dean?
Maybe I need to learn a little bit more respect, right?
Maybe Dean needs a little bit more of a natural muzzler. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't like you better muzzled.
It's about 50-50.
Okay, it's really not adding people up. I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, maybe I just kind of take a break until the morning. Maybe I just stay out here and ghost for the night.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? I feel like you've lost a lot of time this. I mean, like, honestly,
I
you could get away with both. You could do both. And actually, I guess no. You have to go to. I mean, is he already asleep now?
We'll see. I don't think he is, because I put like a towel under my door because that thing under your door really freaking works. I can't hear anything from the outside.
Oh, you should get one.
Yeah.
It's also like we lined like the handle of the door with stuff. Yeah, okay. No one's joining up. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. All right, let me get this next person up here, y'all. Give it a second, everyone. Love the new mic, Dean. It sounds great. He's got the same mic.
I did get a new cable though.
No, you did? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Nice, dude. They really need a thing that makes you have to like click something every 2 minutes. Like they really got to do that. It's actually unbelievable how many people send requests and then literally don't join. Someone said, Dean, your hair looks emo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 23.
Are you voting Trump?
No, but I do want to ask you something real quick.
I'm sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Dean.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a Trump supporter that turned to a Kamala supporter because of you guys. So thanks.
Hey, base, thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Beckett in the comment section right now. That's so sick. That's so cool to see. That's so cool to see. We love that. I can't wait till like September. You know what I mean? What's up? How old are you,
bro? For real.
34.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, it kind of comes down to, actually, I'm pretty far left, to be honest, but it comes down to the fact that this whole deal with Gaza.
Left? Oh, wait.
Yeah,
so why are you
it kind of comes
Trump?
down to Gaza.
Wait, man.
I kind of feel like Biden's been
So Ryan,
Biden and the Harris administration.
Let me level with you here. Let me level with you here. So you say that you're voting for Trump over Harris because you're pro-Palestine, but then Trump supports Israel, quote unquote, finishing the job, and Harris
is undermining the ceasefire
agreement. And Trump says that Harris is anti-Israeli and is pro-Hamas because of her support for a ceasefire agreement. It sounds like you're actually serving as more of a harm to the innocent Palestinian.
He also called Biden a bad Palestinian.
Yeah,
using Palestinian in like a context of a slur.
Yeah, voting for Trump will just objectively cause more harm to Palestinians than voting for Harris.
I think a lot of that's rhetoric, though. I mean,
no, a ceasefire agreement is
like
not rhetoric.
Harris and Biden, they say they support a ceasefire, but really the only way to do that is through an arms embargo. They're still sending money and weapons over there.
But Trump says that they should be sending more, right? Like this is about harm reduction. This isn't about voting for the perfect candidate. We understand that Biden and Harris haven't been the best for the Palestinian people, and that's like a big issue that both me and Parker have with them. But this is just about harm reduction, okay? We want to cause the least amount of harm possible, and unfortunately it is the case that causing the least amount of harm would be achieved here by voting for Harris.
I mean, yeah, it's possible, but I also think that maybe Trump, he's not like he's not, he doesn't really know what he's doing, right? Like he's not going to be as effective as
he's undermining a ceasefire currently.
How so?
Yeah, he was trying to urge Netanyahu not to accept the ceasefire because it's not going to make him look good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, isn't Biden and Harris undermining the ceasefire by sending?
No, they're advocating for a ceasefire.
But by sending money and weapons and funding them, they're
I don't necessarily think that
undermining their own.
I don't think that undermines the agreement being made. Do I think that it's a bad thing to do? Yeah, I wouldn't do so. Personally, Confetti, thank you so much. I wouldn't send arms and I wouldn't send weapons to Israel.
Okay, that's fair enough.
But like, I don't know. I think
objectively speaking, it's gonna be worse for Palestinians and it's gonna be worse for people here in the United States. I mean, like, are you pro-choice?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, obviously, we don't want to restrict women's access to abortion, right? That would be a bad thing. What about climate change? Climate change is going to predominantly affect countries around the world that are not here in the United States, right? So obviously, if we don't address it, that's going to have drastic negative impacts on the rest of the globe. Why don't we reference that? Or
yeah,
what about?
Well, I mean, okay. So, I mean, this is like I totally agree with you with the point you're making. So I'm not gonna.
How could you?
That's why I'm cutting you off. Sorry.
For Trump as a leftist?
What?
How could you possibly vote for Trump as a leftist?
Well, okay. So here's the thing. Like you keep saying, or Parker keeps bringing up the point. Are you voting for Trump? And then saying, would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable for sexually assaulting women? But how can I vote for someone who is promoting genocide?
Because it exists on both sides. It exists on both sides. One of them is actively trying to fight against it. The other one's not.
I mean, it may be semantics, but I wouldn't say that he's actively trying.
For example, right?
You're not actively trying to fight against it if you're sending.
We are.
He has a simple solution. He's not doing it. He's saying he's fighting against it. You don't really know what's going on in those negotiations, those peace talks. You
Wait,
know
but Trump
what
isn't
they
saying he's
tell you
fighting
about.
against. Wait, Trump isn't saying he's fighting against it. Trump is saying he wants to give them the ability to finish the job.
Okay, well, Trump is saying he wants to commit genocide. Biden is committing genocide.
Okay, so again, if it's true for both of them, let's say it was to the same degree. That still doesn't mean that any of the other scenarios, like him being held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, 34 felonies, trying to overthrow the government, try to restrict women's access to abortion, undermined our ability to fight against climate change. All of those things, all of them, right, would be lost if we do not vote for the Harris administration. So again, if it's both the same, it's not a relevant difference insofar as that you'd vote for one over the other. And given that it's either one or the other, there is not an option.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are we doing for people not voting?
I just think that this take is it's so performative.
I also just want to say this: it's like we can't fix every problem, right, with voting, right? But we can fix some. That's what we're saying.
Then also, I think that your perspective here is very performative, and it's so harmful. Because if Trump is elected, more harm will be caused than what is currently being caused to the innocent Palestinians, living on the Gaza Strip. That's a fact. Okay, Trump has said that he supports sending more money to Israel to make them win the war. Meanwhile, Harris has said that she supports a ceasefire agreement between the two states. And that's a fact, okay? And then when we also consider, like, say, women's rights here at home in the U.S., right, the reduction of income inequities, granting higher tax cuts to the low and middle class from Harris, and, raising taxes on the low and middle class from Trump, I don't see how you could possibly justify your take, right? You just perform and act like you are empathetic, and you act like you care about these people. But at the end of the day, if you vote against change that will help these people, all things considered, right, that is very detrimental.
All right.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what,
Brian. I'll go for it. No, you're good. Always.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you're totally right. I just wanted to hear what you guys wanted to say, but I'm not actually voting for Trump. But I knew you wouldn't let me talk, so
right,
I just wanted to hear your conversation on that. Thanks.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Speaking of, Mary, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Mary says, I hope you're doing okay. Keep cooking, MAGA supporters. I really appreciate you for the love, Mary. Let's get some W's for Mary down below.
Mista, how old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. We'll bring you up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
What time is it?
7 minutes past 11.
That's not a time zone. In the U.S.
No, in New York.
No. And
yeah, 7.
Oh wait, no, you're right.
3 minutes to midnight.
It is.
I was gonna see if he said, "Oh,
I'm sorry.
shit."
I was just over on West Coast.
The only thing that would make me think that is you have the Tory. Tory is like a party in the UK.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just in California for a couple days, so I was off. With my
I'm a dual citizenship, so my mother's an American.
So can you vote in the US?
Dual citizenship.
Yes.
Right, okay. So why are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
So the average yearly inflation rate is significantly higher under Joe Biden compared to Trump.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that Biden and Harris have caused higher rates of inflation. That was predominantly caused by the pandemic, and it was global.
Okay, but why is the US inflation higher than the average for the G7, Eurozone, and OECD?
It's actually lower right now.
Yeah, but it's at 2.9%. I thought CPI.
Yeah, it's lower.
Is it?
We had the fastest recovery in the G7. Did you know that?
Yes, but the US inflation is higher on average than the G7 and the Eurozone.
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, what is the inflation for the Eurozone?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I saw it in the Financial Times.
Eurozone inflation rate. 3.2%.
Oh, okay. Well, perhaps I'm wrong on that. But what I would say is, if you look at the reasons
from ECB. Okay, I guess there's different ones. Let me see what it was confirmed at. Here, go for it. Okay, wait. I do see annual inflation 2.6 up to 2.8%. So there's a 0.1 difference, and this is monthly. So that's not annual, but it is monthly.
Okay, well.
So actually,
if
the
we look at
monthly
reason-
inflation rate in the United States is like 0.2%.
But if you look at the reasons why inflation is so high, it's obviously because of a major factor is the war in Ukraine that created the energy crisis. But I
don't think that like the funding that we'd be sending to Ukraine is like causing inflation here. We could say that like Russia's invasion of Ukraine has
No, I'm not-
caused
yeah,
us to
that's
no
what I was
longer
saying,
get,
yeah.
like Russian oil, right, which has caused an increase in the price of oil, right? But like, what would say the Biden-Harris administration has done to cause inflation?
Well, I feel like it hasn't done enough to stop the war from happening in the first place.
I'd say that's false.
No, the war.
The war.
Because intelligence shown that there was a build-up on the Ukrainian border for months, well, for weeks, and they knew about this long in advance, and I just don't think they've done enough to stop the war from happening.
Yeah. So again, what could they have done to stop it?
Well, I feel like Joe Biden could have threatened Putin with sanctions. With
We have sanctioned Russia. That's why.
Yeah,
we're not
we
getting
did,
their
and that's
oil.
why we're not getting oil. So
Well, if we look at-
actually caused a massive decrease in the what's it called, the value of their dollar.
Yeah,
Okay, but-
their-
ruble.
Their dollars in the fucking toilet right now.
Okay, then perhaps the war could have ended sooner, because if you look at other European nations, they've been faster at sending things to Ukraine.
I just want to point out here that this intelligence that you're saying was present under the beginning of the Biden-Harris administration about a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine was also present under Trump's administration. What did Trump do?
Well, it didn't happen under Trump.
All right, but the same intelligence that you referenced existing prior to their actual invasion, saying that it was a potentiality, also existed under Trump's presidency. And what you're saying right now is that the Biden-Harris administration didn't do enough with this intelligence preemptively, right? And this is why you'd blame inflation on them. Couldn't we say the same thing about Trump's administration? Because the same intelligence existed, yet he did nothing?
But the difference is the build-up on the border of Ukraine first happened under the presidency of Joe Biden.
So what date did the buildup on the border of Ukraine start? And this is also not the only form of intelligence that the U.S. had to denote a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Well, I don't have the date off the back of my head, but I remember it, very much in the moment. It was very much under the presidency of Joe Biden. And it was like within the last
But that doesn't mean it was
several weeks,
caused
3
by
to 6
them.
weeks.
That doesn't mean it was caused by them. So again, did FDR cause World War II?
No, well, no,
So-
absolutely not.
Okay, so just because he was president doesn't mean he caused it.
No, but but Russia and Putin took Trump seriously, and they knew that not to mess with Trump in terms of.
I also just want to point it out. Trump actually said himself that him and Putin used to talk about Moscow's intention to launch another invasion in Ukraine. I just want to point that out. But go ahead, man.
Yeah, but if we look at under the Trump presidency, there was no war that started. If you look at the incursions into Ukraine, like Crimea, that happened under Barack Obama.
Well, I mean, that's just a correlation causation argument, all right? And that's also not related to the point, right? The point that I'm attempting to make is you said that they caused inflation by not being preemptive, right, about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Granted, they had intelligence, and I just say that the same point could be reflected upon Trump, as Trump had intelligence of Moscow's intention to invade Ukraine and did nothing with it. Right? Like, we could at least say that Kamala Harris, right, attempted to speak with Russia, to speak with Putin, to be the last individual out of the room to attempt to stop an invasion. What did Trump do? Trump did nothing. So if anything, we'd say that Trump is more to blame here than the Biden-Harris administration, because he did literally nothing, and Kamala Harris at least did something.
Well, I think what Trump initiated was trying to get other European nations and others that are in the NATO alliance to start meeting their defense commitments of 2% on GDP.
right, which made it easier for Russian advancement into NATO territory, which is another good point. Yeah, he said if you don't meet this threshold, we're not going to protect you. What does that tell Russia if these individuals don't meet the threshold? That they could invade them, right? So that you actually make a good point. I actually would rescind my claim that Trump did nothing to prevent Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I would say that he made Russian advancement easier.
Do you actually believe, though, that under a Trump presidency, he wouldn't protect European allies that are being invaded, that are in the NATO alliance? Do you actually think he was serious?
So do you believe him?
Well, no,
So
I
then
don't
he's
believe
a liar,
him.
and then no one should believe him. So then, when he makes threats to other countries, why should any country believe that?
On that particular instance, I don't think he meant that.
Okay, how do you know the difference? How does any other country know the difference?
Well, what he said was, and let's be precise because there was some context that was missing, is if you don't meet the defence commitments that are required to be a part of NATO, then he wouldn't protect those nations. He's not saying that he wouldn't protect any member in the NATO alliance.
Yeah, I know, but like again, any country that does not meet the 2%, Russia.
Okay,
can
but if we
invade
look at
and
those
there
that
would be
are-
no implications.
If we look at those that are along the border of Russia,
Wait, didn't he
nearly
also
all-
speak about how he wanted to leave NATO?
Yes, but that didn't end up happening. But what I was going to say is, if you look at those
Do
that
you
are on the
support
border,
that, by the way?
no. If you look at those that are on the border of Russia, nearly all of the nations, I think probably all of the nations actually meet the 2% spending commitment, and I think a lot of them actually significantly are significantly above 2%.
So again, but the point we're making is it legitimizes more of Russia being able to invade into Europe. That's the idea.
No, what I was saying is that it just reiterates the point that the argument that Trump wouldn't protect them is just not an acceptable point to make, because all of those nations that border Russia meet the spending commitments to be in NATO.
Yeah,
if you
no,
look at countries like Latvia, you know, they're significantly above 2%.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. Whisper, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Even though that they're not up to the spending commitment, even doing this cedes more power to Russia, because what it indicates is that NATO is not united. That in certain conditions, right, it is the case that the U.S. would not support its allies in NATO.
Right, exactly.
And that's all that Russia needed to see.
Yeah, it's just like adding
They
more
had that.
conditions to support, right? And like conditional allyships can be beneficial, right? Like I'd say that we should have a conditional allyship with Israel. However, right, in like this scenario, right, like just adding more conditions onto like our allyships with like other countries in NATO, right, would just
Like to clarify, like we wouldn't give them any
Exactly.
guns if they're committing war crimes. Israel's committing war crimes, they don't get anything. That's the idea.
Yeah, but if we look at the ICJ arrest warrant, Joe Biden called it outrageous. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. I accept the ICJ determination.
Okay. Well, if we look at other European allies like the UK, they also whilst they're not on the same level of concern that the US shared when Joe Biden said it was outrageous, they also share concerns if we look at fellow NATO allies.
Okay, what's your point?
Well, my point is that it's not just Joe Biden that had concerns about the ICJ arrest warrant.
Okay. So? Was I like supporting them or something?
No, I just felt, you know, it was important context. But
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
well, I guess one more thing. I think it's $25,000 stimulus for first-time buyers, but wouldn't you think that would fuel house prices?
Cut out. Hello? MAGA Mobile.
Oh, sorry. I said that when you know Kamala Harris's plans for a $25,000 stimulus for first-time buyers. Don't you think that would fuel house prices amongst first-time homes?
Thank you for the 1.5 million likes. Everyone, let's try to get to 2 million. Yeah, that's the whole point. The whole point of that, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Is to create more houses. It's to incentivize the building of new houses. It's for first home buyers. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So
Okay,
yeah,
but then
it
my
would
question
slightly
would be,
it would slightly increase it, but we're offsetting the slight increase by the fact that someone gets 25K. So appreciate the hint. Art. Thank you so much. The issue with the price going up would be is that it's less affordable, but it's not less affordable because the people who are buying these newly created houses, the first time home buyers, are people that are specifically getting the $25,000 subsidy.
okay, and how would Kamala Harris build 3 million new homes? Because as far as I was aware, I thought it
Likely
was
through this process.
okay. So it was speculative then.
Obviously, that's like a goal. They want to meet the goal by either that, or they want to meet the goal by just building houses.
And just going back to this is the final thing I'll raise, but just going back to the inflation debate, wouldn't you say that there's an argument to make that the trillions of dollars of borrowing that has started from the beginning of Joe Biden's presidency, wouldn't you say that has fueled inflation?
Appreciate the hand art. So actually, there was more debt-related spending under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden administration. There was also increasing inflation in 2021, right? With every country, almost every country in the world, right? In 2021, 2022, and then 2023. That was like the trend of inflation. It went up around the world. So how would the spending in the U.S. cause that?
Well, my point would be if you look at what other European nations had to do at the time because of the surge in inflation, they weren't able to do what the US did with stimulus checks, for example, and the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, etc. They wouldn't be able to fund these $1 trillion bills. So
I mean, what did this I don't understand what your point would be.
My point is,
considering the fact that we had a quicker response from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7, all right? Like your point seems like null when we make that consideration.
Well,
thank you for the hand arts.
Okay, well, I guess that's pretty much all I had to say. Well, thank you for having me on.
All right, I appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Are you going to host it all, Dean?
Chat, what do y'all think? Should I go live on my account? This is about as loud as I could get and see Dean and Parker co-host for a little bit, or should we stay on here?
Everyone's trying to get to 2 million likes. Keep tapping the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You can see how well it works in Russia. Yeah, right. How anybody stops them.
Hello?
Everybody's afraid of them. Yeah.
Okay, I think they're having a conversation. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
I'm down to stay. Honestly, I'm down.
Up to you.
Like in a perfect world, I'd want to go live, but dude, I am whipped from the last couple days.
I feel you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I think that you're sweet.
And I appreciate you for making that offer to me as well.
Bill, hello? Of course, of course. Yeah, no, because I've been the one hosting a lot recently.
Yeah, but just after the travel today, man,
Yeah, I know, you've been traveling more than I have. I didn't travel today, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been doing a lot, bro. I would be tired too, so I feel you.
Yeah, and it was hard because my girlfriend picked me up from the airport, and I literally had to turn my girlfriend away from hanging out with her because I wanted to come on live. So it's been rough.
Yikes, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
55.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Well, to start with, I don't like the local Democratic Party, and I've just kind of written off the Democrats. But that's one reason.
Just like a party association thing.
Would you write off like people who have been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting women?
Only if they had genetic information to incriminate them.
Only if they had genetic information.
Yeah, that incriminates them.
So if there was a video, would you believe it?
I mean, if there was a video, I'd be willing to look at it. Was there a video?
But would you believe it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to look at it.
No, but would you believe it?
Well, it depends what was in the context of the video.
So if there was a video of Donald Trump raping a woman, you wouldn't believe that Donald Trump had raped a woman?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Maybe you could give us a more direct answer.
Would you believe it?
I would believe it if it was in the context of me believing it was a grape.
What?
What?
Well, if he was actually, if it was forceful and all this other stuff, I mean,
So what happened was forceful penetration against her will.
And there's a video of that.
No.
Yeah, if there was a video, would you?
Well, but there's not a video of it, nor is there.
If there's a video, would you believe it?
Yeah, I would see. Yeah, I'd like to see it. Yeah.
No, would you believe it?
Yeah, I'd believe it. I'd believe it if it was forceful and all that other stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so if it was what's it called? If it was if there were therapist notes from decades ago of her telling a therapist that it was the case that this happened to her, would you believe that?
That's kind of circumstantial. I mean, but
you wouldn't believe that?
No. Well, the thing about it.
What about multiple of her friends also hearing the exact same thing decades ago?
Okay.
Yeah. Would
you believe that?
I mean,
I also want to point it out that rape is proved in criminal courts all the time without DNA evidence.
Well,
and without video.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, but you do realize though, if he would have consented to a DNA test, that there's criminal cases that say, hey, you shouldn't give DNA stuff because, I mean, the prime example would be O.J. Simpson, because even though he may have
you believe
killed,
O.J. was guilty?
Yeah, I do. I believe.
But that was a civil case.
But
But that was a civil case.
No. The criminal case, he got exonerated because.
Wait, but in a civil case, he was held legally responsible.
Let me finish. In his criminal case, he gave a blood sample, and they planted those gloves as evidence, and the blood on the gloves had EDTA in it. And EDTA is an anticoagulant found in only chemical tubes for blood tests. I mean, so there's case history of not giving.
So I have a question. So there was unidentified male DNA on a dress that E. Jean Carroll kept from her being assaulted, like the day of her being assaulted.
Yeah.
So Trump didn't give up his DNA in the 2 years that he had to be able to give it up. If he never met her and they never were around each other, why didn't he give up his DNA? Because that would have exonerated him.
Well, okay, but you're innocent until proven guilty. But also,
no, but answer the question. Why didn't he give up his DNA?
Also, you don't believe he's innocent until
no,
proven
you don't
guilty.
answer my questions. I would love for you to answer my questions, Master.
You also don't think he's innocent until proven
his
guilty?
DNA? Because there's case study, there's case history to not give up your DNA. Okay, so
what case history?
Well, I said O.J. Simpson. They used it to incriminate him, and he openly admit they tried to incriminate a guilty man or an innocent man, whichever way you want to look at it. They try to incriminate him, so they literally planted evidence to incriminate him to first-degree murder, to premeditated murder. So, what's to say
you think
that
that's
the
going to happen
DNA
here?
evidence that he gave?
You think that's going to happen here?
It could. I mean,
then why did he try to offer his DNA?
One second. Against it.
1 second. Then how come he tried to offer his DNA after the evidence submission deadline? I think that point kind of kills this point, right? Because what I would say is that just allow me to finish, is that Donald Trump is a guilty man, right? He did rape E. Jean Carroll. He didn't submit his DNA to the court for the 2 years when where the window for evidence submission was open, because it would have proved him guilty, right?
Well, it would have proved him guilty, but
then the reason he tried to submit his evidence after the evidence cutoff date was just for optics, right? Because he knew that the judge would deny the submission. But under your worldview that he's innocent, and this reason he didn't submit his DNA was because of case study where DNA has been used against defendants. Well, my question here would be, why did he try to submit it after the evidence submission deadline?
Well, the only thing that we need to look at is that it was never submitted nor tested. Okay.
No, can you answer my question? Why did Trump try to submit his evidence after the evidence submission deadline?
Yeah, there you go.
I can't speak to him. Maybe that was a tactic between him and his lawyer. Okay. Maybe that for optics. But the point is,
what was the goal? What was the goal? Answer.
That's probably
for optics. He said for optics.
I can't.
So you're literally admitting that he didn't submit his DNA to the court, and then the only reason he tried to after the evidence cutoff date was for optics, and then you'll still say that he's an innocent man.
I'm not. He's innocent of a criminal charge or criminal allegation.
Wait,
he
no,
did,
we're
they
talking
did not.
civil. We're talking civil. This was not
Well,
tried in
well,
a criminal court.
Okay, but you realize that it's preponderance of the evidence, which is you only have to say, well, this probably could have happened.
No, it's
I mean,
more probable. It's more probable than not. So the point that we would make with this is that there was vast evidence. There was the psychiatrist records. There was the multiple friends. There was the fact that he lied in multiple occasions, saying that they never met. Pictures of them together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in the deposition mistook her with his ex-wife.
How old was that woman when this happened?
I don't know how.
I don't remember her age.
96.
He was 53 years old.
So
Okay.
She was 53 years old, and you know, so I mean,
So
okay.
are you saying that 53-year-old women can't get?
No,
raped?
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that a 50 Trump having a woman at the age of 53 is totally out of his character, out of his track record. It is. I mean, his wife now is 53, and every other wife that he's had, he's divorced for 50. He marries remarkably younger
wait, his
women.
wife. Wait, so you're saying that 53 isn't his type, yet his wife right now is 53?
Now, I'm not saying that. I mean, it's finally.
So your argument is that one second. I just want to clarify. So your argument here is Trump isn't a rapist because he's a pedo.
I'm not saying that. No, but look, man. So he has dated younger women his whole life. He's had his pick of women, and if he said he's not, I mean, I believe him when he says it's not his type. I mean, she wouldn't be my type.
Then how do you mistake his ex-wife with her if she's not his type?
No, I'm not mistaken his ex-wife. I go,
No,
he's
No,
fucked.
he did.
Dude, he did.
Under deposition, right? He mistook his E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife, right? So it's
Under
either
his
the case.
deposition.
It's either the case that he's just literally so delusional, or it's the case that he is her type and he lied.
Or maybe he just was tired of the court system after. I mean, if you've ever been into court, I mean, I've been sued. I mean, so I mean, and
I
it
don't know what that
sucks
has
to
to do
be.
with anything. It's
But
either the
it
case
sucks
that
to be in
she
court.
is his type and he lied because he mistook her with his ex-wife, or he married someone that wasn't his type.
I mean, so he just said that the woman is not a very attractive woman, and he gets dang supermodels. I mean, I just kind of believe
Okay,
him.
so you're saying because you don't think E. Jean Carroll's an attractive
I don't
woman,
think that it's as
therefore
good
she
looking
can
as
never be a victim of
his
rape?
track record.
I don't think
he's
it's okay.
even dated black women that are better looking than E. Jean Carroll.
Are you saying that black
What
women
did you
aren't
just say?
typically
What the
like
fuck?
attractive? Wait, why would you
What
say
type
that?
of shit? What type of shit did you just say?
What the fuck was that?
What?
Wait,
He
are you
does, he dates
saying
black
here?
women? He dates all kinds of women,
Wait,
and
but
they're
why
all
was that
better
a-
looking than her.
What is
Why
what
do
is like
you
the
say it
relevance
like
of
that? Why do you
point?
say he's dated black women more attractive than that? Are you trying to say that like black women are like less attractive because they're black? What the fuck, dude?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Then what was the
He's dated
implication of your
black
statement?
women.
Then what was the implication of your statement?
The implication of my statement. What do you mean the implication? He's dated black women. He's
What
dated all
did you mean
kinds
when
of
you
women.
said that she isn't that? So I just want to
He's such a
clarify here.
fucking
So
disingenuous.
you said that she's not that attractive. He's even dated black women that are more attractive to her.
This guy's so gross. Dude.
What was the implication of that statement?
What the fuck is that? Yes, you
I'm
are.
gross.
Yes,
Okay.
you are, bro.
Disgusting.
Oh, okay,
You're
I mean,
creepy and weird.
I'm creepy and weird. Okay.
Will you tell us what the implication of that statement was?
There is no implication. Maybe I didn't word it correctly.
Okay, what did you mean to say?
I mean that she's just not an attractive woman.
And what was the relevance of bringing up black women in this
Because
context?
he dates all kinds of women, supermodels.
And what was the relevance here?
Because he dates better looking women. than
He's
her.
like gaslighting at this point.
He is. He's actually
not-
just lying
I
and
mean-
gaslighting. You're so
Okay,
disingenuous,
so-
buddy. Right? You obviously said that he's even dated black women more attractive than her because you're implying that black women are less attractive on average than white women. So
I'm
first
not
of all,
implying that.
right, we live in a society where like super racist men such as yourself are conditioned into upholding these Western norms of attractive and beauty, right?
So
which
crazy.
which implicitly
Okay.
perpetuate higher levels of racism because because it doesn't account for beauty standards outside of the Western norms set by like white racists, right? It's honestly pretty gross. And I just turn around and ask you, well, how do you think that this makes members of the African American community feel when you'd say that you don't place this expectation on them to be as quote unquote beautiful as the white people around them?
What do you, I mean, seriously? Seriously? There's no expectation. I mean, if I prefer Hispanic women over, I mean, if I prefer Hispanic women over white women, does that make me like anti-white? I mean, my wife's Hispanic.
If you turned around and you said, oh, well, I find this white woman attractive, right? Making some implication there that you typically think that white women are less attractive.
I don't know.
Like,
if you said this about any race, if you said that
weird.
she's attractive for an Asian woman, that would be racist. If you said she's attractive for a black woman, that is racist. If you say that she's attractive for a Hispanic woman, that would be fucked up. Like, what? I don't understand how you don't understand that.
Right, but then it's just like it holds extra weight when you're referencing black women because that's a systemic issue that's been perpetuated in Western cultures for decades.
Okay. I mean, why did we start off with the grape question?
You're such a weirdo.
Thank you. Anything else?
Apparently, wait. Do you have a wife?
Yeah, I have a wife. She's right here. Say hi, Sue. I have a wife.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So
I have
I have a question for you then. Did you know that your following list is public?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Put your wife on the mic real quick.
She doesn't want to talk to you.
Well, we want to talk to her.
Well, can we talk to
Go
her
ahead.
real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear it. She's right here.
Dean, do you want to do it?
No, I don't have his following list open.
Yeah, so there's a lot of women here who are wearing less clothing that he's following, and he's on their accounts.
Okay.
There's a lot of young women who are wearing less clothing that he's following.
Oh, okay.
One of the first ones I can't even show because I don't think she's wearing enough clothing for me to show on the live. I don't know how that profile picture is allowed on TikTok. Also, her bio is here to have fun with a heart. So I would. Is she okay with that?
It's TikTok, man. I mean, she knows where I'm at all the time.
Wait, that doesn't mean it's acceptable. If I was following a bunch of women like that, my girlfriend would beat my ass.
Yeah, same.
And I'd hope that she would, right? Because I'd find that disrespectful to the boundaries of our relationship.
Between late 40s and 50-year-old men and late 40-year-old woman and you. Okay, and you and your standard. We're mature enough.
Regardless of your age, I think that you should definitely like respect your relationship, and I'd say that engaging in content online
we just celebrated
other women is
we just celebrated 11 years
disrespectful.
of marriage.
Right, lusting for other women online when you have a live partner.
How do you know that I'm lusting for other women online?
What are you following them for? Their personality?
I'm sorry. I can clearly see what this. You are absolutely lusting. I can't even show the picture.
Okay,
I
great.
can't even show the profile picture. I literally can't.
Okay. I mean,
what are you talking about, bro? Is she okay with that? Did she hear us?
Yeah, she heard us. Yeah.
And what does she think? Can I ask her what she thinks?
Well, I mean, she may not give you a comment.
I also just want to
You can
clarify
ask
for
her.
everyone watching, we're not stigmatizing people making content, such as the content we're referencing right now. We're stigmatizing,
Like
men
men
in
who do it
relationships
without
engaging
their
in the content.
relationships, people in the relationships, knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. She just waved her hand at y'all. She doesn't want to hear it.
So she doesn't care? So she doesn't care?
No, I think she cares. I think she cares if I was out being a drunk and womanizing, but I don't do that. I give her a lot of love. I don't know why I have so many followers on TikTok that are like that. I really don't. I mean, I just get follows and I accept.
No, these are people you follow.
Oh, okay. They're not follow back.
What?
I mean,
no, these are people you follow. You follow more
well,
people than you
routinely,
have followers.
I do go through the list and I delete people. I mean, because sometimes I do.
Wait, actually, Master Fuzz, I can actually check if they're following you.
Okay.
Okay, they are following you. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they people they hit on you. I mean,
and you follow them back, and you think that's totally okay. You have no
well, it's
issues
not that
with
I
that.
think it's okay that maybe I'm just not aware of like how TikTok works.
Oh my God, you can't pull that card.
Well,
if
I
you
mean,
could figure
whatever.
out
I mean,
how
I
TikTok
just-
works to the point of being able to join a TikTok live stream, you seemingly know
okay,
how
but
TikTok would
I
work,
just
and so far
follow
as,
them
like,
back
following
because
you.
I've been speaking.
I have a question, Master Fuzz. Can you give me like a reason why you followed this girl?
Well, I mean, she's kind of pretty, I guess.
Oh, so you're just saying the quiet part out loud now?
Yeah, I mean, she can be beautiful. I'm not ashamed to admit beauty. I mean, my wife's beautiful. Do you have a picture of? Do you see a picture of my wife on my TikTok, or is it just me and my son?
If there is a picture of his wife, like, don't like show it. Or
Dude,
anything.
please, yeah, I'm not gonna show, but like, dude,
what?
Are you gonna have a fight later?
No, I'm not gonna have a fight later. We don't fight.
I don't know, man.
No. I mean, I'd like to talk to y'all about politics, climate change. I mean,
Parker, if you were this guy right now, would you be cooked?
I'd be cooked.
I'd be cooked. I'd be fucking.
well, I mean,
cooked.
maybe that's the difference between the maturity of us older guys and y'all's younger guys.
Maturity?
Yeah.
Ruth, I think even the dollar. I think I don't think that liking and following girls like that on social media, like when you're in a relationship, is maturity.
Yeah, if
From a
anything, I'd
person's
say
perspective.
if anything, I'd say that that's like immature.
I think it's mature to set boundaries if that is within your boundaries, and you guys are both completely okay with it. There's no issue with that. That's mature.
I mean,
now
but
it
y'all
doesn't
are
sound like this
different
is the
set.
case. It doesn't sound like this is the case here.
I mean, you're completely okay with people making the choice about their sexual orientation, right? So this
I don't
could be
think
my
people.
sex.
I don't think people choose sexual orientation.
Okay, well then maybe I didn't choose it. Okay. All right.
Wait, no, you
What?
didn't choose to
You
be
chose to
attracted to the person on your phone screen.
Yeah, but you chose to follow them.
engage in the content, follow them, and you even were saying
No,
earlier
really,
that these
I'm
people are
only here for
DMing you and hitting
political
on you.
content. Really, I'm really here for political content.
Yeah, because your following list is very political.
Well, I'm here. I've been waiting for like an hour to get onto your live.
Okay.
Okay, more than an hour.
Rebel, thank you for the $5. Thank
Wait,
you
I
so much.
actually
I'm
have a
46
question.
and my husband respects me too much to follow them.
I actually have a question. Would you be okay with your wife like following a bunch of like really attractive men and like engaging in their content, having them like follow her back and apparently like hitting on her?
Like on the beach,
then she calls him like really hot.
like muscles out, like
Would you be okay with that?
I mean,
Would you be okay with your wife
in the
following
end,
me?
she comes home. She comes home to me. I mean,
So you have no issue with that?
I mean, I'm not jealous now. I mean, I've been married, and divorced, and I mean, I'm in my 50s, and I mean, we're kind of beyond that.
Okay.
I mean, seriously, we're kind of beyond.
I mean, if it's like if it's like a norm that's being upheld in the relationship and it's something y'all both consent to, I don't find any issue with that. But like what I'm saying is, it seemingly doesn't sound like something y'all both agree to.
It doesn't sound like something we both agree to. Okay, my wife just said that. Yeah, she gets like followed all the time on different social media channels of
Does your wife know that you're following them back?
Well, I mean, I think I just click on them when they say, "Hey, they followed you," and I just
See,
click
the way
on
that
them.
you're trying to downplay this right now tells me that your wife doesn't know that you follow them back, and it tells me that this isn't an explicitly clear boundary that y'all have with one another, or you wouldn't be trying to downplay it like you are.
Oh, I'm downplaying it. Okay.
Yeah, sure. You're trying to find some like way.
Also, bro's like, I accidentally did it. Mom, it's
No,
a
it's not
virus. I
accidental.
promise I didn't do it. Mom, it's a virus. I promise, Mom, I didn't do it. It's a virus.
Exactly.
I didn't do it, Mom.
So
That's
y'all
the vibe it's
having
given.
fun at my expense or what? I mean, is that what the deal is? Y'all are having fun at my expense. I mean,
Yes.
just because I said that,
You vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Yes.
yeah, but without DNA evidence.
Yes. Yeah, because I don't think that you
So
need.
it's
Wait, so if your
preponderance of the evidence.
if your daughter came up to you and told you she was abused by someone sexually, would you believe her?
I don't have a daughter, but if I did have a daughter, I'd probably shoot him.
Oh, but would you believe her?
Yeah, I'd believe her and I'd go shoot the
That's
guy.
what I thought. Okay, so you can't say that on live, but so again, the point that I'm making is that again, he literally, right, was held liable in a civil court based on preponderance of evidence, which is a greater standard than your daughter just telling you.
Well, okay, but it's not beyond
Did you
a
know
reason.
only 2 to 8%?
Yeah, I've already heard this song and dance. I've been
Did you know
watching
2 to
it.
10% are false, right? Only 2 to 10%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That means 90 to 98% likelihood of you being accurate.
Wait, I actually have a question. You said that you wouldn't believe it without DNA evidence. So if Trump was proved to have raped a little girl in a criminal court, however, the evidence they used to prove it didn't include DNA evidence, would you still vote for him?
I mean, you know, you're asking me this yes or no. I mean, but I mean, I don't know of a case. I have been following the E. Jean Carroll case, and
I'm just gonna go ahead and like repeat my question. So, if it was proved in a criminal court that he
Okay,
raped
if
a
it was
little
proved
girl
in a criminal court that-
without the use of DNA evidence, would
no,
you
no,
still
okay,
vote for him?
okay. If Trump was convicted and he was a felon, sexual abuser, I would treat him just like I would treat the rapist of a daughter.
I just want to let you know that Trump is literally a felon sexual abuser, right? He's been,
literally is.
He's been held guilty for 34 felonies, right? And he was proven to have been guilty for the rape of E. Jean Carroll. And also we understand that it's a civil case that held him liable for rape. We understand that they have a lower threshold of evidence in a criminal case. But what I'd posit is that the evidence actually provided in that criminal case would stand the test of a criminal court, as I believe that there's no reasonable doubt to it. Would you be able to provide us with a reasonable doubt to the evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted in that court?
Would I be able? I mean, all I have is the outcome of the case, man. That's all. All I have is the outcome of the case.
Right. You
and I'm
can't
making
supply a reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted. Right? That's why I'd say that it was proved beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that Trump is a rapist. You only have one way to refute that claim, and your refutation would require you to name the reasonable doubt.
the reasonable doubt. I'm not following you. So if he was held in a criminal court and he was a rapist in a criminal court, found guilty and a felon, well then I wouldn't vote for him.
No. What I'm saying is that he was held liable in a civil court, but I'd say that the evidence submitted inside of that civil court proved that Trump raped her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. The standard of evidence upheld by a criminal court.
But it didn't.
Okay, well if it didn't, then what's the reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted?
What's the reasonable doubt?
Right, because if you're saying that they didn't prove it beyond a reasonable
I mean,
shadow
you're talking
of a doubt,
in circles,
that means
man.
that means that there's a reasonable shadow of a doubt to the evidence she submitted. So what is the reasonable shadow of a doubt?
Well, okay, so she took too much time. Okay.
That's not a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Listen.
Wait, no,
you're
Master.
letting me
One second. The reason that's not a reasonable shadow of a doubt is because grape is proved all the time in criminal courts, even when the grape occurred 20 through 30 years ago. If that was a reasonable shadow of a doubt, that would mean that grape can't be proven
but
20
you're
to
not
30 years
giving
ago in
me.
a
You're
criminal
not letting
court.
me finish my thought. You're not letting me finish.
I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I just wanted to
did
make
cut
it
me off.
known
Okay.
that
So-
first
so-
point is not a reasonable doubt.
Okay, okay, she didn't go to a criminal report. She didn't file a criminal report. Okay.
Also, not a
There
reasonable
was-
doubt
there
because
was no
grape is proved
DNA
all the
there
time in
was
a
no
criminal
DNA
court
evidence.
without the victim getting
Hey man,
a
there
rape
you go.
kit
You're
after it
interrupting
occurs.
me again. You're interrupting me again. Okay, you're interrupting me again.
I'm just shutting your points down too fast. Sorry.
Thank you for the
Okay, no.
subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Melissa. Do you want some
No,
tissues, Master?
I don't want no tissues. But just let me finish.
Kleenex?
Okay. Huh?
Sorry, man.
Kleenex?
I'll let-
Kleenex?
I'll let
got
you
a
finish.
Kleenex. I got a Kleenex.
I'll
I
let
got-
you finish, and I'll respond to your points after you finish.
Okay.
I'm sorry, man.
All right. So, So she took so long to do it. Okay. All right. She took so long to come forward with it. Okay. She, the DNA evidence was never tested that she had. Okay. If she had all this evidence, she should have done it.
It was tested and it was proven to be unidentified male DNA.
Okay, but it wasn't proven to be Trump's.
All right. Well, you just named your
Because he
two-
didn't give up his DNA because it would likely incriminate him.
Okay, Master.
It would
so you just named your
likely
two
incriminate him,
reasons.
but it didn't incriminate him.
One second, Master. I just want to clarify here. Right, you've given me your reasons, right, why you can supposedly reasonably doubt the findings of the court and the evidence she submitted, right? But none of the reasons you provided, right, can grant you sufficient evidence to reasonably doubt the findings, right? And the reason I'd say that is because all the reasons you just granted are also true of criminal courts, right? So Grape is proved all the time. Right,
Aaron, thank
20
you
to
so much
30
for the $10. Thank you so much, Aaron.
20 to 30 years after the fact, right? And if it was the case, one second, just allow me to finish talking. And if it was the case that 20 to 30 years passing after the supposed date that it occurred was a reasonable doubt to it occurring, we wouldn't expect to see it happen and to be proved all the time in criminal courts, right? You also said the lack of DNA evidence was a reasonable doubt to the Grape occurring. Well, if that was a reasonable doubt to Grape occurring, then we wouldn't see criminal courts convict defendants for graping people without DNA evidence. But we do see that all the time. So that means that none of those reasons are reasonable doubts to the evidence she submitted to the courtroom.
Yeah. So
Olivia, thank you for the hand mustache. Thank you so much.
So the biggest thing with that Grape, okay, I mean, apart from that, the lack of DNA evidence, is the fact that she went on CNN and they were interviewing her about it, and what she said during that interview, okay, and that was the biggest reason. I mean, and then she, I mean, it just did. It seemed like it became a popularity contest to me. She didn't seem believable. On top of some of the other reasons, that's my opinion. Okay, that's my opinion. Okay, and it's not that I'm
Yeah, but your opinion isn't conveyant of good reason, right? I've given you ample time.
Okay.
Like my argument, right, about the reasonable doubt thing.
Well,
we've given you
opinion.
ample time. We've given you ample time.
That's your opinion.
One second, Master.
So when I was 11 years old,
we've given you ample time to demonstrate a reasonable doubt.
Muzzled.
We've given you ample time to demonstrate a reasonable doubt to the evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to that civil case, and you haven't been able to name one. I've been able to contend and refute every single point that you brought up.
Okay.
Right? So that's why I say you don't reject the findings of the court case because of the standard of evidence.
Okay, then-
Because the standard of evidence upheld was the same as criminal courts. So my question to you would be, do you reject all criminal court cases?
Well, no, I don't reject. But the thing about
and
it,
now that right there is a contradiction. Unless you reject all criminal court cases, then you have no good
there's
reason to
preponderance of the
reject the
evidence.
civil court case. I'm already
right,
telling
hold
you
on,
that the
let me
evidence
interject.
provided in the civil court case had proved that the Grape occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
okay, so there wasn't a criminal case, and she didn't go up on the stand in front of a criminal case, and so
That doesn't mean the evidence submitted didn't prove that the Grape
That's
occurred beyond a
fine.
reasonable
But-
shadow of a doubt.
That's fine, but we don't know her motives. Okay, we don't. Okay, they awarded her the money, and this might have been the path of least resistance for Trump, which he does do. He pays.
And why did
lawyers.
he try to submit it? Olivia, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for
submit
helping
what?
you see
What
the
did he
truth.
try
Thank
to
you so much,
submit?
Olivia.
I have a question.
No,
what
he
were the
didn't
motives?
submit shit.
What were the
He
motives?
tried to submit. He tried to submit it after.
Okay, but it still
That's
didn't
him
get submitted.
submitting.
It
That's
didn't.
him submitting it.
Okay,
He just submitted
and
late.
It didn't get tested. They should have
What?
taken it, and it didn't get tested.
Amber, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying Grape culture is
I
all
mean, it
he's
just
talking
didn't get
about.
tested.
Absolutely,
I mean,
Amber. Let's get some W's for Amber in the comment section. I really appreciate you for the $20, and sorry for shouting it out so quietly. My brother is sleeping.
Okay.
Everyone's so used to Dean doing it so loud. Karma, thank you for the $6.66 for DNC Hush Money. Thank you so much, Karma.
All you're talking about here is grape culture, man. And if you'll just allow me a minute to explain, I can, right?
Okay, what's grape culture?
So grape culture is basically a culture, right, in which would like allude to more harm towards women through the normalization and acceptance of grape and grapists, and this could be done in a multitude of ways. But the way that you're perpetuating grape culture right now is denying the experiences of a woman who didn't just accuse a man of graping her, but then proved it in a court of law with literally no reason, right? So we've been talking to you for the last little bit here, right? And we have demonstrated incessantly how you have no reasons to deny the findings of this court case, right? We've essentially reduced you down to saying,
Kate, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Don't use Parker shouting out a donation as a tool to interrupt me, please.
People always do that.
Please don't use Parker interrupting and shouting out a donation as a tool to like interrupt me and like try to like talk over me. I'm almost done. All right. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Right, we've reduced you down to saying that while she was rewarded money and financial compensation from the litigation, therefore we could assume that was her motive. Well, using your logic, wouldn't we be able to assume that the prosecutor in every single civil court case that has ever been held was simply doing it for the financial compensation? I wouldn't see any distinction between the prosecutor of the civil court case against Trump graping her and the prosecutor of any other civil court case literally.
Well, I think it's called movement and respond.
Karma, thank you for the $6.66 for mandatory vasectomies. Thank you so much.
Movement and respondent, I think, is what it's called in a civil trial.
Okay, so do you have a response here?
No, I'm still going to vote for him. I mean,
exactly. You don't have a response.
Yeah,
you just reduce yourself down to saying that you're still going to vote for him.
Wait,
And
Master,
Kate,
I have a
thank
question.
You so much
If you,
for the $10. W's
if
for
you
Kate in the
knew
chat.
that he raped a child, would you vote for him?
No.
Okay. So if you knew that he raped a woman, would you vote for him? Renee,
Well,
thank you so much. I appreciate the $20.
have
Thank
to
you so
screw-
much,
I mean-
Renee. Can we get some
Okay.
W's for Renee in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Go ahead.
I said okay.
You would?
Yeah, I mean, I'd vote for him. Yeah,
You'd vote for someone who you knew raped a woman.
yeah.
Why would you vote for someone who you knew raped a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone who you knew raped a child? This is also what we mean. He's not disputing on standard of evidence. He's disputing on the fact that he doesn't think raping a woman is bad enough.
Would you
I don't
vote for
think-
Trump
I-
if you
I
knew
don't-
that he
I don't
raped your
think
wife?
Huh?
Would you vote for Trump if you knew he raped your wife?
No, he would. Nope, I wouldn't.
So, why would you vote for him if he raped someone that wasn't your wife? But you wouldn't vote for him if he raped your wife. You would be raping someone else's wife.
Okay.
You just don't care about someone
In
else's
fact,
wife.
he did rape someone else's wife.
I mean, I just believe him that he didn't.
Wait, no,
I
but you
believe-
said even if it is the case that you knew that he raped a woman, you'd still vote for him.
In this circumstance, I'm voting for him because I don't believe E. Jean Carroll. I don't.
No, but you said you would vote for him even if.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, you
There's
said
so
you would
much-
vote
there's
for
so
him
much
if
going on.
you
There's so
said
much
you would
going
vote.
on here.
Dude, come on. You said you would vote for him if you knew that he raped a woman.
Okay.
What do you mean? Okay, you
I
would?
mean, if that's what you think I said, that's what you think I said.
No,
I
that
just
is
said that
what
I'm
you
voting
said. Do you see how much of a fucking gaslighter this guy is?
A gaslighter?
Yes, you are a gaslighter.
Okay.
Right? Like, do you know what that means?
Yeah, it's a shortcoming. I'm gaslighting. Yeah, it's like I'm exposing. I'm looking at other people's faults.
The ICU. Thank you so much. What? No, when you're gaslighting, that means you're manipulating me into believing that what happened did not, or what is
Yeah.
true did
Well,
not.
I'm not.
Yeah, you literally said like very verbatim.
You're entitled to
explicitly,
your
word
beliefs.
for word. Wait, sir. With all due respect, you said verbatim, right? Very explicitly and very clearly, 3 times that you would vote for someone who had raped a woman. You made your answer to this question very clear. Do you
Okay.
contest that?
I mean, okay, I agree with you.
Okay, so
What?
you agree with me that you made your answer to this question clear.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
right.
were gaslighting.
I don't think I was gaslighting, not intentionally. I have 2 of y'all running this scenario by me, and I have two of y'all running this scenario behind me, and then I have someone touting of all this. Oh, thanks for the money and all that, and it's
We didn't even say thank you that many times. Are you really that mad? Can we get some baby bottles for this guy, bro? Just because we said thank you, bro. Oh my
Bro,
gosh.
I literally said thank you
No,
to two
I
people.
couldn't.
I said thank you to two people too. Like
in the most like cool, calm, collected, kind manner ever. Like I am being so calm right now, and you are still finding a way to whine, little bro.
Sale, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Now I will say thank you to everyone like that. That's unbelievable.
I know. So, anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you my question once again. So,
Leave the box up. Thank you, Sarge.
why would you vote for someone that is raped a woman that isn't your wife, but you wouldn't vote for someone who's raped a woman that is your wife?
I would believe my wife over. I would believe E. Jean Carroll.
No, we're not talking about standard of evidence. We're talking about the action did occur.
Well, okay, the action occurred. I'm still voting for the guy. Okay.
So then answer my question, please.
Why would I vote for him?
Think of the hand art. Yeah.
Why would I vote for him? Okay, so
they kind of think of the $3 for ASMR Dean.
Yo, holy shit! One second, Master. I'm so sorry, Elizabeth. Holy shit! Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, Elizabeth. I really appreciate you. Of course, I'm being very calm, very zen right now. But you
Very
just put a
mindful,
huge-
very demure.
Yeah, you put a huge
Okay.
smile on my face, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $50. It means the world to me. Chat, make sure to be hyped for Elizabeth because I can't be hyped for Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the love, though. Seriously, hype for
Very
Elizabeth down
mindful,
below.
very mindful. Demure Dean.
Okay, so why did y'all go to my TikTok account and look at all the girls that I was following?
Because men do. Oh, well, actually, it wasn't us. It was people in the chat, and then they informed us
okay.
because men like you all the time who come up on our live always have those types of following lists for some reason.
Oh, okay. I mean, and it couldn't be anything else other than that I'm just accepting them.
Well, it doesn't seem like that, but Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for
It doesn't
gaslighting.
seem
Thank you
like
so
that,
much.
huh?
Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the love you as well. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the $50. Get some W's for Elizabeth in that comments.
Elizabeth, please pretend like I responded to your donation in that same fashion.
Same way.
I just have to be calm right now. It's not you, it's me. Thank you for your love, Elizabeth.
Someone mentioned me here.
I hope they're bullying you.
What?
Nothing. He didn't say anything.
I think it's okay to bully people that just admittedly and explicitly state that they don't really care if a woman is raped. Like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
totally
honest.
real. Totally real.
Like, sometimes bullying is okay.
Totally real.
Jean Carroll. I don't believe her. I just don't. I mean, she went on.
No, you said even if it was true that you'd still vote for him.
Even if it was true.
Yeah.
I mean, why are we having
hand
that
art, thank you.
scenario? I mean, the
dude,
scenario
you're
is-
such a weirdo.
Also, you said Eugene Carroll. If you don't even know her last name, how
Eugene
could you know
Carroll.
that she's a liar?
Yeah, for real. Yeah, think of the superpower.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I mean, I followed the case. I mean, it's been a while. I
Can
followed
you
it.
tell me one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
Yeah, I told you the dress, and
That was not submitted. Remember?
Yeah. I mean, I followed.
Stephanie, thank you for the $100 for keep it up. You give me hope. Can we get some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Let's get some W's for Stephanie right now.
Chat, show some love to Stephanie for the $100 to Parker's.
Thank you
Venmo.
so much, Stephanie.
That's insane, Stephanie. You're amazing.
W Stephanie.
By the way, I got someone else up here, Parker. They were commenting. Hello, Mark. Hey, I saw your comment. You're very angry and pissed and wrong, and that's why I invited you up.
What happened? What is he angry about?
I only read his moment. Oh, and he left. I think he was like calling us leftists, communist, liberal, Democrat, soy boys, and like all caps multiple times.
In caps? Come on, we need people like that. Why do you run?
Someone said that Parker's wife is, or something like that. What did they say?
What? I don't have a wife.
Or girlfriend or something. Hold on, let me find it. It
What
was
about
kind
my
of.
girlfriend?
Well, I was trying to read it and then it just like went away.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one in the comment section says they love NPR Dean. That's right. We have NPR Dean. Too.
NPR Dean.
That's right.
ASMR Dean.
Well, Master.
So-
all right, I think that we've come to the conclusion.
So Parker,
one moment.
economics.
Hey, Master, I was speaking to you. I think that we've come to the conclusion that you are fundamentally irrational, right? You lack certain foundational beliefs to come to rational conclusions, to proactively engage in the world around you in a positive, productive manner. I ultimately think that you lack these things because of your unwillingness to budge on even recognizing the harm perpetuated by putting a literal violent sex offender in the Oval Office. But the question I'd have to you is, if you don't think that violent sex offenders should be able to buy guns, why do you think a violent sex offender should have access to the most powerful office currently available to any human on the planet that would also allow him access to the nuclear codes?
So the.
Why do you laugh like that, bro? What a weirdo.
I mean, it's the way that you're putting it. It's the way that you're putting it.
What way is he putting it?
Just the way he's putting it. It's why would you?
That's what
you know,
people say when they get got. Like that's just what happens. They laugh because they got. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's get a get got in the comment section.
Get got. Eight,
yeah.
8 up. Can we
I
get
thought
some
you just
8
said
up?
I got God. Did I get God?
Yeah, you got.
I got God.
No, you got God.
Okay.
You definitely do not have God. No.
Maybe the devil.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Anyways, seriously, do you actually not have a response to my
I
question?
do sin. Huh?
Oh, do you seriously not have a response to my question?
I mean, the question about putting a violent sex offender. I mean, did
Damn, you did get got. You have no response.
Josh,
That's
thank you
crazy.
so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I just have my opinion about the case, like I have my opinion about the 34 felonies.
You seriously got. Also, is Bo London in here, guys? I see y'all. Like, I've seen a couple people
that?
comment about him. Oh, he's this 18-year-old Republican that really loves Trump. And he went on Jubilee a couple times.
Okay. Confetti, thank you so much. Oh, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
So, y'all realize that I was a school teacher?
Okay, cool.
You really shouldn't have been. That's terrible. Hey, Ann, I really appreciate you for the $20 on
I was a
Venmo.
science teacher.
Saying we love NPR Dean. He needs to stay.
Science
Well,
and
NPR
math.
Dean will stay for tonight.
You were a
and
science
Ann,
teacher?
Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Ann for the $20. Thank you.
Yep. And I retired. I was a psych associate for the federal government.
Wait, actually gives me a good question. So if the principal of your school was like proven to have raped a woman, would you say that he should be replaced?
Yeah, because it's with kids.
Okay, the principal or the leader or the president of the United States of America shouldn't?
I mean, I can only speak on relative information. I mean, I just don't believe the case. I mean, because he got swamped with like you said, 34 cases.
Wait, but that's not even relevant here because you said even if you knew that Donald Trump had certainly raped a woman, that you'd still vote for him.
Amber, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Amber. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. They said he's why dress codes exist for girls in school. That's what Amber said.
Mhm. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm not a rapist. I mean, I just don't believe the court case was
Bro, you keep pivoting back to the fact that you don't believe the court.
Well, I
case.
mean, that's
the point
that's
that
what I have an opinion on. That's what I have an opinion on.
But the point
That's
that
what I have an
but the
opinion.
point that we're making, right, is that you said even if Donald Trump had certainly raped E. Jean Carroll, and you knew
Mhm.
that for a fact, you'd still vote for him.
Mm-hmm.
right? So my question once again would be, well, if you'd say that the principal of the school you used to work for should be kicked out and replaced and not allowed to run your school because he's a
the
rapist,
principal is a
why
woman.
would you say Donald Trump should be allowed to run the country even if he's a rapist?
Seriously, and like
the principle doesn't matter.
Seriously, everyone keep tapping on the screens. Gives it 2 million likes. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App is in the bio. Everyone.
It was a lot of heartache that I wasn't willing to deal with. Okay, I quit teaching. I taught for like a year and a half.
Yeah, Parker, this man just straight up isn't responding to any questions. You could try to ask him a couple, but it might just be best to move on.
Yeah, I'll ask him one more. Can I ask you a question real quick, Fuzz?
Sure.
What does a soccer ball do? What do you do with a soccer ball?
What did you do with the soccer ball?
Like, what is an action you can do to a soccer ball?
I mean, you can play soccer.
Like, what do you do when you play soccer? You do what to the ball?
You head the ball.
Yeah, what else
do you do?
Like the goalie catches it.
Like, what's the
what
main
do the
thing
players
you do?
What do the players do?
They dribble it.
What else?
Yeah, like by doing what?
And they take shots on the goal.
How do they take a shot on the goal?
They use their feet
to do what?
To propel the ball into the air.
What's another way we'd reference propelling a ball into the air with a foot?
I don't know. I mean, it's like physics. Like you could wear like a shoe. That extra
Jesus Christ, dude.
Would you say you could kick it?
Someone just gave me a heart, man, or gave me a rose petal. That's cool.
Dude, I kind of didn't even want to kick him because I think it's kind of funny that he went that long. Dude.
Well, it's perfectly obvious.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. That's really funny. You propel the ball. Dude, that actually was kind of funny. I'm not going to lie, dude. All right, let's get this next person. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio is the best place to support us, as well as if we keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. 2 million likes. That's what we want, everyone. 2 million.
In chat, I'll be back in the morning with my own debates.
Based?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump, Richard?
Yeah.
Why so?
Voted for Trump because during his 4 years, we didn't have any new wars. We had some good gas prices. We had lower food costs, lower costs in general.
So let's just talk about that. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
I mean, I didn't say that, but how did they cause inflation?
You don't believe they caused inflation?
They had a part in it. I believe one of the things was getting rid of the American jobs by outsourcing to different countries, and these different countries taking jobs away from Americans, so increasing the employment rate. I know a lot of people say that under
I can't really think of any policy that the Biden-Harris administration passed to outsource jobs.
Well, one of them was getting rid of the pipeline.
One second. I could only wait. First of all, the pipeline was literally owned by another country. That's crazy. Second of all, I can only think of policies that they influenced to get passed that brought more jobs back to America, such as the Chips and Science Act that is aiming to bring 30% of the global chip production back to America by 2030.
Now, hello? Yo, Carol, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Carol. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all.
Yo, NPR Dean's kind of serving.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? NPR. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yeah, thank you for the Franktastic. Thank you very much. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes. I've been on a few. Oh, I just want to say I've been on a few things with you guys, and we agree on so much stuff. So I just want to see if my approach is a little bit different. Yes, I'm voting for Trump. But I am someone who is not like as educated on why and how to vote. and I do dig as much as I can. But a lot of my like voting preferences come from family. And, I work like 70 hours a week. So I like to excuse that I don't have a lot of time to dig in. Cause when I get home to 3 kids, I go to sleep and eat dinner and all that. But I want to tell you my basic reasons why I've kind of just been influenced to vote for Trump. And that, like, in his first term, I was like, there's no fucking way I'm voting for a reality TV star that looks like a fucking moron that fires people on TV. And that was the only reason why I wouldn't vote for him. And that first year, I actually did vote for Joe Jorgensen.
So no to the reality TV star, but yes to the rapist, felon, wannabe dictator.
No. It's not yes to it. I'm saying that, like, in this term, family members and friends are telling me why I should, and I've been more inclined to like want to lean in that direction, but it just doesn't feel
here's
right.
My question then: would you ever vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No.
Okay. I mean, well, then Trump has been held civilly liable, so it seems like you would never vote for them. I get there are a lot of people influencing
but like
you to do
you know
so.
how like a family member might say, yeah, well, he's been held civilly liable, but he wasn't actually found guilty and blah 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 blah, and
In
I get all
criminal
the
court?
same stuff.
Yeah, so like, why do they need it in a criminal court? I bet if someone was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, they wouldn't vote for that person. So that's
Well, I'll
not a
tell you
difference in
this,
standard
if-
of evidence. That's a difference.
I'll
in
tell you this,
how
if there was
whether
one
or not they think
person-
it's severe to rape a woman.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah. I'll tell you this. If there was one person that was only available to watch my kids in my town as a babysitter, and I found that they were in court for something like that, of course it wouldn't happen, and this is our country. And that's where I come to this point where I'm like, I'm kind of tired of hearing all of the weird excuses of like, but were they found guilty or were they blah, blah, blah. And I'm like inclined to, because of the other reasons of like the inflation that they blame it on, which is bullshit. And the other reasons, I just want to like hear from you guys. I follow you guys like tough. Why is it ludicrous for me to like, I think that you two could at least share with me, maybe there are like 5 reasons why it might be good reasons to vote for Trump, but outweighed heavily by the ones that aren't. And I have like family, coworkers, everybody, and I'm not that educated on it. So I'm just here to get educated real quick, and then I'll jump off the cast.
Yeah. So again, we brought up the fact that he's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse. He tried to overthrow a government. He tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College in order to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. That's literally trying to undermine our American democracy. He tried to get his vice president to not certify the election results. Most of his top security advisors, chief of staffs, and whatnot, quite literally say he's a threat to democracy and or unfit. Right?
So when my uncle says that they tried to steal the election by having Biden win because it got stolen and all that was fake.
Yeah, there's no good evidence supporting that. There was the most secure election in recorded history.
And the fact that Donald Trump perpetuated that lie and still does to this day is another reason not to vote for him, right? Because a misinformed voter base is the Achilles tendon to a well-functioning democracy. And Trump has made 70% of Republicans believe that the 2020 election was stolen from him. That is a misinformed voter base.
Right. And then I dig into their sources and I'm just like, all right, cool. Well, here's one source. So even though and I'm saying this like coming into the podcast, feel more genuinely inclined to lean in that direction. I'm just like, I'm smart enough to be like, you're kind of only listening to one side of the story and go to dig elsewhere. But I think it's because my algorithm or whatever the hell it is that I search, I end up falling into more like sources that still just lean back that way. And I'm like, I don't feel like I should at least.
Like what sources? I don't know what you're referencing.
I'm just saying, like, if I Google what my uncle tells me about the fraud election and how Trump lost, I'm finding more like more articles and what have you that are saying, corroborating what my uncle.
What? Almost no articles indicate that.
Yeah, I'm
So
pretty sure, like, I've heard, like, every argument that exists for how Biden stole the 2020 election from Trump. But maybe you could give us your argument based upon these articles you've read? Also, we
yeah.
can't hear you when you're on pause. If you can't see Parker's face, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
do hear you now. Also,
Yeah, I
everyone keep
apologize.
tapping that screen. We're almost at 2 million likes, y'all.
I apologize. Yeah. So like, I guess like I didn't come prepared with the sources itself, but I think it's wild that I can't tap into a source that's hard on the other side. That's like, it's a full blown lie. And I keep finding the ones
Wait,
that are like,
here's the evidence. There were 60 plus court cases that indicate no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 34 of which were Republicly appointed judges. The Republican appointed judges, 34 of them, did not indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
right. Yeah.
So why do
that-
they do that given that they don't have a partisan bias against him?
Because it's not, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It has to be not true, or we live in
Exactly. It's all fake, right? Like
Yeah.
he's lying. He's saying
Yeah.
the election was stolen. No sufficient evidence to indicate that. That's the Achilles heel to their argument there. Is
Yeah.
that again there's 34 Republicans that oversaw court cases related to the election that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn that election.
Right. Or we live in a cynical world where no matter what any evidence comes up, people say it doesn't matter. I still just want to believe this. And I'm not there. And that's why I want to like hear the other side, because I've been on 2 lives with you guys and we've been on the same side on a couple of different subjects in the LGBTQ community and things like that. And I'm just like, it's really tough to not feel like we're being lied to, like in general, but not to be cynical enough to be like, you can't believe anything. So it's hard to grab onto one side, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Well,
Like,
you are being lied to. You're being lied to by Trump, right? He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency. He told the biggest lie that any sitting U.S. president has ever told, and he's continually lied to you and the rest of his voter base since that occurred. There's so many good examples, right? What I would say is that Trump doesn't care about you, about our country, or about what direction we head in, as long as he's in control. And he will attempt to get that control by any means.
that's what I was going to ask you. Why do you think? What do you think his motive is? That's what I was.
His motivation, right, is just taking any scenario that he could contort and lie about, right, to claim that the opposing party is at fault. Like, for instance, right, Donald Trump has incessantly said that the all-time highs we've set in the stock market aren't to blame on Biden and Harris. And then as soon as we have a 2-day correction where it drops by 5 points, all of a sudden that's
their
being
fault.
controlled by Harris, and it's the Kamala crash. Then the next day when it starts to go back up and it's at an all-time high again, well, it's just a common growth rate of the economy. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And
Yeah.
we could also look at that same idea, right, referencing the southern border, right? He claims he cares so much about locking it down, keeping the undocumented migrants out, shutting down the southern border because they're so bad. He lies, says that they're all gang members. He lies, says that they're all violent. He lies, says that they're all rapists. But then he shoots down a legitimately good border bill in the Senate proposed by Langford, who he endorsed, because he didn't want the crisis to be ended while Biden was president, so he could turn around and campaign on it now to get your vote.
And take the advantage. Yeah. And I saw that like when they were asking him like the questions about like Caitlyn Jenner, and to me that was a flop, because I feel like his last presidency he would have been like, absolutely not, I will not say that, and now he's saying it. It was like felt pandering kind
Yeah,
of.
he always panders. Like, he just takes advantage of like what's going on in the world around him. Did the same thing with the 2020 election. There's more mail-in ballots because of COVID, and he successfully launched the biggest conspiracy theory in the last like 100 years here in America, to say that those mail-in ballots were all illegal and shouldn't be counted. I could continue to just yap about
Yeah,
all
I
these lies that
know.
he's told for like an hour.
I know, and I said I actually did at some point. Like I got into it deep with my blood brother before about like the first election, and just the simple fact that there's just no denying, if you don't know nothing, if you don't know anything about like deep enough to know about like politics, but you can't like clearly just recognize the like race baiting and what was taking place to get the vote of like the furthest right people that you could imagine that were taking advantage of the statements about people from.
How do you feel about JD Vance saying, "Well, I know she's not white," talking about his wife, but she's still a good mom?
To me, I think it's just as fucking ridiculous as saying, if you don't vote
Are
for
you
me.
racist? Do you hate Mexicans?
Yeah, but also I think it's just as stupid as saying, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. You know what I mean? But like,
Wait, by the way, I never said that isn't racist. I think that is.
Right, no, I know you
and
didn't.
I
I know you
acknowledge the
didn't. I
racist
actually would
behaviors
probably
of
acknowledge
Joe
that.
Biden.
Yeah.
But there's also that of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is unapologetic about that. Also, I'm not voting for a racist in this election.
I believe you. I believe you. I'm just saying that you asked me that question, so I was just giving a comparative. Like, I think that's probably just as
Do you prefer racism over non-racism?
Of course I don't, man.
Okay, so why are you voting for a racist over a non-racist?
So I have had to take that like perspective with a grain of salt and had to think, like my mom would say, cynically, in that, are they doctoring everything that I see to make Trump look like he's racist?
There's no good evidence indicating that he's not racist. We can show you evidence. In 1973, right, they specifically wouldn't rent to black people. There were test subjects that were sent in, one black, one white. And it is the case that the people who were white were told that there were openings, and the people who were black were told that there were not openings. Right? They would mark applications with the letter C to indicate that they are non-white, and this is a direct order from the boss.
Yeah,
right.
no, I believe you. Like, I believe you.
Yeah, he also popularized the birther movement, saying Barack Obama, because he was black, was born in Kenya, not born in the United States, when there were a birth certificate of him born in the United States. Not only that, but he said that Kamala Harris turned black.
Yeah,
did I turn white?
No, but that whole thing with the Obama's birth certificate was so ridiculous to me the whole time. And I voted for Obama his first term. Like, I just barely turned 18, so I was ish or 19.
You seemingly like agree with us on every point we're making.
Yeah, like I
so
do.
Why do you still think
I just
that
wanna,
Trump is the better candidate than Harris?
I actually don't know that I do. I'm just kind of chimed in to say that, like, I've been kind of nudged in that direction, but always with that little bit of like, I don't think I know like enough. Like, I genuinely don't, because
yeah, man, that's like, I get it. Like, I think when you don't know enough, it's very easy to think that Trump would be better than Harris, right? I was in that same position like a handful of years ago. I think a lot of people have, because when you just look at the world around you, prices were lower while he was president. When you just look at the world around you, the economy was seemingly better when he was president. When you just look at the world around you, inflation wasn't as high as it was when he was president.
Yeah,
like
but those
reasons
answers,
alone,
those things don't ever like matter to me the most, because I don't know your guys' age, and you don't have to answer, but I'm 34, right? I remember being 19 years old when gas. Well, actually, I remember being 17 years old when gas had been at like 2 something, and it already in like 2007 got up to 4 something where I live under the Bush administration.
Yeah. So again, the point is the reason why it's higher now is because it is the case that it was. The reason why it's higher now is because of we're getting less globally, right? So we actually produce more oil in the United States now than any point in American history.
Because we're finally tapping into our own reserves.
We're tapping into our own reserves because prices are high, and because we are trying to make prices go down, right, in an emergency circumstance.
Yeah. But like, those things never mattered to me, because I would watch those fluctuations and be like, it's kind of bogus if you vote on
it
that
happened
standpoint.
globally, right?
Yeah, but like, I'm saying, like, when I would see that, I'm like, it's kind of bogus if you vote from that standpoint, because it's always going to do that. It's always going to be hips and valleys depending on what America wants to be dipping their toe into, where we're getting our resources from. Like, I knew a decent little, and I'm not saying I know a lot, but I knew enough.
No, he must have got a call. All right.
Well, why wouldn't you vote for Kennedy?
2 million likes. Huh?
I heard Kennedy is a better candidate than Harris, and I don't know much about Kennedy either. So I'm like,
okay. Well, all right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
I don't know, man. I'm probably just gonna tap in and start listening to you guys. Or I just want.
For sure, man. I really appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man. Have a great day. All right, all right. Let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello? 37, my man. How are you?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump? I don't think so.
I think so, yeah.
Why so?
So I have more policy questions based on the economics of finances. So I don't want to talk about attacking people's character and whatnot of who's a racist, who's not a racist. I just
So,
have
what policy do you like that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Yes. So I got 3 questions for you because I'm actually trying to learn here, not just like come on and attack you. Just more so, I'll start with the first one, which confuses me the most, and maybe you can like shed some light for me, is immigration, right? So according to Trump and whoever, 10 to 15 million immigrants have flooded the country. And while I'm a W-2 taxpayer, which is about 100 million other people pay W taxes, some do 1099 and lie about it. But point is, we pay social, Medi-Cal, Medicare. How is it that 15 million extra people come into our country and they take advantage of everything that we have and they don't pay W-2 taxes? Meanwhile, I'm paying W-2 taxes along with 100 million other Americans. How is it fair to all of us that these illegals come in, utilize what we have,
Undocumented immigrants, by the way. I don't know why you refer to people as illegals. Also, they don't get any access to federal funds. I don't know where you're saying they would get access to federal funds.
No.
Right, the people you're talking about are here through the asylum process. Also, Donald Trump is lying about the border. He's saying he wants to do things about the border, but then actively undermine the border bill. He said he didn't want it because of the appropriations in the bill, the Ukraine, the Taiwan, and the Israel funding. But that got passed anyway, and he didn't advocate against that. But then there was a solo border bill that he shot down because he got people in Congress not to vote for it. So that's specifically what happened, is that there was a conservative border bill written by a Republican, and Donald Trump didn't want it because he didn't want Democrats to get a win.
Okay, so that makes sense. Everybody is screaming in the comments that they pay taxes. There's a massive difference, but I don't know what taxes these 10 to 15 million people are paying while I pay massive W-2 taxes.
Wait, so if you want them to pay more taxes, well then incentivize them to become legal in the United States if they're here undocumented, right? By making it so that they can get access to legal papers faster. So our process takes too long right now, and the border bill is meant to help with that.
Yeah, that's actually a great question. So do you agree with Trump when he says that he wants to deport all undocumented migrants, or would you say that you would rather, right, allow there to be pathways to citizenship, as that would positively promote economic growth in our economy? We would see, like the Center for American Progress would indicate, right, paving pathways for citizenship for the undocumented immigrants that are currently in the U.S. would boost economic growth by over $1.7 trillion added to our GDP over the course of the next 10 years.
Honestly, okay, so like I said, I'm here to learn. It just doesn't make sense to me. Why is there a stagnant problem at the border of legal immigrants while like supposedly
my question? Do you want to introduce a pathway to citizenship for undocumented migrants and make our ports of entry quicker and safer insofar as individuals coming into our country through them at higher rates? Or would you agree with Trump when he says he quote unquote wants to shut the border down and deport all undocumented migrants?
Honestly, this is why I'll never be a politician. This is why I'm just asking questions to learn. I'm just asking questions. I don't have an answer for you, but if I had to answer myself, it would be to probably chill it out and stop letting so many people in so that we can. I mean, you put 100 people in a room and then you flood in 100 more people into that room. Resources are going to be taken. That's just basic supply and demand. But I could be wrong. I'm just a fucking normal person who doesn't understand the economy. Can we go? I have one more. That was a great answer. I have two more questions. Are you guys? Am I still in here? I can't tell.
Yeah, you're good to go, man.
Okay, so great answers, guys. Though, honestly, answers a lot of my questions. So thank you for that, guys. Because I'm learning a lot.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
second question is on taxes, right? This is the big fucking elephant in the room that I don't think anybody understands, and I don't understand either. Is I pay taxes, most of us pay taxes, and supposedly they're raising corporate taxes, which is a C corporation, much different than an LLC or an S corp. They're raising it from 21% to 28%. And from my understanding is that, you know, everybody's saying, oh my God, tax the rich. And like I said, I just want to understand, because I don't understand, and I want you guys to help me understand, is, okay, so if you raise taxes on the rich, isn't that just going to make them want to go outsource even more than they already are?
False.
Even though
We
it's
had-
7%.
So what I just want to clarify here. So we had like lower rates of unemployment in like the 1960s and 70s than we do right now. I mean, so when we hit 3.5% under Trump, what did they call that? A 50-year low. When we hit 3.4% under Biden, what did they call that? A 50-year low. But you know what else we had in the 1960s and 70s was even higher corporate tax rates. So raising it from 21% to 28%, all right, is going to offer like Kamala Harris, right, more funding, right, to decrease taxes for American workers, while also not, right, severely limiting our corporations, right, as this would actually be considered a historically low corporate tax rate.
Why are you so smart, Dean?
I
How the
study
fuck?
a lot.
How are you a fucking like dictionary on the spot? Are you Chat GPT?
He's
How do
an
you have these
AI.
facts?
He's an AI.
How the
So
fuck?
actually, Dean and I are not real humans. We're just AI.
No, I'm starting to believe that you guys are Chat GPT. Okay, so my third and final question that I have that will make me go to Kamala versus Trump is, goddamn. Well, sorry, I'm on this. Okay, so we covered. Oh, sorry. Here it is. Tariffs. Chinese tax tariffs, or any other country tariffs. So Trump has always been saying increase tariffs, and to me that makes sense to stimulate American growth because it stops us from going outside of our country. So why?
I have a question.
Are you against-
Wait. So do you think having less purchasing power in the United States stimulates a greater level of growth?
I think if you can't outsource outside of America and it forces us to stay inside, that's going to stimulate growth, and we'll figure it out based on what happens.
Wait,
if
but
we
it's going to
can-
lead to a higher level of prices. So again, less purchasing
Which is gonna
power
also
would
increase-
actually
increase
stimulate
the
less
hourly
growth
wage.
in our economy. So you say that think that like bringing back these manufacturing jobs that again are less profitable than it is in places around the world will make our economy better. I dispute that and say if we invested more in trades, if we invested more in education, if we invested more in opportunities for people would be better off and would be able to specialize and adapt to our future environmental and economic circumstances, not again what existed in the past. You're holding on to the past. I'm saying let's progress into the future.
But isn't that exploiting child labor? Because we're
No.
every
I'm
country
not
outside
advocating.
of us
What I
is-
advocate for is I advocate for specifically international
But we know
universal
trade is
labor
international-
laws.
That's child. We know trade is child labor. Every country outside of us is child.
No,
labor.
that's a lie.
Every
That's a
country.
total lie. Not
It's-
every
I-
country outside of us is child labor.
Also,
I
something
would
else could
say
be said
every
here about the
country
tariffs.
outside of Europe. I would say every country.
Wait, so then I have a
outside
question. Would you completely cut off any trade with China?
No, but I can
Why
see
not?
why
Why
tariffs
not?
make sense.
Wait, Andrew, why not?
Okay, so I get it. Are we selectively choosing child labor, or because there's no way to?
No, it sounds
pick
like you
and
are.
choose?
It sounds like you are.
No, I get what you're saying, and this is why I'll never be a politician because I can't make these decisions. I'm just trying to understand. But okay, so the fact of the matter is, you're right. No, yes, you can't pick and choose because some of it's going to be child labor, some of it's not going to be. So the answer is, if I was, probably not, because. But I would fuck up the whole country. So that's why I'm not going to be the president.
There's also something else to say about tariffs. All right, so not only do tariffs make the life of the average working class American harder by raising like prices through inflation, but they also hurt American-owned businesses. Because what happens when we put a tariff on another country, Well, it increases the potentiality of starting a trade war, and all of a sudden we have tariffs on our exports, right? And this is what has historically happened when we've raised tariffs on China, right? We see a reduction in U.S. agricultural exports because of tariffs imposed on us by China. Like, for instance, farmers under Trump, right, went bankrupt, lost their jobs, lost their businesses, were ran into the fucking ground because of tariffs imposed on the U.S. by China, reducing their exports to China. And that's why Trump had to bail them out through $28 billion appropriated by Congress.
Kat, thank you.
Okay, dude.
Thank you so much, Kat.
You're too smart for your own good, bro. You need to stop.
Well, there's just like multiple
Anyways.
considerations here, right? They hurt
No,
the American,
anyways,
they hurt the American worker
learned-
through raising prices, and they hurt American businesses by reducing exports.
I learned a lot, and I'm not going to be that one person who attacks character qualities on candidates, because we can all go back and forth every day on the dumb shit that candidates do. But the fact of the matter is, these are insane tasks or things to do. So I appreciate you guys fucking answering my questions. I learned a lot. So
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Oh my gosh. Everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Just overall, like morality, ethics, stuff like that.
What?
If you compare Biden to Trump, I believe overall,
Biden's not bad. Biden's not running for president.
just overall his affiliation with the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris, their background, I just feel like.
Yeah, can you explain to us how Trump is a better person than Kamala Harris? How the rapist, felon, wannabe dictator and day one fascist that has attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government and has attempted to rig an election is a better person, ethically speaking, than the prosecutor
it's
who
not
wants
only
to protect and
ethics.
preserve democracy and fight for the rights and freedoms of all Americans, especially the 170 million American women and girls that have had their federally protected access to abortion stripped from them?
Tiffany, thank you for the hand art.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's not only ethics, but I'm saying that's a role it plays, but that's also just overall policy.
No answer to my question.
I mean, I have an answer, it's just that I don't know if you would like to hear it, but I just feel like Kamala Harris, her background, like her policies since she's been, like her career, throughout her entire career, she's been doing things that I don't agree with. Like imprisoning, locking up people, being very brutal with crimes like weed and stuff like that.
I gotta kick you now. You can't say that on the live. It's TikTok rules, everyone. I apologize, y'all. It will literally destroy the live. It will destroy the live. Everyone, do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 2.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Let's get some people up here real quick. Do give it a second. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. We'll bring you up. Liam, why are you in my comment section every day? Spamming MAGA. I'm not going to add you up, bro. We've talked too many times. All right, everyone, do tap that screen. Do share the live, y'all. You already know the deal. Comment in the comment section. It helps send it out to more people. I do appreciate everyone who comes here to support every day. Y'all have no clue. I love y'all so much. By the way, everyone, yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Why not?
He's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He's a racist and misogynist.
Draw that.
Okay, you're trolling. All right. But I was gonna say, by the way, everyone, we did record some rally clips, so we're probably gonna edit that here pretty soon. I got some more rally clips to post, everyone.
Yeah, I could send those to you.
You should send those.
I was kind of touching on one of them while I was on the plane. They look pretty good.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
This will probably be my last conversation of the night.
Yeah, I get you. My conversation was really funny with that one person. I can't wait to post it.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Got a few clips.
I'm like, dude, I don't think I could.
Thanks for the 2 million likes, everyone. I feel you.
Hi.
Are you voting Trump?
Well, so I have a question. I'm 17.
Sorry, Stefan. I
You got to
wish
be
I
18
could
plus to
answer
join the
it,
live.
but That's TikTok TOS. Oh man.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 63. Thank you for having me.
Are you voting Trump?
Unfortunately, I am, yes. And,
Why so?
Why so?
well, I think that our legislative branch deserves him. That's my point on it. Because they're going to have to put up with him for 4 years. I don't think he's going to win, though. I think Vice President Harris is going to win. But I think they deserve him because that's what the Republicans gave people to vote for. And I think they deserve it. I really do. I think our political system is broken, is what I think.
So you want the system to burn? Is kind of
Yeah, you're like the Republicans want to elect a bad appointee as president. Therefore, you're gonna vote for him just so you could laugh in their face when they realize that he's bad because our country's in fucking gutter.
Well,
You're kind of
think-
forgetting about the
I
citizens.
I don't think our country is going to fail either way because the legislative branch is in control more so than the president. But
All right, Parker, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off for the night, man. It is my bedtime.
get you.
All right, chat. Love you all. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. See you guys.
Oh, I accidentally ended the wrong person. It's fine. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next person. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? The vegan teacher is back, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Yo, vegan teacher, have you ever debated a vegetarian? Just like real question. I want to see some vegan on vegetarian beef. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Beef? Yeah, I kind of realized I said beef right after, and I thought it was kind of funny once I realized it. I'm not gonna lie. I love y'all more in the chat, everyone. I love every single one of y'all. Everyone, do you tap that screen? Let's try to get to 2.5 million likes, y'all. Oh, no. If you are not vegan, you're not a good person? Okay, well, I'm not a good person. That's unfortunate. Damn it. The vegan teacher thinks I'm not a good person. That's unfortunate, chat. Very unfortunate. Sad day. Sad day. In the arms of an angel. Okay, everyone, I'm trying to get someone up here. I do apologize. Give me 1 second, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You weren't even alive during that song. Come on in there, Parker. I do love you that. Chat, someone got glitched in and I can hear their it's so loud. Chat, someone got glitched in and it's so loud. What do I do? Should I just go join Harry? It's like so loud, chat. I actually can't hear anything. Like, do y'all hear that? Yo, Chris, do you hear this? They just farted in the mic! I just heard them toot! I can literally hear myself too. Oh my gosh. Okay, chat, I have to end it. Should we just go to Harry, everyone? I'm so sad. That killed the live, everyone. Yeah, okay. All right, everyone. Go look up Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Look up Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. I literally, there's so much stuff, I can't even hear anything. Look. Did y'all hear that? Okay, but everyone, go to Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. I'll see y'all in a bit. Everyone go to Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. All right, I love y'all. I'll see y'all in a second, everyone. Think of the corgi.